One sunny day in first-grade high school, the noise of students was heard as they were enjoying a game called Slave Hunting RPG, which was popular recently. The game collects heroes and develops their fighting abilities. The concept of the game is very crazy, because the heroes are captured to be used as slaves. Then it was shown a male student named Jin Daim, and another big student named Kang Donggu, who was used by a bully to become a slave. Jin is currently being a slave by his bullies to be allowed to fight against other slave. Jin at that time put up a stance, even though he was very lazy and unsure about participating in that useless duel. Despite hating it, Jin seemed to be seen waiting for instructions to be given by his employer, Kim Kang-woo. Behind him was Kang-woo, who looked so excited by telling Jin to come forward that the fight between the slaves started. Jin tried to attack and mustered all the strength he had to fight his enemy while calling out the name of his master, but his body was too thin and weak to fight the enemy who had a bigger body in front of him. He finally fell like he had been rammed by a Red Bull. The opponent's employer was impressed by the victory of the fight and praised the greatness of his slave named Kang Donggu. Meanwhile, Jin felt excruciating pain all over his body and wondered why Donggu could be so heartless, even though they were both loser and a loser shouldn't hurt each other. Jin, who was declared defeated, was immediately ridiculed and laughed at by the other bullies. They think that Jin is very weak and useless. Jin also felt ashamed and insecure because the previous fight was witnessed by a classmate he likes, and that girl named Suji. The big problem comes from Kang-woo, the bully who has made him a slave. Jin's defeat in a useless duel made Kang-woo angry and wanted to torture Jin. Kang-woo snapped at Jin, who was very scared because he could not accept this defeat. He also intended to punish Jin for his unsatisfactory performance. Kang-woo's friends later commented that Jin might have to be taught even harder lessons to become strong. Jin tried to apologize through tears to Kang-woo for his mistake, and he also said that he would try to win another fight one day. Kang-woo, who didn't like sweet talk, then took out and turned on the stun gun from his pocket that he brought from home because he had expected Jin's defeat. Suddenly, this made Jin shiver in fear and begged Kang-woo for forgiveness not to torture him. But Kang-woo didn't want to listen to him, and without further ado immediately pointed the stun gun at Jin with the hope that Jin would not embarrass him again. Jin immediately screamed very loudly when the blazing electricity touched his body, while admitting that he was a slave of the thugs. In the afternoon after school, now Jin has come home. When he got home, he saw Jin coming home and calling his mother's name. His mother, who had just woken up from overslept intending to prepare dinner, but Jin didn't want to bother his mother by saying that he wasn't hungry at the moment. Jin also seemed to be in a hurry to go to his room because he didn't want to worry his mother. After seeing his son's body covered with bruises and traces of electric shock, Jin thought that Kang-woo's actions were really outrageous, because of course Jin wouldn't become strong after being electrocuted. Besides that, Jin was very annoyed because Kang-woo forced him to become a jockey in an RPG game that was popular recently, that many people played, Slave Hunting RPG. Jin doesn't like it at all, and has never played a game with such a large size and specifications. But Jin couldn't refuse Kang-woo's request, because if it wasn't implemented immediately, then Jin would be the target of an electric shock device like before. But suddenly, when Jin scrolled down his cell phone screen, he found something interesting. Unexpectedly, he found an advertisement for a game called SV Hunting RPG. He thought this game was an imitation of the RPG game that Jin wanted to install before. In his statement, it was written that this game could allow the players to freely turn bullies and perpetrators of violence into slaves. Jin thought that maybe the creator of this game had been the same victim of bullying as himself. However, when he was about to install the application, suddenly there was an incoming message from Kim Kang-woo telling Jin to come meet him at the city park. Jin was immediately shocked and rushed out while cursing because he was annoyed because school was over, but he was still called like a slave. Unfortunately, when he got to the park, Jin was beaten by Kang-woo. He hit Jin because he didn't have any money with him. Jin tried to defend himself by saying that Kang-woo didn't talk about money at all, and Kang-woo grabbed his face because Jin was so stupid and insensitive that Kang-woo wanted his money. Kang-woo's goal of extorting Jin ran aground, and he ordered Jin to return to the house to bring money. but Jin avoided it because there was no money at home either. Kang-woo was getting furious, and he suggested Jin just steal his mother's money. At that time, friends from Kang-woo also came and bullied Jin, explaining that Jin's family was very poor. Kang-woo's friend also added that Jin was actually known as a beggar when he was in elementary school. Kang-woo's friend also said frankly that Jin's mother was suffering from an illness. Kang-woo was enthusiastic about the story told by his friend and asked Jin directly whether his mother was indeed sick or not. While Jin's expression changed to one of anger, Kang-woo assumed that Jin would of course get the insurance money if his mother died due to illness. Jin stared at Kang-woo with hatred because his mother's condition should not be made fun of. Jin clenched his fists while mentally saying that this Kang-woo was a very troubling bully. The heart and mind of the soul to kill Kang-woo immediately flowed rapidly in Jin's mind. He really wanted to eliminate the bullies in front of him. But his intention to eradicate the burden of society is bad when Kang-woo asks about Jin's very annoying, angry expression. Jin actually hid his true feelings, and he said that his eyes just flashed. Kang-woo, who looked annoyed, then threatened to kill Jin if he put on an expression of disapproval like just now. And because Jin had no money, Kang-woo and his accomplices left empty-handed. They left Jin alone with thoughts piling up in his head. The sounds of insults and insults coming from his own head kept haunting him. He felt sorry for allowing his mother to be wronged and did not put up any resistance at all to defend her. While those thoughts were running through his mind, Jin's cell phone suddenly rang, which startled him. He received a game notification from his cell phone, which said that the SV hunting RPG game he had seen had been successfully installed. Jin felt awkward because he himself had never downloaded the game, and when the game was opened, he was surprised because the existing game system was running automatically without him touching it, and there was an instruction stating that Jin had to approach one of the bullies around him. Feeling curious, he followed the instructions given by the game. He kept walking until he arrived at a place where Kang-woo and his gang were gathering. The game instructs Jin to point the camera at Kang-woo the bully, to throw a chain of catchers that can catch thugs to make them into slaves. Jin didn't know what would happen if he carried out the game's instructions, but out of curiosity, he immediately pressed the button according to what was in the game. Suddenly, from Jin's cell phone, something came out and hit Kang-woo's face. Kang-woo's friends were very surprised and realized that Jin was secretly behind the wall. Jin himself felt both amazed and panicked because this was the first time he saw something unusual happening before his eyes. Unfortunately, the game command to catch Kang-woo failed. Jin immediately broke out in cold sweat and was frightened because he didn't know what to do next. Kang-woo at that time felt a little dizzy because his face had been hit by a hard and large object. Kang-woo then approached Jin with a slightly hurt face and threatened to hurt Jin right then and there. Jin tried to defend himself and said that what just happened was by accident. Kang-woo didn't believe Jin's words because the proof was that something that turned out to hit Kang-woo's face was a big and long chain. I was so annoyed that Kang-woo immediately threw the heavy chain in front of the genie to the point where Jin's small body fell over backwards. The chain hit his stomach right, so he choked and said that the chain was not the one he brought. It came from inside his cell phone. Kang-woo's gang is confused and their mouths drop open after hearing the genie's words, and Kang-woo says what a joke the son of a bitch is doing. Their emotions run high, and there Kang-woo orders his minions to catch the genie and take off his clothes. When he was about to take off his clothes, Jin's cell phone fell, and it certainly caught Kang-woo's attention to pick it up. Jin had restrained Kang-woo from taking his cell phone, but his efforts were in vain. His cell phone was snatched away by Kang-woo. Kang-woo mocked Jin's broken cell phone and insulted how poor he was, while on the other hand, Jin begged Kang-woo not to touch his cell phone. For Jin, the cell phone is one of the treasures he has had for years. Jin still remembers that when he was in 4th grade, his friends used to have different cell phones, with Jin who could only stare and be ignored by his classmates because little Jin didn't have a cell phone. Once upon a time, Jin sullenly asked his mother to buy him a cell phone so he could hang out and be invited to play with his peers. But Jin was very stubborn and accused his mother of being the cause of Jin being shunned by all of his classmates. Jin's mother was surprised to hear his words, and for the sake of her son's happiness, the mother sincerely spent all her savings to buy Jin a cell phone. Since getting a new cell phone, Jin has become more approachable to his friends, especially when he was in elementary school. Jin was known as a reliable gamer because of his excellent gaming skills. Unfortunately, times are changing fast, and new cell phones with high-end specifications come and go. When Jin's friends were able to buy a new and more sophisticated cell phone, Jin was again ignored and rarely asked to play by his friends. They thought Jin's cell phone was old school, and it was better to just throw it away. Little Jin felt sad at his friend's words, and he then approached his mother and asked to be given a new cell phone. But this time the genie saw another view. From up there he saw the landlady's mother scolding her mother. The landlord said that her mother had gone too far because she could not pay the rent, which was 3 months in arrears. He told Miss Jin to move out of this rented house immediately, but Miss Jin begged the landlord to give her another chance and time because they had no other place to live. Jin was very surprised and did not expect that his mother had such a big burden in her life. The incident stuck in Jin's mind, and from then on he was determined not to force his mother to buy anything again. Kang-woo was amazed by the slave's behavior. He then took this opportunity to order Jin to beg while crawling between his legs. Jin said that he would carry out his orders even if it meant throwing away all his pride. Jin immediately crawled between Kang-woo's legs, but Kang-woo changed his mind and said that he would not return Jin's cell phone. With so, Kang-woo slammed the phone to make the casing destroyed. Jin was wide-eyed and never thought that the precious treasure given to him by his mother would be destroyed like this. Kang-woo and his friends laughed at Jin's attitude that looked desperate and helpless. There, Jin seemed to be holding back his anger and wanted to vent it out, but he is in a state of awry, as he is certainly not capable of taking on this one gang alone. Even his intentions had been defeated, because for now, it was impossible for him to fight Kang-woo, and only a miracle could save Jin at that time. Then, without knowing why, suddenly the SV hunting RPG game that Jin was playing just now entered his brain. Jin was able to see the full screen of the game as if he was playing in VR when he wasn't. Jin was shocked at all the strange things that happened today. He said that this really doesn't make sense because how can a game system be integrated into the human body? He was still wearing an amazed face while seeing the components in the game moving each other regularly and quickly. He also wondered if there was a possibility that this game really happened and was real. At that time, a window like the one on a computer appeared in front of Jin, telling Jin to immediately catch the bullies and make them slaves, and the target of the bullying that was the target of this game was Kang-woo. Little by little, Jin's confidence begins to grow to beat Kang-woo, the bully. Although he still had doubts, he started to clench his fists. The burning enthusiasm pushed Jin to get up and fight. Without thinking, Jin stepped forward and prepared to aim his punch at Kang-woo. Jin said that he would not be silent anymore and would fight Kang-woo because that was the only cell phone that Kang-woo was not allowed to touch. So the two of them were then involved in a quite fierce fight. Jin felt he didn't have enough time to give him a punch, so he immediately dodged and took the iron chain that Kang-woo threw earlier. Kang-woo looked confused at Jin, who started to dare to fight him, and Jin then hit him in the face with the iron chain until he was shocked. Kang-woo lay down and fainted, while on the other hand his gangmates were shocked. After seeing his boss being treated disrespectfully by his own slave, Jin felt sure that his punch earlier had hit the most sensitive area on Kang-woo's body, and after that, an iron chain started emitting light and wrapped around the neck of Kang-woo, who had been defeated. Jin put on a happy and satisfied face because his decision to fight Kang-woo came to a brilliant result. But Kang-woo's friend immediately attacked Jin for revenge. Unknown to them, Jin saw the RPG screen had started to change and told himself that Kang-woo's condition was completely under his control, so he could order Kang-woo to do anything according to the orders Jin gave him. Jin told Kang-woo to be aware and protect Jin. Suddenly, something strange happened to Kang-woo's body, where an in-game system began to tamper with his movements. Kang-woo's body looks radiant, which is a sign that the game system has succeeded in controlling Kang-woo's mind. Kang-woo's friends got even angrier hearing that bullshit. They all immediately aimed fists at Jin, but their intention was thwarted because now Kang-woo shot and instead protected him. Kang-woo started hitting his friends one by one quickly like an assassin. His friends were slammed and they groaned in pain. They were shocked because Kang-woo suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the genie paid close attention to Kang-woo's drastic changes. He was very stunned by what was happening right now, like a robot obeying his master. Kang-woo said that he had completed the task ordered by the genie. Jin couldn't believe what had just happened. He was sure that Kang-woo wasn't making this up or joking. One of Kang-woo's friends was confused by Kang-woo's attitude. Meanwhile, Kang-woo seemed not to care about his friends. He was waiting for the next order from the genie that he considered as his master. Instantly flashed memories of how Kang-woo treated Jin inhumanely and painfully. Jin, who started to dare, immediately said that Kang-woo had to beat up his friends. Kang-woo obeyed his master's orders. At that time, the aura from Kang-woo was so scary and made his friends tremble. Jin stood behind Kang-woo and he didn't expect that Kang-woo had really become a servant for him and beat all the bullies quickly. Kang-woo, who had completed his task, tried to approach Jin, who at that time looked scared because he thought that Kang-woo might change to the way he used to be, the cruel Kang-woo. Instead of hitting Jin, Kang-woo knelt down and apologized for all the rough things Kang-woo had done to him. He also promised to be loyal to Jin and become his slave. Jin was even more surprised by Kang-woo's words just now. He didn't expect that Kang-woo would go this far. The story changed when high school students were about to walk to school while enjoying the cool weather. Unbeknownst to them, Dong-gu was being surrounded by bullies and led to an alley near the school. The bullies intercepted Dong-gu for a simple reason, namely because Dong-gu did not welcome them. They teased Dong-gu while calling Dong-gu an elephant because of his large body, but the bully's head was suddenly kicked from. Behind him, he complained while rubbing his head, which was a little sore. But when he turned around, the bully was shocked because he saw Kang-woo was carrying Jin like a crown prince, a situation that was completely reversed from before. Kang-woo came dashing like a bodyguard who had been trained for years. The naughty bullies were then caught by Kang-woo, so they couldn't bother Dong-gu anymore. Dong-gu felt indebted to Jin, and he thanked Jin profusely for helping him. It's just that Dong-gu asked Jin about why Kang-woo suddenly obeyed all his orders. Jin replied that Kang-woo had now become Jin's errand because of yesterday's strange incident. Something strange also happened yesterday. Jin had the opportunity to win an item that could increase the fighting abilities of the slaves. At that time, Jin tried to beat Kang-woo's friends in the hope that they could become little slaves, and he could get the item. But there was no reaction. Unlike Kang-woo, who was just beaten, immediately became an obedient human who could be given orders. The game screen then explained the reason Jin couldn't make Kang-woo's friends as slaves. It was because Jin had poor leadership skills and needed to be improved. But Jin, who had just tried the game, was a bit confused about how to improve his leadership abilities. When he was thinking about a strategy to developing his leadership abilities, Kang-woo's mind suddenly returned to normal as before. He was like a person who woke up from a hypnotic state. He was a little confused when he saw a strange thing in front of him. Kang-woo glared and was shocked when he saw that his friends had fallen and fainted. Jin also began to realize that Jin's current condition had returned to normal mode. But he still didn't understand why that could happen. Kang-woo, who knew that something was wrong with him, immediately approached Jin while preparing to hit him. Jin immediately told Kang-woo to stop attacking him, and a new skill was opened. Jin was finally told by the game that he could utilize the skill of giving orders to Kang-woo, but it couldn't change Kang-woo's state of mind like when he was under control. As a result of Jin's order, the fist that Kang-woo wanted to throw was suddenly stopped. The story then turned to Kang-woo, who, when the genie brought him to school, under Jin's control, Kang-woo was unable to move his limbs. Kang-woo felt ridiculous because he was now more like a doll than a human. He asked the genie to release him, but Jin told Kang-woo to shut up and get out of his sight and hide until he told him to come back. Kang-woo then went to carry out orders from Jin, and then he continued chatting with Dong-gu. He told Dong-gu that he had the ambition to eradicate all bullies at school using Kang-woo, but Jin wanted to do this in front of everyone, so he needed support from Dong-gu to help launch the action. Dong-gu was unsure and asked whether Jin's plan would go smoothly or not. Jin smiled and tried to encourage Dong-gu and told Dong-gu to always think positively. Donggu was a little relieved after hearing Jin's words. He rushed away to call other fellow noobs. Jin also believed that this plan would succeed suddenly from a distance. Jin heard a woman's voice chatting. When he turned around, Jin was surprised by what he saw. The woman who was talking was none other than her own crush, Suji. Jin looked stunned at the beauty with the cuteness that radiated from Suji's face. When Suji passed in front of Jin's heart was pounding like crazy as if it wanted to burst with happiness. If Jin wasn't a victim of bullying, maybe he would have been more confident to talk and approach Suji. But unfortunately his sense of insecurity was higher. Jin thought that he could get Suji and become a partner if he was free from the bullying that had befallen him. Jin was absorbed in his hallucinations, until he realized that Donggu had arrived and called him. Donggu came with his friends. They actually were able to eradicate this troubling bully. Jin tries to convince them that the behavior of the bullying can be overcome. Jin stood in front of the class filled with delinquent children who were Kang Woo's friends. They had heard the words of Jin, who was playing strong. Kang Woo's gang then left the class while putting on a fierce face. One of them immediately pushed Jin to the ground. Kang Woo's friends who bullied Jin yesterday demanded an explanation for why Kang Woo hit them yesterday. Jin did not explain why, and instead challenged the bullies by saying that they would kneel before him. Donggu's friends kept cheering Jin on and cheering for Jin to keep going, smiling. Jin knew that the decision to work on these bullies was the right one. Jin immediately shouted Kang Woo's name loudly, and from a distance he heard hurried footsteps. It turned out that the person who approached Jin was not Kang Woo, but one of Kang Woo's friends who came from a different class. The big man immediately slapped Jin until he fell. Jin was irritated at the person who slapped him just now because the person who had come was an uninvited guest. Jin knew who the big man was. He was Kim Byung-tae, one of Kang Woo's friends who came from a different class. Jin threatens Byung-tae that Kang Woo will beat him. Byung-tae is confused by the genie's words, while Kang Woo's friend then explains that yesterday, Kang Woo suddenly attacked them for no reason after hearing the genie's words. Meanwhile, Jin keeps calling out Kang Woo's name to beat Byung-tae and friends. Other students who saw Jin began to think that Jin was strange and like someone who was not in his right mind. Jin was drenched in sweat and started to worry because he called Kang Woo many times, but he couldn't see his nose. Then the notification system informed that Kang Woo could not answer. Byung-tae then looked at Jin very annoyed. He asked Byung-tae's friends to drag Jin to the toilet and teach him a lesson. Donggu could only remain silent as he watched Jin, who had been taken away. While in the bathroom, Jin was beaten and kicked by Byung-tae. Byung-tae's friends saw Jin with very satisfied faces, and it turned out that in the bathroom there were female students watching. Jin started to panic and lost ideas. Byung-tae then forced Jin to tell him why Kang Woo could change his attitude and attack other friends. Jin started to feel scared because the scenario he had created to eradicate the bullies was not what he had imagined. Jin thinks hard about whether anyone can be made into a slave. For a while, one of Byung-tae's friends warns him to be careful of Jin because Jin might do something like yesterday and trouble them all. Byung-tae then looked for another idea that could make Jin open his mouth. He told Jin to take off his pants. Jin was reluctant, but he was very afraid of Byung-tae, who would almost slap him again, so he agreed to Byung-tae's request. Jin felt really stupid because he didn't expect this to happen. There, he began to unbuckle his belt, and then the underpants that Jin was wearing were pink with a heart pattern. Jin felt helpless and let the women and bullies laugh at him. Byung-tae asked Jin to take off his underwear, otherwise Byung-tae would slap his face even harder. The situation was even more precarious and abysmal. Jin was shaking a lot and didn't know what else to do. Slowly, when Jin was about to open his pants, the toilet door opened quite hard because it was forcibly broken down by someone. The bullies and girls watched in shock. Byung-tae is bothered by Donggu's sudden appearance. Byung-tae says that today's losers are full of drama and whims. Jin asked, why did Donggu approach him and not just wait? Donggu replied that he didn't really have the guts, but he still stepped forward because he wanted to save Jin. Donggu really believed Jin's sentence would overcome bullying cases that occurred at school. Donggu really had high hopes for Jin, so he just trusted Jin. Hearing this, Jin was immediately taken aback because he didn't expect Donggu to believe in him wholeheartedly. Jin's enthusiasm started to flare up again. He felt he had to be responsible for the words he had put out. Jin started looking for a way out, and finally he got an idea. He told Donggu to pretend to be a bully, and asked Jin to hand over everything Jin owned to Donggu. Donggu complied, and told Jin to give up everything he had. In the process of this play, Byung-tae and his friends were surprised by the behavior of the two noobs. Suddenly from the game screen, Donggu was identified as a bully. Jin immediately said that he would give all of Kang-woo's responsibilities as a slave to Donggu, who was his successor. The glowing chain appeared in front of him, and Jin immediately threw the chain at Donggu until the chain suddenly wrapped around his neck. Jin finally had an idea that he would use Donggu as a substitute for Kang-woo. Donggu was wide-eyed because suddenly his strength increased and his hands moved on their own. On this occasion, Jin finally got an adaptive potion item to increase his slave's attacking skills, and he then used the item into Donggu's body. Suddenly, Donggu's face hardened, and he looked like a very hungry lion. The effect of the item he felt was that he got the skill to do sumo. Byung-tae and his friends laughed at Donggu's strange behavior. While acting victorious, Jin smiles and feels optimistic that his plan to make Byung-tae lose will work. Meanwhile, Donggu was still curious, and asked why his body was moving on its own like someone was controlling it. He informs that Donggu is now under Jin's control. Byung-tae was both disgusted and amused to see Donggu fighting like a wrestler. He said, "Does that Donggu want to fight us using sumo?" First, Jin thought about what kind of sumo technique could make Byung-tae hurt. He then chose the arm tread technique that could make his opponent hit with enormous force. Jin knows this technique because when he was in elementary school, he always won sumo matches in the game. Jin pushed him using the palm move, making one of his opponents suddenly confused and fell down. Donggu was surprised because he didn't expect that he could do sumo moves. Jin immediately ordered Donggu to attack the other bullies, and they were hit with so many palms that they had no chance to counterattack. Donggu's attack knocks the others unconscious, and Donggu laughs because now he can beat up the bullies. But apparently Byung-tae still didn't give up. He became very angry at Donggu, who had attacked him. Donggu was suddenly scared, and Jin advised Donggu to stay calm and not be afraid, because if he panicked, the power of the item that had been used could not be used optimally. Jin continues to motivate Donggu not to back down from his actions, because this is the right moment to fight back. Donggu then gets an additional skill that can increase the attack damage dealt to the enemy. Donggu then took a position like a red bull, and he made a face full of anger. Byung-tae began to feel something was wrong with Donggu's behavior. Donggu fought Byung-tae using a palm technique coupled with additional sumo skills, so that his power and damage increased dramatically. He was quite overwhelmed when holding back and blocking Donggu's attack, but he finally managed to stop Donggu's hand movements, which surprised Donggu because Byung-tae locked his hands tightly. Jin also advised Donggu to use another hand to get free from Byung-tae's entanglement, but unfortunately, Donggu did it too late. Byung-tae then turned Donggu around and hit Donggu on the back many times, while saying that should he hit his back again. The word again implied that Donggu had been treated like this before. Jin also told Donggu to avoid, but strangely he couldn't control Donggu's mind, which was in pain, when Byung-tae hit Donggu on the back until he suddenly became weak. He seemed to be in excruciating pain, and the genie asked if he was okay or not. Jin also told Donggu to get up because he was afraid that Byung-tae could attack at any time. Donggu shed tears, and he said that he was very afraid to fight Byung-tae. Jin suspects that panic is the reason behind Donggu's guts dying to return to fighting. He believes that Donggu is hiding something. According to him, Donggu seems to have had a bitter experience in the past with Byung-tae, which has traumatized Donggu to this day. Jin then ordered Donggu to attack Byung-tae while closing his eyes. This was done so that Donggu focused without attacking and not being triggered by his trauma to Byung-tae. Jin guides Donggu on which move and what move he should choose to overthrow Byung-tae. Unfortunately, he was again confused, and managed to find Donggu's weak point that made Donggu's concentration break, namely his back. Jin felt confused about what to do next because he still didn't understand what was making Donggu panic. The game system then sends a recording from the waiting memory containing the unpleasant experience that Donggu had as a result of Byung-tae's actions. Jin then looked at the recording carefully, so it was told that when he was in middle school, Donggu was a bookworm and quiet student. Without knowing the reason, Donggu, who was immersed in his own world reading a book, was suddenly hit by Byung-tae while saying that he was just kidding. But slowly, on the pretext that he was joking, it was enough to disturb Donggu, so he tried to complain to the school about the acts of violence he had experienced. Byung-tae unknowingly felt angry because his actions were reported and known by the teacher. Not accepting what Donggu did, he took Donggu to the toilet and hit Donggu back by hitting him on the back many times until he cried and his back was bruised and even bleeding. After seeing information about Donggu's traumatic past, Jin immediately tried to stop the attack and took off his school uniform. Donggu asked what Jin was doing to him. Jin explained to Donggu that he had to be able to let go of his trauma with his own efforts, and that would allow Donggu to beat Byung-tae. If Donggu keeps quiet, then he will still be the target of bullies, and he will continue to live with his trauma. Donggu immediately felt excited when he heard Jin's super sentence, and he put his stance back up to get back at Byung-tae and treat his trauma. Byung-tae grabbed Donggu's hair, but Donggu's anger was at its peak. At that time, Donggu immediately took off the wig that had been covering part of his head, and that made Byung-tae confused. Donggu's appearance now looks like a real sumo wrestler. Armed with the skills he got from the game, Donggu immediately hit Byung-tae's body at high speed, which made Byung-tae no longer have a chance to counterattack. Byung-tae immediately fainted as soon as Donggu there shouted proudly because he was finally able to defeat Byung-tae with his own hands. Jin was happy because Donggu was finally able to beat Byung-tae. The system informed that the slave's control over Donggu released on its own because Donggu fought Byung-tae on impulse, not on orders from Jin. Jin finally managed to complete the mission of defeating Byung-tae, and in return he got a reward in the form of coins, XP increase, and level increase to level 2. He was finally given access to see the items that can be purchased and used in battle. Donggu suddenly volunteers to help Jin defeat another bully. The level increase that occurs with Jin makes the game system open a new game mode. Besides catching bullies, he can recruit someone to be an assistant, or someone who helps him when fighting. Jin asked if Donggu really wanted to join him, because this would be very risky, and could endanger Donggu himself. Donggu didn't mind that he realized that he had to fight back when someone bullied him. Jin and Donggu also agreed to work together. The genie also didn't forget to make Byung-tae a slave before he ran away. Meanwhile, in another place, Kang-woo is hiding from the genie in the attic of the school. He deliberately ties himself up tightly so that when Jin calls his name, he can't get there. Kang-woo's efforts were indeed successful, but Jin was not stupid. While talking to himself, Kang-woo was shocked because the attic door opened by itself. He saw someone coming and he turned out to be Kim Byung-tae. Kang-woo was happy because finally he would be saved by his best friend. But unfortunately, Byung-tae has also become a slave and the genie is behind him. Jin was angry with Kang-woo, who could tie himself up and didn't want to obey his orders. But Jin didn't feel worried because at this time Kang-woo couldn't do anything, so Jin returned to putting the slave chain on Kang-woo's neck without bothering to beat him. Jin finally had 2 slaves that he could command as he pleased. Now all he has to do is clean up the remains of other bullies at school. The story then shifted to the classroom. Suji felt strange about the condition of the class this morning because there was a lot of noise going on. He asked his friend if there was anything he had missed. Then his friend replied that Jin had been acting strange and challenging the troublemakers, and then he was taken to the toilet by them. Suji was surprised, and he asked why they didn't report to the teacher. His friend answered casually because if it was a matter of reporting, someone would have reported it at that time. Jin came to class and confused the students because he came in fine. Jin called attention to all class children while accompanied by the arrival of Byung-tae and Kang-woo while carrying the bullies. Classmates were shocked when they saw this. Jin explains that starting today, he will not allow bullying to happen in school. The bullies will be punished and will have to do many things to make amends for them. They must apologize to the victim and compensate the student they bullied before. In the hope that the school situation will be peaceful, the punishment will take effect right away. They start doing what they used to do to victims of bullying. They knelt apologizing, gave money that so far had been obtained from the proceeds of nutmeg, ran around the field, slapped themselves in the face and cleaned the classroom. They were treated like prisoners or like citizens doing community service. The girls in the class were amazed by the changes that had occurred because of Jin. At this point, they just realized that the genie looks cute and good-looking when you think about it. Suji joined in with his voice and complimented that the genie fits the word cool rather than cute. Susie's friends were immediately shocked because Susie said it wholeheartedly, as if Jin was her boyfriend, and that made her friends suspect that Susie was actually attracted to and has a crush on Jin. Suji started to get embarrassed and said that he was just praising the ordinary, and nothing happened between them. After school hours, Jin gathered the bullies together and stated that he thanked them because we did community work today. He allowed them to go home, but he also reminded that this community service will continue until tomorrow and beyond. At that time, Kang Woo intended to go home too, but Jin held him back from going home while pinching his ears. Jin told Kang Woo to stay at school because he wanted to punish Kang Woo, who had run away and hid from him. Jin wanted to teach Kang Woo a lesson so he wouldn't run away again. As punishment, Kang Woo had to stand in front of the crowd while wearing pink women's leggings and acting like a fashion model. Besides that, Jin told Kang Woo to go buy bread wearing those pants. Kang Woo honestly didn't want to go there because there was a woman he liked there. And when he got there, the woman greeted Kang Woo. But when he saw Kang Woo dressed and acting ridiculous like that, the woman was shocked and kicked Kang Woo out roughly even before Kang Woo paid for the bread he bought. Kang Woo felt embarrassed. For what happened to him just now, he was 100% sure that the woman he liked earlier would not want to see her face again. Kang Woo then gave the bread he bought just now to Jin, but the genie got angry and threw the bread in Kang Woo's face because the bread he bought was wrong and not what he wanted. Jin treated Kang Woo that way because he wanted to avenge all the crimes that Kang Woo had done to him. After being tired all day telling Kang Woo to do silly things, Jin was bored and wanted to do something more challenging. He thought with his abilities he could recruit anyone to work with him. He can recruit more people like Donggu, and it is not impossible for him to be on top. With that in mind, he decides to find other bullies and victims of bullying to recruit. Jin then walked through the streets in the outskirts of the city to find the presence of bullies. He kept running, looking right and left until he arrived at the enemy base. He found a number of people who were categorized by the game system as criminals. They are having fun hanging out and chatting. They are a city crime game led by a bald man named Kang Dupei. The game system then explains that the background of Dupei's life in the past can already be seen. Jin also disclosed this information so that he would have an idea of how depraved Dupei's treatment was of the victims he bullied. It was told that during junior high school there was a student named Jinggu. At that time, Jinggu was walking casually to a place, but Dupei came to greet Jinggu and suddenly he hit Jinggu. Jinggu fell and was in pain, asking what he was doing because he felt he had no problem with Jinggu. Dupei's other friends also came. Dupei and his friends then made a bet. They bet on who can make Jinggu scream in pain the loudest, then he will be the winner. Jinggu, who is still in pain, begs Dupei not to make her a bet, but it's too late. Jingu's friend had already hit Jingu's body so that he fell again, and his scream was quite loud. Not wanting to be outdone by his friend, he asked Jingu if he was feeling sick, a very, very surprising question. To win Dupei's bet, he turns Jingu over, and he sadistically breaks his leg with his bare hands. Jingu screamed louder, and Dupei won the bet. Meanwhile, Jingu has to endure lifelong suffering because his legs become permanently paralyzed, and he has to give up his dream of becoming a soccer athlete. Dupei was reported to the authorities for the criminal act. After Jin saw the information, he felt sure that this Dupei was unforgivable, and that he should be punished immediately for his actions. Jin then shouted, calling Kang Woo's name, and moments later Kang Woo appeared before them. Dupei felt uncomfortable because there were uninvited guests and asked who you were. Jin replied that he was Kang Woo where Kang Woo was his slave. If Kang Woo was offended and embarrassed to be called a slave, but he seemed to be able to accept it a little by saying that he only needed to defeat this bastard and go home. Dupei and friends laughed at Kang Wu. They thought that Kang Wu and Jin didn't know who they were dealing with. Then Jin replied that they were a bald gang, and Dupei was angry at hearing that name. Dupei and his friends threatened to beat up Jin, and Dupei said that he would break Jin's legs right away so that he would suffer the same fate as Jingu. Jin pays attention to the bullies' strength ranking, and Dupei is in rank A, while his men are in rank B. Meanwhile, Jin has prepared his best shield, namely Kang Wu with rank AAA, who intends to avenge all his anger and annoyance to the Dupei gang. It didn't take long for Kang Wu to beat all of his men. He basically could beat all with just one punch. They all immediately fell. The strength they had was certainly not comparable to the strength and skills possessed by Kang Wu. Dupei was the only person left who had not been beaten by Kang Wu. Dupei started to worry, but he put on a brave face and stepped forward to challenge Kang Wu to start attacking Kang Wu. Even though the punch hit Kang Wu, it seemed that the punch was nothing for Kang Wu. Because Dupei's blow was not felt at all, without going into length, Kang Wu made Dupei battered. Dupei raises his hand and begs for forgiveness, because he can't stand fighting Kang Wu anymore, who he thinks is too strong. Dupei admits he was wrong, and he demands that the fight stop. All the oppressors finally Jin subdued, and they are all under his control. Now Jin starts to eat them one by one, and then a notification with game mission pops up saying that Jin can get coins and prizes if he hands over Kang Dupei and his minions to the police. But the genie doesn't want this to end quickly. While putting on an evil face, Jin thought of other ways to make these criminals give up, so they wouldn't bully them anymore. Jin ordered Dupei to stand up and reveal all the crimes he had committed. Dupei admits that he was involved in many criminal cases, such as motorbike theft, acts of violence, and also the special case where Dupei broke Jingu's leg. Jin was very surprised because Dupei's actions were more sadistic than Kang Wu's. Everyone was ordered to stand up, and they were ordered to beat Dupei simultaneously. Jin also told Dupei to become a toy car with Jin riding Dupei's body so crazy. Next, Jin ordered everyone to line up facing backwards. Jin wanted to kick the can so that it hit their bodies. And another fun punishment is Jin drawing on Dupei's face like a clown. Dupei wants to escape from this bad luck, but he doesn't know how because his body moves against his orders. Jin said that he gave all of these punishments to avenge all Dupei's past actions, as well as to avenge what Dupei had done to victims of bullying in the past. Jin also informed them that their punishment had been completed, so they looked very happy, because Jin had finished pranking them, and Dupei intended to get out of town, so he wouldn't meet Jin again. Unfortunately, Jin couldn't let them go to breathe free air and make trouble in the following days. Jin said that it was time for them to serve the real punishment. Dupei and the other friends put on confused faces because they thought that their business with the genie was finished, but it turns out they were tricked. Jin said that he was just playing around and he thought Dupei and his friends should be punished by the authorities for the crimes they had committed. Jin wants to avenge the pain suffered by their victims by throwing them into prison. Jin also made an order for them to come to the police station and confess all their actions. Jin was relieved that he had completed today's mission. Meanwhile, Kang Wu wanted to think that Jin's actions were very cruel. Notifications also informed that Jin had successfully completed the task and got coins, and Jin had leveled up to level 3. Jin was happy that he was able to solve his problem with Kang Wu and the delinquent Dupei, and now there is only one other bully in his class that he still has to deal with, suspended for his actions. The next day, Jin ordered Kang Wu and the other bullies to work in class as usual. Suddenly, the classroom door opened, and everyone who was having their own busyness was surprised by the person who came in front of them. The stranger smiled evilly, as if he had just been released from prison. It turns out that this person is Taihuk, one of the most feared bullies at school, who is known to be cruel, and is Jin's enemy too, because he was the first person to bully Jin. He seems to be involved in a fatal case that gets him suspended from school, but returns before the deadline due to influence from his father. Jin looked at Taihuk with a vengeful face while Taihuk was there holding Suzy, which made Jin didn't like it. Jin ordered Taihuk to get away from Suzy, but Taihuk, who looked relaxed, immediately said that Jin had no right to order him. Jin was surprised because from the observation of the game, in his body Han Taihuk had an S rank, a higher bully power than Byung Tai or Kang Woo. But judging from the status of Taehyuk's strength and Kang Woo's strength is almost the same, the difference is that Taehyuk has a martial skill, namely boxing, while Kang Woo does not. Even though his strength was superior to Kang Woo's, Jin didn't want to back down just like that. After all, he had 2 bodyguards he could rely on. Jin then ordered to attack Taehyuk first. Taehyuk was surprised because he himself didn't expect his friend to attack suddenly. Unfortunately, Taehyuk's boxing skill was very good, and within seconds they were knocked down and defeated by Taehyuk. Jin didn't expect Byung Tae to lose so quickly. Jin also felt that he had been careless in making the decision to attack Taehyuk without preparation. He told Kang Woo to back off and not fight Taehyuk for fear that something bad would happen. Jin started to panic because he knew he wasn't ready to beat Taehyuk right now. To overcome this, Jin said in front of Taehyuk that he was just doing a prank and wanted to give a sweet surprise to welcome Taehyuk. The other students in the class were shocked to hear Jin's words. They didn't expect that Jin had only been doing a trick. Deep down, Jin was forced to do the play so he could figure out how to beat Taehyuk. Kang Woo felt stressed because Jin was acting again. Jin told Kang Woo and Byung Tae to agree with Jin's words that they were acting on purpose to give them strength. Taehyuk was relieved because he didn't think that loser Jin would be causing trouble in class. As a result of this pretense, the genie had to bear quite heavy consequences. He was again made into a bamboo slave by the bullies, especially by Taehyuk himself. He was told to buy food by Taehyuk, became a chair for Taehyuk, and ate the bread Taehyuk gave him in a dog-like style. Jin vented his frustration at the humiliation he received to Kang Woo. He said that Kang Woo's power status couldn't match Taehyuk's power status. He felt jealous of that. But in the end, Jin had to find a way for Kang Woo to have equal strength with Taehyuk. Jin started to think about the right strategy to beat Taehyuk. He then opened the game shop and looked at the game items there. Maybe there were some items that Jin could use against Taehyuk, but unfortunately the coins that Jin has are still lacking. Taehyuk suddenly contacted Jin and told him to buy bread. While on the way to class and was about to give the buns, Jin was intercepted by his classmate. They were both angry because Jin tricked and toyed with them. Jin felt he didn't have time to deal with the two of them, so he called Byung Tae and Kang Woo to beat up the 2 barrier boys. A moment later, Jin receives a mission notification to defeat the bullies, and if successful, he gets thousands of coins which are considered very large and enough to buy some quite expensive game items. He can get a higher number of coins if he completes the mission faster than the allotted time. Jin was very optimistic that he alone could beat the bastards in less than the allotted time. That way he could upgrade Kang Woo's strength and buy the essential item in the game shop to defeat Taehyuk. Jin told Kang Woo that he still had a chance to beat Taehyuk. Kang Woo was happy to hear that he also asked what he should do. The genie there replied that Kang Woo only needed to defeat 50 people in 3 days to increase his strength. Kang Woo felt angry hearing that, and he said that of course it was very hard. He thought finding 50 people in 3 days was easy. Jin himself remained calm. He had prepared bait from his classmates to lure other bullies out, so that it would be easier for them to fight other bullies without having to bother looking. Jin and Kang Woo started carrying out missions and hunting down bullies near their school. Kang Woo said that if he really had to fight all the bullies alone, he also asked why Jin didn't order Donggu or Byung Tae to help make the mission go faster. Jin also said that he had bought a grow booster item that could increase Kang Woo's physical strength and stamina. That item was very expensive, and it was better to be used by one person than to be shared among Donggu and Byung Tae. A few moments later, the genie and Kang Woo began to find the bullies. The longer Kang Woo fought and defeated the bullies, the growth in his strength increased, although not too big so that he didn't feel it was getting late. Jin and Kang Woo feel tired in carrying out the mission. It was known that in less than 1 day, Jin and Kang Woo were able to defeat 40 bullies. He only needed 10 more bullies to be defeated, and the genie said that the effect of the grow booster item had run out and they should continue the mission tomorrow. Even if he didn't get enough coins a lot, Jin began to use the coins to upgrade the power level of Kang Woo's body. He also bought 3 secret items that he would use to beat Taehyuk, but it wasn't enough. He still needs one more item where the coins he has are not enough. He has to beat other bullies to add coins that can be used to buy these superpower items. Kang Woo, who seemed amazed by Jin's seriousness to beat Taihuk, tried to make small talk. He asked why Jin was so ambitious to want to beat Taihuk, considering that Taihuk was strong enough while Jin was a weak person. Jin began to tell stories, so when he was still in elementary school, Jin was known as a family that was lacking, even though he realized he was poor. Jin had many friends, and he was close to them. Until one day Jin's life changed since he met Taihuk. Taihuk is a transfer student from another school, and Jin isn't very close to him. Until one day Jin sees Taihuk getting angry at Suji, whom he has known since elementary school. It is not known what issue Suzy and Taihuk were arguing about, but Taihuk looked so angry that he pushed Suzy to the floor. Jin said that he was protecting Suzy, who was almost hit by Taihuk. Taihuk was surprised to see Suzy defended and felt uncomfortable with Jin's presence. He felt this Jin was interfering too much in his personal affairs, and after that bad things happened, Taihuk who warned the kids in class to stay away from Jin, because if not, then Taihuk would not hesitate to hurt them. Since then, Jin began to be ostracized by his friends. He was rarely invited to play or go to school together. Jin's friends had to do that because they were afraid that Taihuk would beat them up. The long-term consequence was that Jin was not allowed to talk to Suzy anymore, and Suzy said that Taihuk would not bother Jin anymore if they stopped talking and Jin stopped caring. Jin felt relieved because he was free from Taihuk's bullying, but still, during school, Jin was always ignored by his friends. Hearing that, Kangwoo felt a little sympathetic and felt guilty towards Jin. He apologized to Jin, but Jin didn't need the apology because it had already happened. Jin was more focused on thinking about how to get Suzy and himself to be friends again as before. Jin's last goal was to express his feelings for Suzy and hoped she could be his girlfriend. But that wasn't easy, because he had to get rid of Taihuk first. On the way home, Kangwoo asked if Jin really got hold of Suzy that easily. Kangwoo suggested that Jin shouldn't be overconfident for fear that he'd be hurt in the end. Jin was angry to hear that, and he didn't accept being belittled. He said that he was sure he could do it. Why did Kangwoo have to interfere anyway? Kangwoo didn't listen to Jin's words, but suddenly Jin was shocked when he saw something in front of him. Jin saw Suzy, and it looked like she was talking to someone. Kangwoo said that Suzy probably already has a boyfriend, and they are spending time together at the moment. When Kangwoo and Jin approached Suzy, they were both surprised because Suzy was in the middle of talking with Taihuk. From the look on his face, Taihuk looked angry and said harshly to Suzy, "I don't know what the two of them were talking about." Taihuk suddenly pushed Suzy, saying that Suzy had to stop worrying about him, and Taihuk told Suzy to leave quickly before her anger escalated. Jin didn't seem to accept that his idol was being mistreated like that. Kangwoo, who heard what Taihuk and Suzy were talking about, suggested to Jin to stop chasing Suzy and just look for another woman. But suddenly the genie put on a serious face with tears in his eyes, and he told Kangwoo to get ready. Kangwoo didn't understand what Jin was talking about, but when Taihuk was walking away from Suzy, he was immediately surprised, because now he knew that he would definitely be ordered to fight. Taihuk stopped walking, and when he turned around, Jin approached him with a face full of anger. Kangwoo said to back off and fight another time when everything was ready. But Jin was stubborn and didn't want to hear it with a scared tone. There, Jin also said that now he wanted to invite Taihuk to fight. Taihuk was surprised by the change in Jin's attitude, who suddenly acted as if he wanted to fight one-on-one. Taihuk looked at Jin and agreed to his request. He wanted to know if Jin's strength was comparable to his courage to fight or not. Inside, Jin actually felt unsure of his decision to do a one-on-one fight. Jin realized that he shouldn't meddle in other people's matters and would rather just ignore them. But he challenged Taihuk because he was annoyed with Taihuk's behavior towards Suzy that made him cry. Jin felt unacceptable for Taihuk's treatment of Suzy like before. He couldn't bear to see Suzy cry. Taihuk, who was standing there, looked surprised when he saw Kangwoo, who was actually advancing. Jin ordered Kangwoo to take his place against Taihuk. Seeing this, Taihuk said that he thought the person who would duel with him would be Jin himself, but it turned out that Jin was just a big mouth. There, Kangwoo looks very lazy to do this fight, because he should go home and rest at home. Besides, today he has spent a lot of time fighting against 40 bullies. Kang Woo was nervous because he was a little worried whether this impromptu battle would be a success or not. Jin started to open the first item and bought a skill copying camera owned by the enemy. Once this camera was pointed at Taihuk, Jin could duplicate Taehyuk's boxing skill. Jin can give the copy of the skill to Kang Woo after successfully copying all the moves from Taehyuk's boxing skill. Jin transfers the skill data into Kang Woo's body. There, Kang Woo seemed to feel a tremendous difference from his original body condition. Kang Woo started to adopt the posture of a legend-level boxer. Taihuk put on a surprised face because he knew very well that style was the hallmark of a boxer. Taihuk felt intimidated by Kang Woo's arrogant attitude. Taihuk also put on the style of a boxer, and without lingering, he immediately attacked. Taihuk attacked Kang Woo's arm until he felt wince in pain. Kang Woo tried to strike back, but his technical movements were more agile, like a boxer who had been trained for years. While continuing to punch Taihuk in a friendly manner and asking where Kang Woo could learn martial arts and style like a boxing. Kang Woo certainly couldn't answer Taehyuk's question because he himself was busy enduring the pain from Taehyuk's punch being so hard. Kang Woo had countered Taehyuk's fist according to his ability, but his punches continued to miss. Jin didn't expect that Taehyuk's boxing skills were much stronger than Kang Woo's. He looked worried, because even though Kang Woo had copied all of his boxing skills, Taehyuk didn't look fazed at all. Kang Woo felt troubled because Taehyuk's punch had no pause and was fast. Kang Woo also asked Jin to do something. Jin hurriedly put away his worries and started executing another move of the plan. Kang Woo actually moved his leg, and then he kicked Taehyuk's leg really hard. He uses the low kick technique, which is a skill that aims to weaken the opponent's legs and is a counter to boxing techniques. Taihuk felt shocked, and his body also retreated from the attack earlier. Jin looked satisfied and sure that right now Taihuk felt cornered because of Kang Woo's surprise attack just now. Kang Woo didn't give a pause, and then attacked his leg again with the same technique, until Taihuk screamed in pain. Now the one who was overwhelmed was Taihuk. He didn't expect that Kang Woo would use this technique to catch himself off guard. Kang Woo put on a serious face and challenged Taihuk to turn around and attack him. Taihuk felt challenged by the current situation. He tried to think about how best to repay Kang Woo, who now knew his weak points. Jin was also proud because his boxing strategy managed to corner Taihuk. But suddenly Taihuk took a stance again, and that surprised Jin. Taihuk didn't give up. Jin then ordered his slaves to attack Taihuk again until he lay down. Kang Woo complied with Jin's request and decided to attack Taihuk using a low kick technique like before. Unfortunately, Taihuk had expected that Kang Woo would use that technique. While putting on an evil and triumphant face, Taihuk then lifted his leg to block Kang Woo's attack. Kang Woo and Jin gaped and didn't expect Taihuk to be able to withstand the attack. Taihuk, who looked happy, quickly thought that Kang Woo's way of fighting just now was too easy and simple for him. The system then tells that Taihuk has a special fighting talent that not everyone has. Taihuk is considered to have the ability to understand the skills possessed by the enemy and be able to find solutions to defeat him if Taihuk continues to fight. Taihuk, who had no pity, attacked Kang Woo more ferociously than before. This made Kang Woo again overwhelmed and did not expect that Taehyuk's fighting ability had doubled from before. Jin broke out in cold sweat seeing his slave being treated like that, while Taihuk was there looking satisfied seeing Kang Woo, who was in pain from his kick. Jin felt furious after seeing what just happened. He said that the low kick technique was still not enough to beat Taihuk. Kang Woo, who was still enduring the pain and had not yet given an attack to the opponent, was suddenly hit by Taihuk many times, causing Kang Woo's body to retreat. Seeing a scene like that, Jin tried to rack his brain and look for other boxing techniques to beat Taihuk. Kang Woo tried with all his might to punch Taihuk many times, but Taihuk was very clever at dodging while Taehyuk's own punch never missed, and managed to hit Kang Woo's body, which was now starting to get battered. Jin then ordered Kang Woo to only attack Taihuk up close. He believed that they still had a chance to knock Taihuk down if Kang Woo was able to see the weaknesses in close combat. Taihuk saw Kang Woo's punch that seemed easy to avoid. Taihuk unexpectedly then moved towards the back of Kang Woo's body, making Kang Woo surprised after seeing Taihuk change his fighting position. Taihuk then punched Kang Woo in the right side of the stomach. The technique actually directly aimed at the part of his body's organs, namely the solar plexus, which could make his opponent fall unconscious. Sure enough, Kang Woo immediately felt pain in his right abdomen. If Kang Woo was continuously beaten, he would lose and faint. Since middle school, Kang Woo often treated other people cruelly and as he pleased, until finally someone as strong as Taihuk was able to bring him down. Kang Woo felt remorse for his past actions, but now he decided not to give up in a loser's condition. With the passion and motivation still burning in his heart, Kang Woo tries to get up and convince himself that this is not over, and he still has time to fix his mistakes. Jin was shocked to see Kang Woo's burning determination, even though he should have fainted and lost. But thanks to his persistence in fighting, Kang Woo got up again. In their communication, which was not heard by Taihuk, Kang Woo then said a sincere apology to Jin for the sins he had committed in the past. He also added that he promised to beat Taihuk for Jin's sake, as concrete proof of this apology. Kang Woo then attacked Taihuk again without waiting for orders. From there, Jin was amazed by Kang Woo's seriousness in proving Kang Woo's apology. Jin accepted Kang Woo's apology, and he was also determined to help Kang Woo by giving him some directions to beat Taihuk. There it was seen that the fight between Kang Woo and Taihuk was getting heated and looked terrible. Jin was starting to understand that one of the keys to taking Taihuk down was to attack his feet, but Jin still couldn't find a clear spot on a suitable technique to use. Jin felt restless and worried. Could it be that he had missed something? Jin then told Kang Woo to do the low kick technique like before. Kang Woo agreed to his master's request, but he was confused when Jin suddenly said the word low repeatedly like he was mocking. Jin spoke while making an expression like a clown making an annoying face. Jin pointed out that one of the things they could do to catch Taihuk off guard was to give a fake low kick. Taihuk looked very focused on seeing the low kick that Kang Woo would give. Kang Woo finally understood what the low kick meant by the genie. Kang Woo then lifted his leg many times while saying the word, and then repeatedly as if he was really going to use the low kick technique. Both Jin and Kang Woo they cook ridiculous expressions made up, and as soon as Taihuk started to lose concentration and was too focused on low kick moves, Jin told Kang Woo to go for the attack. At that moment, without Taihuk knowing it, Kang Woo stepped forward and didn't give a low kick. Realizing that his mind had been diverted and tricked, Taihuk wanted to back away from Kang Woo but was too late. Kang Woo's hand grabbed his neck first, and Taihuk couldn't avoid it. It was at this moment that the genie immediately issued item 3, namely Buff, which can increase Kang Woo's strength stat so that he is more overpowered than before. With a very terrible aura there, Kang Woo was ready to hit Taihuk's face. Meanwhile, Donggu and Byungtae gather in a city park to talk about something. Donggu asked Byungtae if he heard from Jin. He explained to Byungtae that Donggu got the news that Jin was fighting Taihuk. Donggu starts to worry about Jin's condition and invites Byungtae to help Jin right now. On the other hand, Kang Woo managed to grab Taihuk's neck and was about to punch him in the face very hard. Taihuk, who seemed to have been trained in the art of twisting and managed to dodge the punch Kang Woo was about to throw at him. Jin and Kang Woo were surprised because again, Taihuk could escape from Kang Woo's attack. Taihuk then swung his arm and aimed at Kang Woo's face until the punch hit him. Jin, who watched from a distance, began to worry about the increasingly tense changes in technique. Jin was immediately shocked when he saw Taihuk changing posture and imitating Mike Tyson's style, which is the most respected boxing in the world. Kang Woo looked annoyed to see Taihuk, who again managed to avoid his attacks, and he was ambitious to avenge Taehyuk's actions. The genie was sweating coldly, and he told Kang Woo to better avoid his attacks because they didn't know what surprise attacks this Mike Tyson incarnation had. Kang Woo tried to hold on so he wouldn't get hit by Taihuk, which this time was more devastating than before. But unfortunately, Taehyuk's hand movements were faster and continued to hit Kang Woo's body many times. Taihuk tried to launch his last attack by giving Kang Woo the most painful, powerful punch. The punch directly hit his chest and made Kang Woo's body back a few meters, and he fell on the floor due to the punch just now. Jin was shocked and screamed when he saw his slave being beaten so that he fell like that. Kang-woo suddenly fainted from the fantastic attack from Taihuk. Jin's mind began to rage because he didn't know what else to do. Kang-woo then said that he didn't faint and would fight again thanks to the adrenaline buff item given by the genie some time ago. Jin felt grateful because Kang-woo didn't faint, and that meant they hadn't lost the fight. But Kang-woo looked a little surprised because Jin suddenly stepped up and approached Taehyuk. Kang-woo, who was dumbfounded, immediately asked what Jin would do. Taehyuk, with a murderous face, asked the same thing, but then Jin said that it was his turn, and he would replace Kang-woo's fighting position. Jin then told Kang-woo to just rest first and drink a stamina booster drink so he could recover his strength in 3 minutes. Kang-woo took the drink that looked like a hologram with anxiety, and was not sure about Jin's words. Kang-woo wasn't sure whether this genie could actually beat Taehyuk. Even the proof was that Kang-woo himself was slammed by Taehyuk to the point where he fainted. Jin also told Kang-woo not to worry about his condition, because even though he couldn't fight, he memorized the theories of fighting very well. Jin tried to think of a strategy to attack Taehyuk, instead of directly attacking him. Taehyuk was there first, and he immediately hit Jin's chest so that Jin was shocked and in pain. As a result, despite the theory that Jin has about widespread fights, it can't be a solution for him if he really doesn't have the ability to fight. Seeing Jin, who pretended to be a champion, trying to step up and replace Kang-woo's position, it made Taehyuk really want to step on him. Taehyuk got angry and said, why did Jin want to pretend to save Kang-woo who had bullied him? Jin also said that he did it sincerely and not making it up. Taehyuk then slapped Jin's face because he didn't believe Jin's words. Taehyuk told Jin to leave the place before Taehyuk did anything more rude. Taehyuk gave one last chance to Jin so he could run away from the place, rather than Jin getting chopped up by Taehyuk like he was in elementary school. Taehyuk smiled and looked at Jin's body that looked helpless and powerless. He told Jin not to be good to other people. Jin was shocked to hear that he was now in a big dilemma. He admitted that he couldn't beat Taehyuk because he was starting to be in a dilemma between going to save himself and leaving Kang-woo, who Taehyuk didn't know what to do with, or staying with Kang-woo even though he will be finished with it. But Jin recalled Kang-woo's words where Kang-woo fought like that as proof of an apology for the mistakes he had made. But the genie there felt that Kang-woo's apology should not be reciprocated by leaving Kang-woo lying sprawled. With a brave face, Jin decided not to run away from Taehyuk, who thought not to be a loser, and returned to fight no matter what the risk was. Taehyuk was annoyed to see Jin, who didn't give up easily, and felt like he wanted to eradicate him today, and the result was that Jin still lost at Taehyuk's hands, and now Jin's strength looks like 5% left. Taehyuk stared at Jin angrily, and he was getting ready to throw the last punch that would make Jin lose. But suddenly Kang-woo came and woke up from his stupor. While holding Taehyuk's hand, who almost thought that Kang-woo would drink the stamina drink he had given him earlier, but Kang-woo apparently didn't drink it, and instead gave it to Jin. Taehyuk was annoyed because the moment to make Jin faint was thwarted by Kang-woo. And to express his frustration, Taehyuk hit Kang-woo's chest again until Kang-woo finally fainted. Taehyuk felt even more disappointed and annoyed to see Kang-woo's attitude, which was originally like an arrogant villain, now turned into a wannabe hero. Jin was surprised to see Kang-woo spend all his strength to protect him from Taehyuk's death blow. Jin flapped his hands because he was touched by the great sacrifice made by his slave. Suddenly a game notification appeared, and when he opened, Jin was surprised because the mission to defeat 50 bullies in 3 days was completed without him knowing, and he got coins that were 5 times bigger than the coins he earned this morning. Jin felt he didn't, because as long as he remembered he just defeated 40 bullies. And it turned out that from the other side it was Byung-tae and Donggu, who managed to defeat 10 bullies to support the fight. Jin feels grateful to followers and friends who have helped him out of trouble. Because he has quite a lot of coins, finally Jin buys a skill called Exploitation, where this skill has a triple S rank. Through this skill, the genie can transfer all the power and skill data possessed by Jin's slaves into his own body. Taehyuk looked at Jin with a strange look, because this time Jin was acting like Mike Tyson in front of him. What was even worse was that Taehyuk was shocked after seeing Jin's body suddenly more macho and six-pack than before, which looked emaciated like a boy band member. Taehyuk was surprised and felt like he saw a world wonder that he had never seen before. Taihuk asked what Jin would do next, but Jin didn't care about the question, because what Jin wanted now was to fight Taihuk to his heart's content. Then Jin threw a punch at Taihuk until he avoided the attack in panic. Jin put on an annoyed face because Taihuk managed to avoid him. He then challenged Taihuk to come forward and put up a fight, but this time Taihuk tried not to act rashly, let alone the strange but real changes that happened to Jin he had never seen before. Feeling that he didn't have enough time to beat him, Jin decided to attack Taihuk from a very close range. This also aimed to corner and provoke Taihuk. Jin then taunted Taihuk in the style of Mike Tyson. He said proudly that he could also use the boxing technique he did on Kang Woo. Taihuk looked at him with annoyance, and the lust to kill Jin was running through his blood. He felt he had been insulted by him. Taihuk then realized that Jin seemed to have tried to imitate various boxing techniques that he had. Jin then got ready to receive a counterattack from Taihuk when Taihuk stepped forward. Jin instead reached for Taihuk's body using both hands. Jin uses the clinch technique, namely movement in boxing by hugging his opponent's body, which aims to limit the opponent's movement when he is about to give a punch. Taihuk, who was annoyed with this technique, pushed Jin's body so he could hit him, but Jin resisted the technique by pulling the jacket Taihuk was wearing. Jin said that Taihuk couldn't escape from Jin's reach. Taihuk got annoyed when Jin tried to pull his jacket. Jin then used the low kick technique to injure Taihuk's leg, and finally the kick succeeded in hitting Taihuk's knee. Taihuk winced to hold back the pain from his leg being kicked really hard by Jin, who still hadn't finished his low kick. He then kicked Taihuk's other leg until Taihuk was shocked. Jin deliberately did this to minimize Taihuk's chance to fight him. Taihuk groaned in pain when the other leg was kicked by Jin, who was very fiery, and issued a low kick once again so that Taihuk's leg stiffened instantly. Unfortunately, Taihuk managed to avoid the attack from the genie, where he managed to avoid the very hard low kick. Jin told Taihuk not to run away from the fight because this is still not over. Jin then ran towards Taihuk, and he hit Taihuk in the face like he did to Jin. Taihuk was furious with his behavior, but suddenly he remembered his past, which was quite gloomy. At that time, little Taihuk cried in the hospital, seeing his mother was in a dying condition. Taihuk's mother told him to stop crying, and she advised him to stay strong in living life even without him. Taihuk begged his mother not to go because he himself had no place to go, but his mother assured Taihuk that he would be fine, and a father figure would come in his life. Those were the last few sentences his mother ever said. Seeing his mother stop breathing, Taihuk was filled with a deep sense of sadness, because at a very young age, he had become an orphan. Then suddenly he saw a car coming towards him. He saw a man in formal dress and escorted by several bodyguards who seemed like he was an important person. The man's arrival turned out to be to adopt Taihuk. The man then approached Taihuk, who looked like an outcast with cold, cold eyes, but suddenly his attitude changed to warm, and the man told Taihuk to call him Daddy. Taihuk didn't expect that he would be adopted by a wealthy family. Moreover, he was welcomed by his adoptive mother and foster siblings. Taihuk felt that now there was an angel who could make him forget the sadness of being abandoned by a mother. Until one night, Taihuk suddenly woke up and wanted to go to the toilet, when he saw his adopted father's badge falling on the floor, and he intended to give it to him. In front of his father's open door and the light was still on, Taihuk heard his father talking seriously. While trying to peek inside, Taihuk accidentally eavesdrops, and a big secret is revealed that his adopted father is actually his biological father. Taihuk's father apparently deliberately abandoned Taihuk and his late mother for personal gain, and chose to remarry with another wife. Fearing that information about the abandonment would leak out to the public and threaten his respectable reputation, so Taihuk's father pretended to adopt Taihuk after his mother died. Taihuk, who heard the conversation, was immediately heartbroken. He felt annoyed because all this time his biological father had pretended to be good in front of him. Taihuk's stepsister saw Taihuk, who was in a gloomy condition, and asked if Taihuk was okay. He saw his father's daughter, who turned out to be Han Suji. Taihuk was furious, and he said that he didn't like being lied to and didn't accept being treated like that. He felt annoyed because all this time his biological father had pretended to be nice in front of him. Taihuk's father's lie revived Taihuk's focus, which almost lost control due to Jin's punch. Taihuk tried to avoid the second punch from Jin. Jin was surprised because he thought that Taihuk was off guard, but he guessed wrong. Taihuk then put all his strength to counter Jin's attack. Taihuk hit Jin until he was pushed back. Taihuk, who was in the Hall of Anger, said emphatically that he would not lose to the monkey. Jin also acted like that. And fortunately, because there was a passive effect from the exploit item, Jin got back up, even though he had little energy. Again. Jin stood up, and they both put up their stances to launch the final attack and win. They both knew that if they fought one more time, they would both fall. But Jin won't back down. He will settle his business now, rather than this becomes a bigger problem. Jin saw Taehyuk's leg, which was one of the weak points that could make him win this fight. Jin only had about half a minute before the item's effects from the exploit wore off, and he became weak again. Jin then ran towards Taihuk, because he didn't have any more time, and he prepared to use a low kick technique to immobilize Taihuk. Taihuk realized Jin would attack his leg, so he totally focused on protecting his leg using punches. The battle spread even more. Both Jin and Taihuk, they both issued their own moves, but apparently Jin made a low kick just to feint, with him then aiming a counterpunch to punch Taihuk in the face, and Taihuk widened his eyes because Jin had tricked him just now. Jin then threw a punch for a moment when Taihuk was about to give a punch, until in the end, they were both slammed by their punches. Taihuk collapsed because both of their energy was completely spent to end the battle. Kang Woo, who had just realized himself, did not expect that their very balanced strength would make them also fall. But Jin didn't completely faint, and his hands were seen moving, and Kang Woo saw Jin getting up. He was amazed because Jin finally won the tense battle. On the other hand, Suji ran to ask for help. He said that he had to help Jin, who had dared to sacrifice himself to protect him. From Taehyuk's very rude attitude, he visited the nearest police station and asked for reinforcements to stop the fight between Jin and Taehyuk. A few moments later, Taehyuk woke up, and he felt pain and heaviness all over his body. Jin and Kang Woo looked at Taehyuk with normal eyes, as if nothing had happened between the three of them. Taehyuk also asked whether he lost or not with a face that held back a little pain. Jin looked annoyed, then slapped Taehyuk so hard. Taehyuk was confused why Jin slapped his cheek. He had no idea what was really going on. Jin also told Taehyuk to get up, and Taehyuk suddenly moved on his own according to Jin's words. Taehyuk broke out in cold sweat and was shocked because his body suddenly moved on its own. Kang Woo tried to calm Taehyuk, who started to panic because of the strange things that happened to his body. Kang Woo then gave a little explanation that Taehyuk had become a slave, and his control over his body was now under Jin's hands. He cannot move at will, and will become a servant until the time limit that Jin sets. Jin thanked Kang Woo for taking the initiative to explain what happened to Taehyuk. Now Taehyuk panicked because his body was really stiff. He was like a living statue. Kang Woo suggested Jin to torture Taehyuk like Jin did to him. Kang Woo was happy because he had a friend in common, but Jin refused to torture Taehyuk, which surprised Kang Woo to hear that because he felt that Jin couldn't be fair to him. Jin said that he did all this to protect Suji's feelings. If Jin abuses Taehyuk, then his hero image will be damaged. Kang Woo was furious to hear this illogical explanation because he thought Jin was really an asshole for not thinking about his feelings when he was humiliated in front of the woman he liked. Taehyuk later revealed that he and Suzy were sisters, and that the two of them weren't in a romantic relationship like Jin and Kang Woo had thought, leaving them shocked by the shocking news. Meanwhile, the sound of Suzy's footsteps and the police approaching the three of them could be heard from a distance. Suzy was immediately surprised by the fight Kang Woo had. Jin and Taehyuk suddenly stopped, while Suzy was even happy to see Jin looking friendly with Taehyuk. Suzy reflexively touched Jin's hand and asked if Jin was okay. Suji asked Jin, "Weren't they fighting earlier? Why did everything stop?" Jin, who was surprised by Suzy's behavior, who cared about him, replied that the problem between the two of them was over. Taehyuk didn't really want to say it, but he had to tell Suji that their problems had been resolved, and the two of them were now best friends, and as an older brother, he even blessed Jin to date Suji. As expected, everything Taehyuk said was an order from Jin. Jin explained that he managed to persuade Taehyuk. and suggested that Suji should stop worrying about Taehyuk's relationship with Jin, because the two of them would get along. Suzy was relieved to hear that, but she then asked Taehyuk if what the genie said was true, and Taehyuk confirmed it. Suzy then approached Jin and thanked him for all the effort he had put in. Suzy didn't expect that Jin was very kind, and his attitude was still the same as before, where he was ready to help at any cost. Jin felt excited, and his cheeks were red, and he felt his heart would fly any minute. Jin shyly asked if Suzy could be friends with him like before, since Taehyuk didn't bother him anymore. But Suji surprisingly said no. Jin was immediately shocked, and his face turned pale at the answer. Because they didn't want Jin to misunderstand Suzy, then asked Jin to talk privately. The two of them sat in a park that looked quiet and was suitable for being alone and showing love to each other. Jin put on a shocked expression because he still couldn't believe Suzy's words a few minutes ago. Suzy then began to tell me that when she was little, she overheard her father's conversation saying that Taihuk was his biological son. Suji, who heard this, was sad and disappointed by his father's evil behavior. Suzy tried to cheer up Taihuk, whose feelings might have been shattered. Suji did justify his father's actions, which were very heartless, but as the only child, Suji could not do anything at that time and could not interfere in adult affairs. Suzy also added that since that incident, Taehyuk often took out his frustration on himself by being rude, and Suzy had no problem with that. She was willing to bear the sins of her father. But the arrival of Jin, who at that time had defended her, made things even worse. Suzy felt guilty towards Jin because of Jin protecting Suzy, Jin was involved and had to suffer for years. Suzy felt sorry because as long as Jin was being bullied, she couldn't help and defend him. Jin even asked how Suzy was doing, whether Taehyuk was still bothering her or not. And one day Suzy said to Jin that Taehyuk would stop being rude to Suzy as long as Jin stayed away from him. Suzy cried because she felt guilty for keeping Jin quiet from childhood to high school. Now she hopes Jin can forgive her and give her another chance to be friends. Jin was very fascinated by Suji's attitude like that, and without thinking, Jin happily agreed to Suzy's request. Suji was relieved, and he was finally freed from the burden of his guilt towards Jin. Suji then felt uncomfortable, and her cheeks flushed with nervousness. This was the first time he spoke to Jin intimately again, after a long time. Suji also said that it was time for them to go home to continue the conversation the next day. Because it was a golden opportunity, Jin took Suzy home. Feeling happy to have talked again with Suzy, Jin said that he said goodbye to go home because the weather looked cloudy, and just talked about the heavy rain suddenly falling, and the genie forgot not to bring an umbrella or raincoat to protect himself. Jin didn't mind because it wasn't a meteor shower, and it wouldn't kill him, but Suzy stopped Jin and told him to stop by Suzy's house first to change because he was afraid Jin would get sick and not be able to attend school. Jin walks into Suji's house feeling nervous and awkward because he didn't expect that he would be invited to Suji's house. Meanwhile, Taehyuk and Kang-woo are left outside, with Taehyuk angry that Jin has entered his house and been alone with his little sister. Suzy herself was there, saying that now her father was working out of town, so at this time Suzy invited Jin to eat ramyeon together at her house. Jin, who heard this, was immediately delighted, because this invitation to eat ramyeon could be said to be tantamount to making out. Suji said that now Jin should change his clothes with Taehyuk's clothes. Suzy, who was already wet there, said that now she would take a shower and clean herself first before doing anything else, while Jin was sitting in the living room because now he felt confused about what to do. Jin thought that now Suzy was in the bathroom. Jin knew that Suzy was taking a shower, and after taking a shower they would eat ramyeon together. The genie over there was sweating coldly because he thought that now he was not ready to do other things with Suji. And even now Jin was also surprised by an object that was now in Suji's house. It looked like the rubber that was usually displayed on the front shelf of the supermarket, and when he saw that, Jin immediately stood up because he thought that Suzy had already prepared everything. That way, Jin immediately warmed up with push-ups to calm his mind. The funny thing is that he even immediately bought a stamina potion at the game store, and there he immediately put on a lecherous face. There he immediately drank a high level of stamina potion so that he could be strong to do many things that would happen. Not only that, Jin also uses the exploitation skill that he has to make it even more ferocious. Jin was confused whether now he had to choose Kangwoo's strength or had to choose Taehyuk's skill. When Jin did something strange, suddenly Suzy appeared and she asked what Jin was doing. Suji now looks very beautiful, and she said that now she has finished taking a shower, so now she wants to invite Jin to eat ramyeon together. Jin's face immediately turned red because now he is happy when he eats ramyeon with Suzy. But it turned out that Jin really only ate ramyeon there, and even the rubber that Jin saw earlier was actually just vitamin C. While the vibrations were there, Jin immediately raised his thumb, and he said that now they must eat the ramyeon immediately. Suzy immediately smiled and said that she had always wanted to eat ramyeon with him. When he heard that Jin was immediately surprised, he was confused. Why this Suji wanted to eat ramyeon together? Suzy also recalled when she was under the stairs alone when she was little, and when Suzy was alone, Jin came and asked what happened. Suji replied that he was having a fight with his father. But when he heard that Jin got excited, and he said that he had an idea for Suzy, Jin said if Suzy had to eat ramyeon when she was fighting with her father, he said that ramyeon is unhealthy food, so usually parents get angry when their kids eat ramyeon. Suzy immediately smiled because it turned out that Jin's idea was very unique. When he remembered that Jin was immediately embarrassed, but still he felt sad because it turned out that now what he was thinking still didn't work. Suzy herself immediately said that she was happy because every time she ate ramyeon, she would always remember the kindness of the genie. When he heard that Jin immediately choked because he was happy if Suzy always remembered him. Suzy immediately ran to get water so she could calm Jin, who was choking, but the genie there immediately held her down because she was fine. Unfortunately, their feet clashed when they were both standing. This made them fall, and even Jin's fallen position was now right above Suzy, making their situation hot there. Now Jin keeps paying attention to something that becomes a point more than Suji. Jin was immediately pounding because now they were in a position that he really didn't expect for his whole life. It was seen that Suzy herself was lying on her back, and with a red face, she immediately called Jin, who was now in front of her. Jin's hands started shaking, and even now his hands were weak because he couldn't do anything. There, his face kept getting closer to Suzy, who was now in front of him, while Suzy there had a red face because she thought if now Jin would definitely come closer to her face. But suddenly there, Suzy was immediately surprised because she remembered something. The genie also backed off because earlier Suzy said that if the genes are now, they must be dry and can be used again. In the end, they didn't do what Jin thought, and there Jin immediately prepared to leave. But suddenly there, Suzy was shy, and with her beautiful face there, Suji said that later she wanted to eat ramyeon again with the genie. Jin immediately drooled because maybe in the future the ramyeon meant was not just ordinary ramyeon. While outside alone, Kangwoo and Taihuk were seen annoyed by the genie's behavior at Suji's house. There they were both annoyed because Jin said that he had eaten ramyeon with Suzy. Jin himself was even flowery because he was happy with the situation. But there a notification appears where now Jin can expand his territory. The story changes back to Jin's school, where it is seen that Kangwoo is beating up the bullies who are troubling at school. Kangwoo finished the class leaders easily, and it was also done by Taihuk, who has high speed. Taihuk beat a lot of people and said that now everything can be solved easily. Taihuk and Kangwoo continued to fight to eradicate all the thugs in their school, but now Kangwoo was annoyed with one person. He is often annoyed with Jin, where now Jin often spends time with Suzy. When he saw that, Kangwoo was immediately annoyed, and he said that Jin was really a bastard. After the afternoon, Kangwoo and Taehyuk were exhausted because they had eradicated the delinquents. When they were tired and annoyed, Jin suddenly appeared before the two of them. The genie there said that the two of them were extraordinary. It seemed that the two of them had exterminated many people, so that now Jin had become the ruler of the area. After finishing, Jin also said that now they have a new task to be carried out. Kangwoo and Taehyuk immediately said that they didn't want to do the quest or task that Jin said. But Jin said that now the task they had was to go to Sanyu Girls' High School. Taehyuk and Kangwoo were shocked because Sanyu High School was a high school famous for beautiful women. Jin said if that was true, and because Kangwoo and Taehyuk didn't want to come, Jin also intended to invite Byungtae and Donggu. But suddenly they immediately knelt because they said that now they wanted to go on a quest with Jin. The story changed at Sanyu High School. There were seen a lot of girls who were chatting beautifully. There, some of them were talking, but suddenly one of them felt that she had lost her things. Her friend said, "Has anyone stolen her things now?" They immediately looked at a woman who they thought was the woman who was the thief. The woman just kept quiet because she knew she was now definitely being accused of being the culprit. On the other hand, there are Kang-woo and Taihuk, who are annoyed with the current situation. After breaking in, Jin Daim greeted them all. Seeing them, Gina recognized them as always being a nuisance all day at school and asked who they were. While removing his disguise, Jin Daim answered that he didn't need who they were. Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk finally took off their disguises and said they were frustrated with dealing with girls. They also take steps, and the real battle will finally begin. At that moment, their opponents recognized Han Tae-hyuk. Han Tae-hyuk was surprised and recognized that he was a person named Hyun-seop. When asked if he knew him, Han Tae-hyuk answered that he was not close to him, but he knew him at the boxing place. He once said he would enter South, and now he really did. On the man's hand there is a tattoo that says South. South is the place Han Tae-hyuk used to want to go. It wasn't just a group of thugs, but a group of teenagers organized like gangsters. There are more than 100 members, and it's not just playing, but running a big business. Han Tae-hyuk didn't enter because he thought the quality was needed, but it turned out they were dangerous. Seeing their rank, Jin Daim thought they were pretty good for thugs. 3 Class AA people and 1 Class 8AA person, they are perfect for testing Han Tae-hyuk. An angry Shim Hyun-seop said that he hadn't seen Han Tae-hyuk for a long time and asked what happened. He offered Han Tae-hyuk if he wanted to enter South, then he would include him. But Jin Daim apologized for having to reject him because Han Tae-hyuk was his slave. So he asked Shim Hyun-seop not to seek Han Tae-hyuk's attention. Shim Hyun-seop was curious about who Jin Daim really was. But instead of answering, Jin Daim turned the table in front of them. They were angry with Jin Daim and said they would kill him. Jin Daim ordered Kim Kang-woo to protect Chun Juhi, and this time Han Tae-hyuk will fight alone. Due to being crushed by the table, they were temporarily unable to get out because of the table. But Han Tae-hyuk complained because he was learning boxing, so how could he face them all by himself? Because this was difficult, Han Tae-hyuk intended to use peekaboo, but Jin Daim said there was no need to use peekaboo because he had a skill that suited him. Han Tae-hyuk also got a new skill, shoulder roll. Han Tae-hyuk was confused because he was an infighter. So how was this skill suitable for him? The skill is for the outfighter, not a practical defense for him, but Han Tae-hyuk avoided it, and was surprised because this was easier than he thought. He doubted the shoulder roll could be this strong. Jin Daim smiled and told him that this synergy effect occurred because it suited Han Tae-hyuk's boxing type, and Han Tae-hyuk was actually born as an outfighter. But because Han Tae-hyuk's personality is bad, he fights like an infighter and thinks he is an infighter. This skill is suitable for people who have high speed. It was the perfect skill for Han Tae-hyuk. Han Tae-hyuk finally defeated Kim Soo-young. Jong Jin-soo and Lee Min-wo ran towards Han Tae-hyuk. With high speed and agility, Han Tae-hyuk avoided their attacks. With Han Tae-hyuk's long arms, he can stop people who approach him. Then, with high skill and smooth movements, he made an accurate blow. And lastly, perfectly compensate using powerful blows. Han Tae-hyuk is very talented as an outfighter. Shim Hyun-seop finally got angry and came forward to have a fistfight with Han Tae-hyuk after a long time. Han Tae-hyuk also used a jab to open a gap and then a straight punch. But Shim Hyun-seop had no effect. Han Tae-hyuk was attacked continuously, making it difficult for Han Tae-hyuk even after using a shoulder roll. In the end, body weight is what determines. Han Tae-hyuk believes he cannot beat Shim Hyun-seop with outboxing. Jin Daim also agreed, making Han Tae-hyuk confused. Outboxing is a type of boxing that is good for gaining points inside, so it is not suitable for direct combat. Jin Daim then called Kim Kang-woo. Kim Kang-woo got excited and thought he would get a new skill, but he was disappointed when he heard that the second skill was also suitable for Han Tae-hyuk. Jin Daim also said that the reason why he told Han Tae-hyuk to use outboxing was for this second skill. Shim Hyun-seep sped up and intended to finish this. At that time, Han Taihuk gained a new skill. Skills that can attack from a distance, deadly moves with extreme range, and extraordinary destructive power. With this, Jin Daim is sure that Han Taihuk will become a perfect MMA player. Han Taihuk also launched a Muay Thai high kick. Shim Hyun-seop was blown away as a result. Han Tae-hyuk was impressed by Jin Daim's fighting knowledge. Jin Daim and Kim Kang-woo were finally satisfied with this result. The fight finally ended, and Jin Daim warned Gina and the other girls if they messed with Chun Juhi again. He then asked Chun Juhi if she was okay. He answered that he was fine and thanked him for helping him. But because he was a little afraid to be in this place, he asked permission to go first. Hearing that, Jin Daim told Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk they could go home when they were finished, and took Chun Juhi home because he was worried they would come again. Chun Juhi then asked why Jin Daim helped him, but Jin Daim answered he only helped because he felt Chun Juhi was in trouble, so he told him not to care about it. Chun Juhi also praised Jin Daim as cool, and Jin Daim became embarrassed and said Han Tae-hyuk did everything. Jin Daim then realized that Chun Juhi's glasses were cracked, and was surprised when he saw Chun Juhi taking off her glasses because she looked beautiful without glasses. They finally arrived at Chun Juhi's house, and Chun Juhi thanked him for helping him. She then asked for Jin Daim's number so she could treat him next time. Unfortunately, Jin Daim didn't have a cell phone, so he gave his friend's number, so if something happened, Chun Juhi could contact him. Finally, they said goodbye. Jin Daim became upset because he only had Han Suji, so if Chun Juhi liked him like this, he didn't know what he should do. While standing on the street, Jin Daim was discovered by Kang Na-young and suspected because he was wandering in front of Chun Juhi's house. She then accused Jin Daim of being a sasang. Jin Daim became confused and told her what happened. After hearing Jin Daim's story, Kang Na-young apologized and thanked Jin Daim. Jin Daim then asked what Kang Na-young meant by sasang, because usually they are people who like to follow artists. Kang Na-young felt guilty because people shouldn't know. But because Jin Daim had seen Chun Juhi's face, Kang Na-young told him that Chun Juhi used to be an idol. Hearing that, Jin Daim was not surprised because Chun Juhi was so beautiful. But because Kang Na-young said before, Jin Daim asked whether Chun Juhi had stopped. Kang Na-young also said that because there was controversy, that Chun Juhi used to be the perpetrator of violence at school. At South Headquarters, Shim Hyun-seep reported to their boss that they had been completely beaten up, but he reasoned that his opponent suddenly attacked him. Then he told him there was a girl named Chun Juhi from Sanyu High School, and he wanted to hire her. Hearing that, his boss told him to mention it one more time. After confirming this, he was angry, because Shim Hyun-seop touched Chun Juhi and hit Shim Hyun-seop on the head. He was then told that the person who attacked them kidnapped Chun Juhi, and when asked for his name and face, he was told that his name was Jin Daim. He also ordered his subordinates to look for Jin Daim and arrest him immediately. He was very angry with Jin Daim and intended to tell him what would happen to him if he touched something that belonged to him. At school, Jin Daim thinks about whether Chun Juhi is really the perpetrator of school violence. At that time, he was informed that they had found information about the girl group members that Jin Daim asked about. She comes from New Eve, a girl group that has become popular recently, and she actively uses the stage name Lee Hara. They felt there was a controversy about school violence right before the release of New Eve. Jin Daim then asked how big the controversy was. They also reported that it was not only bullying, but also attacks that resulted in the victim being hospitalized. The attack rate is so high, and there are many people being attacked. The evidence flooded all over the place. In the end, the agency removed it before the controversy escalated. Since then, there has been no news about her. Rumors say Chun Juhi entered high school in a faraway place. Jin Daim didn't understand what was happening. He wondered whether Chun Juhi was not the victim intended by the quest. She was so gentle yesterday, but he didn't expect it was all an act. They then told them that the Southerners were looking for Jin Daim, but Jin Daim said, just ignore them. While opening Kim Kang-woo's cell phone, Jin Daim asked what he should do with Chun Juhi. For the quest, he had to know what Chun Juhi was like. He sent a message to Chun Juhi, and asked her to meet him to check on him. At Sanyu High School, a worried Kang Na-young asked what happened to Chun Juhi's glasses. At that time, Gina and her friends passed by and were frightened to see Chun Juhi. Kang Na-young became curious about what was wrong with them. Chun Juhi also told her that yesterday they tried to hand her over to a man and her glasses broke. Kang Na-young was shocked, but Chun Juhi told her that there was a boy in the next room helping her. When Kang Na-young asked who it was, Chun Juhi received a message from Jin Daim asking her to meet after school. When asked who sent the message, Chun Juhi said it was the man who helped her yesterday. Kang Na-young wonders how she got his number, and Chun Juhi tells her that she gave him her number to get closer. Hearing that, Kang Na-young thought Chun Juhi's social phobia had improved, but Chun Juhi said that wasn't the case. She said somehow she felt comfortable with him. Kang Na-young felt relieved because Chun Juhi had difficulty meeting people after that incident. After school, Jin Daim waited for Chun Juhi to arrive. Not long after, Chun Juhi came over to him. Jin Daim then asked if everything was fine at school today. Chun Juhi was also grateful because thanks to him, she was no longer bothered anymore. Chun Juhi then asked why Jin Daim invited her to meet today. Jin Daim panicked because he didn't think about that. He spontaneously said that he missed Chun Juhi. Chun Juhi's face turned red when she heard that. To change the topic, Jin Daim asked to eat first, and Chun Juhi offered Jin Daim to treat him to tteokbokki. When he arrived at the place to eat, Jin Daim was sure that appetite was human instinct, and their instincts would come out if they ate. But he actually thought Chun Juhi's way of chewing was very cute. Because Jin Daim was staring at her, Chun Juhi asked if something was wrong. Jin Daim asked where they wanted to go after eating. Chun Juhi also invited him to go to karaoke. Because she would drink, sing, and dance, he was sure that this time Chun Juhi would be found out. Chun Juhi also sang and made Chun Juhi look very innocent. After finishing singing, Jin Daim was offered to sing, but he refused because he couldn't sing. Because there was still time, Jin Daim asked if Chun Juhi wanted to play again. Chun Juhi also invited Jin Daim to go take photos. This time, Jin Daim is sure to reveal Chun Juhi's true self. There, while using animal ears, Jin Daim asked if a brat would come to a place like this. But because Chun Juhi disappeared, Jin Daim wondered if Chun Juhi had gone to smoke. Not long after, he came back wearing cat ears. Seeing Chun Juhi posing like a cat made Jin Daim think she was very cute. He is cute, innocent, and sweet. Chun Juhi then asked to take a photo now. Jin Daim got nervous because Chun Juhi was so close. He didn't expect to date an idol. They finally took a photo. Seeing the photo, Jin Daim thought this was more like a fantasy than the game window he often saw. When he returned, Chun Juhi said that today was very fun because it had been a long time since she played as much as she wanted. She also thanked Jin Daim. Looking at Chun Juhi, Jin Daim couldn't believe Chun Juhi was the perpetrator of violence. So he thought maybe there was a misunderstanding or maybe Chun Juhi regretted her actions in the past. So he concluded that Chun Juhi was no longer the perpetrator of school violence. But they suddenly met a group of girls. They knew Chun Juhi and were surprised to meet Chun Juhi. Jin Daim also asked who they were, but they told Jin Daim to ask Chun Juhi. Chun Juhi got scared and asked him to leave immediately, but the girl was angry with Chun Juhi because she wanted to leave without properly apologizing. They demanded Chun Juhi apologize when she hit them at school. Jin Daim got nervous and asked them to calm down. He tried to defend Chun Juhi that she had changed, but suddenly, Chun Juhi was very angry. He grabbed the girl's collar and was angry because she had ruined her life. The girl fought back and told Jin Daim to see how shameless Chun Juhi was. Chun Juhi, who was fed up, threatened that she wanted to be beaten like before. Jin Daim finally stopped them. Finding that they were the people Chun Juhi attacked first, Jin Daim asked Chun Juhi shouldn't apologize. Jin Daim said that he knew a little about Chun Juhi's past. After seeing Chun Juhi all day, he thought it was just a misunderstanding. But it turns out he was wrong. Chun Juhi tried to explain everything, but suddenly there was a notification that his territory was attacked. He also contacted Kim Kang-woo and Han Taihuk to inform them that their area had been attacked. They apparently had run after hearing the news. They believed South had come to avenge yesterday's. Jin Daim ran to catch up with them. At that time, Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk came to face them. They told them that they had come to look for Jin Daim and asked them if they knew Jin Daim. Jin Daim panicked because Kim Byung-tae, Kang Dong-gu, and Chan-ho were all hit. He felt guilty because this was all because of him, but instead he got distracted with a girl. At that very moment, Jin Daim felt that he had a bad feeling. Han Tae-hyuk warned Kim Kang-woo that they were different from the others, but since they had to fight him, Kim Kang-woo said there was no point in talking. Fighting was all about momentum, so he struck first. But Kim Kang-woo's opponent, Chu Jin-ung, caught his hand. Kim Kang-woo also threw a punch using his other hand, but that hand was also caught. Chu Jin-ung said that if he believes in strength, he should push it with an equally strong force. Kim Kang-woo was cornered. He had never felt it before. He felt like he had been caught by Jin Daim. Even his body couldn't be moved. Chu Jin-ung smiled and asked Kim Kang-woo what it felt like to lose all his power. Kim Kang-woo decided to use all his strength. Chu Jin-ung was surprised because Kim Kang-woo was stronger than he thought. Kim Kang-woo then asked, "What now?" But suddenly he was pulled by Chu Jin-ung, making him lose his balance. Using the momentum, Chu Jin-ung lifted Kim Kang-woo. Jin Daim was surprised because this was the first time he saw the view of the sky and the ground turning upside down. Chu Jin-ung slammed Kim Kang-woo to the ground. Kim Kang-woo, who is 192 centimeters tall and weighs 105 kilograms, fell to the ground. It was a first experience for him. Chu Jin-ung said strength is not the only thing. He had to think about how to overcome it. Han Tae-hyuk, who was surprised, asked whether Kim Kang-woo's opponent studied judo. Han Tae-hyuk and Lee Tae-yang's fight begins. Seeing Han Tae-hyuk's shoulder roll, Lee Tae-yang praised him because he learned something. But Han Tae-hyuk asked what martial arts Lee Tae-yang used. He thought it was boxing, but the movements were different from boxing. Lee Tae-yang then used a Muay Thai kick on Han Tae-hyuk's leg, but he was impressed to see that Han Tae-hyuk could hold it in. He also thought that this was starting to get exciting. On the other hand, Chu Jin-ung was impressed to see Kim Kang-woo, who was still able to wake up. Because Han Tae-hyuk hasn't lost yet, Kim Kang-woo thinks he shouldn't lose yet. He ran to attack again, because he didn't have skills or martial arts like them, so Kim Kang-woo used raw strength. Chu Jin-ung caught Kim Kang-woo's hand and shoulder and was about to throw him, but he was surprised that Kim Kang-woo could hold it and land on both feet. They returned to their original position. Han Tae-hyuk thinks this is not good because it is difficult to fight against Muay Thai, who uses legs as the main weapon. If he could overcome this, then he had a decision. After Lee Tae-yang thought Han Tae-hyuk was a boxer, Han Tae-hyuk suddenly launched a Muay Thai high kick. Han Tae-hyuk thought it was working well, but Lee Tae-yang turned out to be able to resist it. He then caught Han Tae-hyuk with Pam clinch and said he would show him real Muay Thai. He told me that the Pam clinch is a basic Muay Thai movement. After the Pam clinch, he then released the standard Muay Thai combo, knee kick. He kept kicking Han Tae-hyuk, and finally he did a flying knee kick, and threw Han Tae-hyuk away. Lee Tae-yang then told Chu Jin-ung that he was done. On the other hand, Chu Jin-ung also almost won. Chu Jin-ung pulled Kim Kang-woo forward by the collar and slammed him onto the asphalt. He was impressed with Kim Kang-woo because he had knocked Kim Kang-woo down more than 10 times, and he still got up. Thinking they are done, they intend to look for Jin Daim. But Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk stood up again. They still believe they can fight. But Lee Tae-yang said he was no longer interested. But Lee Tae-yang was no longer interested, so he ordered his men. Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk were surrounded by South members and beaten. After a while, Jin Daim finally arrived. He saw Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk, who had fainted. He became angry and apologized to them in his heart. He then told them not to touch them. They surrounded Jin Daim and asked who Jin Daim was. Because he has arrived in his own territory, Jin Daim can now use his own skills. He also used the unique tyrant skill and ordered them all to kneel. They didn't understand what was happening because they couldn't move their bodies. They felt like something was weighing them down. Chu Jin-ung and Lee Tae-yang also didn't understand what was happening, seeing their subordinates suddenly kneel. Jin Daim then used exploitation skills and targeted Han Taihuk. All of Han Taihuk's stats were successfully transferred to Jin Daim. Jin Daim then approached them and told them that he was the one they were looking for. Seeing their rank, Jin Daim thought that they were strong opponents. But the second skill he got can share battle memories with him. If he fought based on the memories of Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk, he had a chance to win. Jin Daim then ran towards them. Chu Jinung also thought that Jin Daim's defeat was also stupid, and wanted to use the technique he used on Kim Kang-woo. But Jin Daim already knew he was going to target his hand, so he pulled his hand away and did a quick jab. Chu Jinung was surprised that Jin Daim knew he used judo, but he tried to find an opportunity to catch Jin Daim. But Jin Daim will not let himself be caught easily. He continued to launch jabs. Due to continuing to attack like that, Chu Jinung was finally able to catch Jin Daim. But when he pulled it, Jin Daim's school clothes were torn. Jin Daim had already read Chu Jinung's clearly visible movements. While on the way, because Chu Jinung used judo and his arms were faster, he was confident that he could avoid Chu Jinung. That meant Jin Daim believed Chu Jinung would aim for his collar. Chu Jinung became confused and felt like Jin Daim could read his mind. Jin Daim finished him off with a Muay Thai high kick and knocked him away. Jin Daim then said that now it was Li Taiyang's turn. Li Taiyang became angry and ran towards him. Jin Daim threw his clothes at Li Taiyang and Li Taiyang caught it and threw it away. Because Li Taiyang uses Muay Thai, his main weapon is his feet. So Jin Daim will avoid it and fight it by infighting. He used a rever blow and hit Li Taiyang's ribs. Li Taiyang was surprised that Jin Daim suddenly changed his fighting style. So he decided to use the elbow. But Jin Daim had already read it and avoided it. He then arrested Li Taiyang. Because Li Taiyang told Han Tae-hyuk about Muay Thai combos, Jin Daim has now succeeded in learning Muay Thai skills. He imitated Li Taiyang's Pam clinch and launched a flying knee kick on Li Taiyang's chin. Jin Daim then approached Li Taiyang and Chu Jinung, who were lying on the ground, and told them to get up. They were confused about why Jin Daim seemed to be able to read their minds. Sharing memory skill, which shares battle memories, and fighting genius, which can learn other people's skills. The synergy created by these two skills is much stronger than Jin Daim thought. He was even able to beat two S-rank people. He asked them whether they should continue, but suddenly Jin Daim heard the sound of applause. Someone arrived and praised Jin Daim for defeating Chu Jinung and Li Taiyang. Seeing South Boss approaching him, Jin Daim was very surprised. Because the man in front of him could not be measured. The system warned that Jin Daim couldn't measure the abilities of targets that exceeded S rank. Jin Daim felt cornered because even defeating two S ranks was already quite difficult. Not only that, due to the effect of the fear skill, Jin Daim's stamina consumption increased 5 times. In this condition, his stamina will run out in 1 minute, so Jin Daim didn't know what he should do. Suddenly, Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk stood up again. Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk were aware, but he thought there was no way he could fight him, and this was enough. So he told them to hold on. Jin Daim then asks South Boss what they are doing here, and is this because he disturbed his people yesterday. South Boss answered that he didn't come because of them. He came to tell Jin Daim to stay away from Chun Juhi. Jin Daim was surprised that all of this was just because of Chun Juhi. He also told her that he only helped Chun Juhi because she was being bullied by men. Apart from that, he also didn't want to deal with Chun Juhi anymore, so he told them to leave. Jin Daim thought he had achieved his goal, so there was no longer any reason to fight. He had to force his opponent to leave. South Boss also said that it was not bad. He said that if Jin Daim didn't approach Chun Juhi again, then he wouldn't attack this area again. But if this happens again, then they will die. After warning Jin Daim, he ordered his subordinates to get up. They were finally able to move again and return. After they left, Jin Daim collapsed because he was very tired from using the fear skill. Kim Kang-woo then asked if they had anything to do with Chun Juhi and what happened to his quest. Jin Daim answered that he gave up on the quest, because they are not people they can deal with. So for now, he decided to help those who fainted first. At Chun Juhi's house, Chun Juhi looked very sad. When her cell phone vibrated, he thought it was Jin Daim, but it turned out to be Kang Na-young, making her wonder what happened. As soon as he picked up the phone, Kang Na-young asked what happened after meeting Jin Daim. Chun Juhi said that they had fun, then she met the children from middle school. Because of them, Jin Daim misunderstood and she tried to explain it, but Jin Daim just walked away. Kang Na-young sounded angry with Jin Daim's attitude. Then Kang Na-young informed that the agency wanted to hold a meeting with Chun Juhi. When asked about Chun Juhi's job, Kang Na-young answered that she had asked, and the company responded positively, so they wanted to meet Chun Juhi. Chun Juhi was happy to hear that, so Kang Na-young asked Chun Juhi to go together tomorrow. Chun Juhi answered that she understood and thanked Kang Na-young. Kang Na-young told her to rest and see her tomorrow. As soon as the call ended, Kang Na-young smiled evilly and said that she would end Chun Juhi tomorrow. South Boss, who was behind her, asked if she managed to catch her. Kang Na-young answered that the meeting was tomorrow, so she told him to prepare the contract. He was happy because it took a long time to catch Chun Juhi and finally he got it. Kang Na-young manipulated public opinion, stirred up school violence controversy, and sent Chun Juhi to hell. It had been exactly half a year since they signed the contract, so he would take care of Kang Na-young's share of having sold her friend. Hearing that South Boss considered Chun Juhi to be Kang Na-young's friend, Kang Na-young became angry. He was angry because Chun Juhi stole her chance. South Boss then said that the child named Jin Daim also seemed to be staying away from Chun Juhi because Kang Na-young sent that girl. So Chun Juhi's life will end as Kang Na-young wants. Because many customers wanted Chun Juhi, Kang Na-young believed Chun Juhi's life was over. At school, Jin Daim's class apologizes because they were all hurt because of him. He regretted focusing too much on Chun Juhi, so he apologized. Kim Kang-woo and Han Taihuk calmed Jin Daim down and said that they lost because they were weak, so it's not his fault. Then they asked what happened to the next quest. Since they wouldn't be able to fight the Southerners now, he wouldn't continue this quest. He decided to strengthen themselves. When they realized Kang Dong-gu wasn't here, Jin Daim told him Kang Dong-gu had some information to check, so he was assigned separately. He had to go somewhere with him today to get the third unique skill at the training ground. After school, Chun Juhi came to Jin Daim's school because Jin Daim didn't read her chat. She wanted to know if she could meet Jin Daim. While waiting, she heard other students talking about Jin Daim fighting with another gang and being beaten up by the South gang. Hearing that, Chun Juhi was sure it was the people at karaoke saying South, and found out that Jin Daim was fighting because of her. So she was worried and asked if Jin Daim was okay, but she became doubtful because Jin Daim fought because of it, and he saw Chun Juhi like that yesterday. She has always been hated, and is sure that Jin Daim doesn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Chun Juhi felt sad, because she only wanted to be friends with Jin Daim. Not long after, Kang Na-young called her to meet immediately. When they met, Kang Na-young asked where Chun Juhi had gone. Chun Juhi answered that she was just stopping by for a moment. Kang Na-young then said that Chun Juhi must be nervous about having a meeting after all this time. She said that even though the agency wasn't big, they received a lot of investment and the CEO was very good. So she assured Chun Juhi that everything would be fine. They finally arrived at their destination, and as they entered, Kang Na-young was sure that today was the end of their bad relationship. In the past, Kang Na-young loved singing and dancing since childhood, and Kang Na-young's dream was to become an idol. Then she entered elementary school and met Chun Juhi. They became close because they had the same interests. They both dream of becoming idols. But after Chun Juhi's father died, they separated. Due to her family's condition, Chun Juhi gave up being an idol, while Kang Na-young was ready to become an idol. Kang Na-young continues to develop her dreams, but the judges don't seem impressed. Kang Na-young tried to show them something else, but they had enough. This world is not easy for Kang Na-young. Kang Na-young's self-confidence decreases because she often fails at auditions. Then by chance, the two of them met again. Kang Na-young was happy to meet Chun Juhi. It wasn't the joy of seeing a childhood friend again, but the pleasure of seeing someone else worse off than her. Kang Na-young uses Chun Juhi to increase her self-esteem. For Kang Na-young, Chun Juhi is a good comparison for Chun Juhi to fill her pride. When Kang Na-young auditioned, Chun Juhi waited. Chun Juhi waited for Kang Na-young to finish and praised Kang Na-young's performance. But by chance, the judges saw Chun Juhi and asked if she was an audition participant. Even though she was not an audition participant and only came to support her friend, Chun Juhi was asked to try singing. Chun Juhi was very nervous because she had never learned to sing and only practiced alone at home. Since this was just a simple test, they asked Chun Juhi not to be nervous. Behind Chun Juhi, Kang Na-young laughed at her inwardly and said she should be ashamed of herself. Finally, Chun Juhi started singing. This world is unfair to Kang Na-young. Even though he tried hard, he couldn't achieve it. But Chun Juhi could achieve it easily. Chun Juhi was born to be a celebrity. She has extraordinary talent. And after a month, she found her place and made her debut. Kang Na-young couldn't stand this situation. She believed it was her chance, and Chun Juhi had stolen it from her. And at that time, South approached Kang Na-young. He believes Kang Na-young is jealous of her friend. But Kang Na-young believes Chun Juhi is the thief who took her place, and she just wants revenge. He also said that they both wanted to bring her down. He told her that he ran an agency that provided meetings for a small group of VIPs. The VIPs he met couldn't believe it was a minor running south. Then Chun Juhi appeared on TV, and the VIP told her that he wanted her. So for all this, he had to take down Chun Juhi first. That way, he could carry out his next plan. That's why he needs Kang Na-young. He asked Kang Na-young for information about Chun Juhi because Chun Juhi was the only friend who knew her weaknesses. Kang Na-young also remembered one thing. Chun Juhi told him that there was an incident when he was in grade 7. There were children in her class who were bullied. She saw it and wanted to stop it, but then a fight broke out. That's when violence occurred at school. So Chun Juhi was also involved, and she became the perpetrator. Since it wasn't a big deal, she just got a suspension. But since both of them were perpetrators, Kang Na-young wasn't sure how. But South Boss said they could manipulate that. He bribed every child involved in the case. However, there is violence at school, and the fact that Chun Juhi is the culprit is true. A story told with a mixture of truth and lies. And it all finally exploded and went viral. The lies they develop will be overshadowed by that small truth. And if anyone investigates, they will find out someday. But at that moment, Chun Juhi's life would end. When Chun Juhi was sad in her room, Kang Na-young came and asked if she was okay. She then hugged Chun Juhi and assured her that everything would be fine. But in her heart, she thought this was still not over. Then when Kang Na-young returned to South, she asked if her job was over if she took down Chun Juhi. But he said she still had more important things she had to do. She was sure that she would definitely be satisfied and very enjoyable. When Chun Juhi was scared, Chun Juhi said she would always be with her. Kang Na-young was the only one left beside Chun Juhi. They went to the doctor and were told that Chun Juhi had social phobia due to extreme pressure. In addition, it seems to be accompanied by depression, so it should be given special attention. Without Kang Na-young, Chun Juhi felt insecure. She made Chun Juhi depend on her like family. Chun Juhi couldn't do anything without Kang Na-young. This way, Kang Na-young could make Chun Juhi move as she pleased. After hearing what she had to do, Kang Na-young asked what was in it for her to do this. Because South has many connections in the entertainment industry, she was promised to be included in a big agency. If that happens, everything will return to normal. Chun Juhi will fall into the abyss and Kang Na-young will become a celebrity. It had been half a year since Kang Na-young looked after Chun Juhi, and he thought it was over now. They also met the agency and were asked to sit down. Without further ado, he immediately told her the reason he was holding a meeting today was to sign a contract with Chun Juhi. He said Kang Na-young had told him everything, and they had verified it. They have conducted a separate investigation into allegations of school violence, and it has been reviewed by the legal team. As a result, it was concluded that Chun Juhi could return in a month, so he asked Chun Juhi to sign the contract. Apart from that, Chun Juhi will also receive a large down payment because she said she invested a lot because she is Chun Juhi. Chun Juhi also thought she had a chance to sing again and wanted to sign the contract. But Chun Juhi put down her pen and apologized because she was still very afraid of being on stage. So she can't sign the contract now. Kang Na-young was very angry about it. The agency finally reported to South and HSE was beaten because she failed to persuade Chun Juhi. Kang Na-young didn't understand why they didn't kidnap, threatening Chun Juhi to get her autograph. But South boss gets angry and says trust with the VIPs is very important because this is business. If they do that and get caught, they will be finished. The target must choose with their own hands. They had to tie them down slowly and prevent them from rebelling. Hearing that, Kang Na-young got an idea. She really believed that her idea would tie Chun Juhi up. On the other hand, Chun Juhi called her mother and told her that she had a meeting with the agency and they wanted her to sign a contract with them so she could debut. But he refused, because HSA was still very afraid to return to the stage and stand in front of everyone. Because of that, she apologized because she didn't get much money that could be used to treat her mother's leg, and her mother didn't need to work anymore. But her mother said it was okay. She didn't want Chun Juhi to rush. She said Chun Juhi could do it when she wanted and assured Chun Juhi that it was okay. Chun Juhi also thanked her mother. Her mother then said that she would go home and cook delicious food for her daughter, who worked hard. But Kang Na-young quietly approached Chun Juhi's mother. He then pulled Chun Juhi's mother, making her fall. Slowly, Kang Na-young approached her and hit her legs with an iron pipe. Chun Juhi, who was very worried, asked what happened over the phone. But Kang Na-young stepped on Chun Juhi's mother's cell phone, making the call disconnected. Kang Na-young smiled and said this wouldn't have happened if Chun Juhi had signed the contract. At the hospital, Chun Juhi cried, seeing her mother lying down, and asked what happened to her mother. The nurse also said she thought her mother had fallen down the stairs and fainted, but his knee was badly injured and had to be operated on immediately. Chun Juhi didn't know what to do because she didn't have insurance for her mother. Therefore, she called Kang Na-young and asked her to arrange another meeting. Kang Na-young was happy because Kang Na-young was now in the palm of his hand. Elsewhere, Kang Dong-gu is running and thinks that Jin Daim is right. Previously, Han Taihuk felt a little uncomfortable. He smelled pretense from Kang Na-young and felt something was wrong. When he infiltrated a girls' high school wearing women's clothing, Han Taihuk once felt a little uncomfortable. Because of this, Jin Daim asked Kang Dong-gu to watch over Kang Na-young, and he witnessed Chun Juhi's mother being attacked by Chun Juhi. And at this time, Kang Dong-gu ran to tell Jin Daim the true figure of Kang Na-young. Kang Dong-gu returned to the classroom, but there was no one there. But he saw a door in the middle of the classroom. He wonders if Jin Daim left this and sees a message on the door. Jin Daim told them that they would be going to training for a week. Meanwhile, he asked Kang Dong-gu to guard the area. Kang Dong-gu was surprised because Jin Daim was gone for a week. He was worried that Kang Na-young would do something, and he didn't even know what Chun Juhi looked like. So he decided to observe Kang Na-young while looking for Chun Juhi. Behind the door, they were surprised to see a place that didn't look normal. Now they really realized that Jin Daim's strength was unreasonable. A moment later, a mannequin greeted them and introduced himself as Dummy. He is responsible for their guidance and training here. He explained that this is a virtual space that provides various things for them to do a lot of exercises. They can summon training tools at any time. Their physical condition will remain intact. For example, without eating and sleeping, they would recover, and even if they were injured, they would heal quickly. They were surprised to hear that. Dummy then explained there was more. The best thing about this place is, time runs 5 times slower than outside. They were shocked and felt like they were in a comic story. Jin Daim thinks this is amazing. This was much better than he thought. But Dummy tells me there is one limit. Access to this place is only once a month. If they leave once, they have to wait another month to come in, and they can stay a week after hours. A week outside means 35 days here. So they think they don't need to spend the full 35 days, and that's enough. But Jin Daim said he would train for 35 days. They were worried when they heard this and asked what happened to their absence. Thanks to the skill effect, their absence wasn't a problem, but Jin Daim told them not to worry because he would do it himself. Jin Daim thought he was holding them back by force. He has done everything his own way. As a result, they were attacked by the South. If something goes wrong, someone could be killed. This is all because he couldn't do his job. He thinks he can't go on like this and is determined to get stronger. Since this was his goal, Jin Daim said they could practice as much as they wanted. But Kim Kang-woo asked why Jin Daim acted like he was alone and like he did something wrong. He said honestly, when he was caught by Jin Daim and dragged here and there, he felt like trash. But now he felt happy and satisfied beating up another Iljin, so Kim Kang-woo wanted Jin Daim not to act alone. The person who knocked him to the ground, he wanted to avenge it with his own hands. Not only Kim Kang-woo, the others also want to get stronger and take their revenge. Therefore, they decided to train for the next 35 days. Jin Daim smiled and thought they were all acting cool. He also decided they would train and destroy South. Because it had been decided, Dummy started his training. He explained that the training was carried out using a method that was suitable for each person. The assistants will be directly responsible. With practice, they will learn the appropriate stats and skills. Because the analysis shows that Lee Min-hyuk, Kim Chan-ho, and Kim Byung-tae have low statistics, they are advised to train their statistics. They were then guided by an assistant. Then Dummy recommended skills training for Han Tae-hyuk, who has high stats. He uses boxing as his main martial art. Because his body has long legs, the appropriate skill is leg techniques. And Kim Kang-woo currently has low kick skills. Dummy advised Jin Daim to transfer him to Han Tae-hyuk. Finding the skill could be transferred, Jin Daim decided to transfer it to Han Tae-hyuk. But Kim Kang-woo was angry because he had no skills, and Jin Daim would take his skills. Han Tae-hyuk also got the low kick skill. For Han Tae-hyuk, he can learn foot techniques. So Dummy suggests combat practice. Han Tae-hyuk's combat training immediately began against the assistants. Han Tae-hyuk was surprised because they did it suddenly. On the other hand, Kim Kang-woo was depressed because he lost his skills. But Jin Daim told him not to worry because he would give Kim Kang-woo a new skill. Kim Kang-woo immediately looked happy. Jin Daim then said to Dummy that he hoped Dummy could tell Kim Kang-woo about martial arts that suited his body. The assistant scanned Kim Kang-woo's body. Kim Kang-woo became excited because he wanted to get strong martial arts. The others had already started their training, and now only Jin Daim remained. He wanted to increase his stats, but Dummy said it was impossible. Dummy tells him that Jin Daim can't increase his stats and can't master skills. Jin Daim was worried and asked if he didn't have a way to become strong. Dummy then said that Jin Daim could change his second job. Dummy explained that in the first job, player growth was limited for balance. However, in the second job, player growth is not limited. Jin Daim didn't believe he could change jobs and asked what job he should change. Dummy tells you the jobs currently available are boss and leader. Boss is a job that specializes in controlling subordinates, and leader is a job that specializes in fighting subordinates, allowing players to grow when they change jobs. However, if Jin Daim changes to leader, the special exploitation skill will be removed. Jin Daim was surprised. Exploitation is a skill that makes no sense by strengthening a weak body in a short time. That skill is Jin Daim's best. Therefore, Jin Daim thought it was a big loss. Now he has to be stronger and feels like he doesn't want to waste exploitation. But he remembered that this skill had clear limits. In the end, he cannot become stronger because the exploited subject is temporarily paralyzed. In other words, he can become strong instantly. This does not increase overall strength. He also concluded that perhaps special skills such as exploitation would hinder its growth, so he asked Dummy for advice on which job was stronger. Dummy answered that it depends. Usually the leader is superior because it can improve the player's abilities. However, when the player's growth rate was high, he suggested Jin Daim change his job to boss. But Jin Daim felt that was not enough. On that day, Jin Daim didn't know what to say to Chun Juhi. Chun Juhi's expressions and actions are not acting. He thought there must be something he didn't know and it must be related to the South. The mission to save Chun Juhi has begun. That meant South would endanger Chun Juhi. But Jin Daim was annoyed because there was nothing he could do. To defeat that person, he had to become stronger than he was now. He needed strength beyond his limits now. This was the best way to increase strength, so Jin Daim changed his job to leader. When it was over, Jin Daim felt like nothing had changed. The system notifies as leader. The unique skill memory sharing develops. Some of the effects of the exploitation skill that are removed are inherited to memory sharing and changed to absolute sharing. Jin Daim was surprised to find that this skill could become more powerful than exploitation as time went by. Dummy also congratulated Jin Daim on his job change to leader. He told Jin Daim he could do a growth quest with the privilege of being a leader, and asked if Jin Daim wanted to continue it. Of course, Jin Daim accepted. He was also assigned to increase all stats up to 150 at the training ground. Jin Daim also asked how much training he had to do to increase all his stats to 150. Dummy explains that Jin Daim's current statistics are very low. Looking at his physical condition, Jin Daim has to start training from beginner level, and this will take more than 150 days. But that was too long for Jin Daim, because they only had 35 days. Dummy also said that if Jin Daim started training at a higher level, it would be possible. But the risk is that there will be damage to Jin Daim's body. Because here Jin Daim would not get tired and recover quickly, Jin Daim decided to take the risk. Hearing that, Dummy said he would give Jin Daim an example so he would understand and asked if that was okay. Before Jin Daim could answer, Dummy suddenly hit Jin Daim hard in the stomach. Dummy also explained that this was an advanced training intensity, and Jin Daim had to last 3 times longer than this. Jin Daim felt very engrossed, but he thought at least he wouldn't spend his life as a loser. Because he often gets hit. This is better than Jin Daim thought. Jin Daim decided to start his training now. Dummy accepted Jin Daim's request, and while calling many assistants, he said that so that Jin Daim could complete his quest in 35 days, he would do his best. Jin Daim was determined. In 35 days he would succeed. Kang Na-young called, and found out that Chun Juhi's mother's surgery was postponed. She then said she wanted to sign her contract today. She asked when they would start because there was nothing to delay any longer. She wanted to hand over Chun Juhi to VIP today. Not far away, after 5 days of Kang Donggu following Kang Na-young, he finally talked about Chun Juhi. The reason why Kang Donggu has not met Chun Juhi is because of Chun Juhi's mother's surgery. He was sure that Kang Na-young would definitely try to do something to Chun Juhi tonight. So he planned to continue following and tell Chun Juhi who Kang Na-young really was. Once again, Chun Juhi held a meeting because she needed money for her mother's surgery. He was grateful for giving the money before the contract. She was then given a contract and asked to check it carefully and sign it. The agent then told her the penalty provisions were a bit strict because she was new, but it didn't matter because Chun Juhi had no reason to stop. Chun Juhi understood, but he noticed something strange on the contract, and had never seen this before. The agent argued that because they were still new, in the process of attracting investment, it was difficult to show their vision to investors. And that's when Chun Juhi will become their agency's vision. Kang Na-young assured Chun Juhi that it was nothing and there was no need to worry. Since they gave a down payment without hesitation, Chun Juhi thought everything would be fine and signed. Kang Na-young and the agent smiled when they saw it. Then the agent asked if Chun Juhi had time today. He said there was a meeting with investors today, so he asked Chun Juhi to come. Even though she was a little hesitant, Chun Juhi agreed. The agent then told Chun Juhi she couldn't wear a school uniform and asked her to change clothes. After arriving at their destination, Chun Juhi was asked to sit and wait. He then told Chun Juhi not to be nervous and gave him a drink. After drinking the drink, Chun Juhi complained that her clothes were too revealing. The agent assured her that it was okay because she was an idol. Still, Chun Juhi felt uncomfortable. Finally, the agent got fed up and said she had gone too far. He said he did this so Chun Juhi could debut again, and if she acted as she pleased, it would be difficult to work together. So he asked Chun Juhi to stop. He then went to call someone. Chun Juhi thought this was not what she imagined, because it wasn't a big agency, so she didn't know whether attracting investment was important. But suddenly, Chun Juhi felt sleepy and fell asleep. The agent came back and told the person he called that he had everything ready, and they could immediately give it to the VIP. So he ordered to bring the subordinates downstairs. Kang Donggu witnessed all of that. He heard that Chun Juhi would be taken to room 801. Kang Donggu panicked because Jin Daim would only come out tomorrow, and he had to stop it himself at all costs. Then he got an idea when he saw the staff room. In room 801, the VIP was very excited because finally the South boss had arrived. He told him that he had brought Chun Juhi as he wanted, and now he could do it whenever he wanted. Without thinking, the VIP immediately gave $1,000 and would give $3,000 to make Chun Juhi stay here all night. When he was going out, he told the VIP that if Chun Juhi woke up, he could give her a drink on the table. The VIP was too excited and told him to get out immediately. After leaving the room, he told his subordinates that he had installed a camera in his room. So when the pigs were finished, he told them to take it again quietly. The VIP finally took off his clothes and said that he was almost crazy because he really missed Chun Juhi. But he was interrupted by a knock on the door. The VIP also saw that there was room service outside asking to come in. He refused because he didn't call room service, but the room service continued to insist. The VIP got angry and opened the door, but he was suddenly slapped by Kang Donggu. Kang Donggu then took Chun Juhi and ran away. The VIP who witnessed this called the South boss and reported what happened. They immediately ran to the hotel to catch the perpetrator. Kang Donggu tries to buy time until tomorrow and thinks he has to escape at all costs. At that time, Chun Juhi realized and asked who was carrying her. Kang Donggu said that he was Kang Donggu who was sent by Jin Daim. Chun Juhi was confused and asked what happened. Kang Donggu said that she was trapped, so he carried her and ran away from the people who trapped her. But Chun Juhi was confused because she was with the CEO. Kang Donggu also told them that it was all the same, and that this was all Kang Na-young's doing. Hearing that, Chun Juhi couldn't believe it, because Kang Na-young was her best friend. Kang Donggu also said he would explain further, but they had to get out of this place first. But he was surrounded by the South. Because Chun Juhi was still weak, Kang Donggu told Chun Juhi to run away while he bought time. Kang Donggu then ran towards them, but Lee Taiyang easily kicked Kang Donggu in the stomach and defeated him. Because there was too much chaos here, Lee Taiyang ordered them all to be taken to headquarters. At South headquarters, Kang Donggu was beaten by 4 people. Chun Juhi, who witnessed this, begged them to stop, because Kang Donggu was only trying to save her. A moment later, Kang Na-young appeared and told Chun Juhi to continue crying. He said if Chun Juhi had listened to him, this would not have happened. Chun Juhi couldn't believe seeing Kang Na-young here and asked if she did all this. But Kang Na-young grabbed Chun Juhi's hair and told her not to act close to her. She asked Chun Juhi if she wasn't embarrassed. Kang Na-young was sure that Chun Juhi would be happy to take her place. Kang Na-young, who was angry, then threw Chun Juhi and said that Chun Juhi's place should be down there. Because everything was settled, the South leader told everyone to go back to work. He told them to take Chun Juhi to VIP and make Kang Donggu pay for his actions. They began to transport Kang Donggu. Kang Donggu was sad because he couldn't look after Chun Juhi and thought he should look after her until the end. They then swung the iron pipe to crush Kang Donggu's hand, but suddenly, Han Taihuk kicked it. They were confused about who attacked them. Kim Kang-woo and the others finally arrived. Lee Taiyang and Chu Jinung also recognized them. Kim Kang-woo said Kang Donggu had done a good job, and since they were already here, he told him to rest. Kang Donggu was confused because they were supposed to go out tomorrow, but they told him Jin Daim had worked hard so he could finish it sooner. But because they finished first, they left early. They told Kang Donggu that Jin Daim trained 10 times as much as them, and now he had gotten stronger. On the other hand, Jin Daim was out of breath. Dummy congratulates Jin Daim because his training is complete. In front of Jin Daim were hundreds of destroyed assistants. Now practice is over. The battle began. Kim Byung-tae, Kim Chan-ho, and Lee Min-yuk looked very excited and ran to face them all. Kim Chan-ho and Lee Min-yuk's rank has risen to AA rank and Kim Byung-tae has risen to AA rank. They confronted the subordinates and said they would take Kang Donggu out, so Han Tae-hyuk and Kim Kang-woo should go save Chun Juhi. They ran after Chun Juhi. However, they were stopped by Chu Jinung and Lee Taiyang. Kim Kang-woo ran towards Chu Jinung. Seeing Kim Kang-woo who was running towards him as before, Chu Jinung was confident and performed the same trick. But the same trick won't work. Kim Kang-woo retaliated and threw it. Chu Jinung, who was thrown, was surprised at Kim Kang-woo, who learned throwback in just a week. Kim Kang-woo then tackled Chu Jinung perfectly. Chu Jinung was surprised and wondered if Kim Kang-woo did any special training. He had no choice and blocked the tackle. Kim Kang-woo was surprised. During training, Kim Kang-woo trained tackles with 3 assistants. At that point, he asked could they stop this. At first, he taught Kim Kang-woo several techniques, but Kim Kang-woo asked why he was forced to do this for days. Dummy told him it was because Kim Kang-woo's intelligence was low. Kim Kang-woo was annoyed to hear that. Dummy explained that intelligence is an important factor in learning technology. Sports that use an opponent's strength, such as judo, are martial arts that require a lot of thinking and movement. 35 days wasn't enough to face an opponent who was a young athlete, so this was the only technique Kim Kang-woo could learn. But Dummy said Kim Kang-woo had the mental strength to focus on one thing, so he only needs to focus on one thing. Kim Kang-woo also focused on one thing to be lower and stronger. In judo, attacking with the feet is prohibited. Judos can only hold the top. On the other hand, it will be difficult to deal with bottom tackles. Because Kim Kang-woo's posture was too low, Chu Jinung couldn't help it. If Kim Kang-woo was in a situation where he couldn't use technique, he would ultimately make the choice to face it with force. At that time, he will use the opponent's strength with the techniques learned by Kim Kang-woo. Kim Kang-woo also used hug toss on Chu Jinung and slammed Chu Jinung hard. Lee Tai-yang was surprised to see Kim Kang-woo, who defeated Chu Jinung. Han Taihuk also took the opportunity of Lee Tai-yang turning away and attacking him. Lee Tai-yang was surprised because Han Taihuk suddenly changed his fighting style. He wondered how Han Taihuk could change it in such a short time. However, he believes that only a week will not be enough to defeat the Muay Thai legs that he has trained and intends to destroy Han Tae-hyuk's legs. But suddenly, Han Tae-hyuk's leg was pulled back and he kicked Lee Tai-yang in the face. Lee Tai-yang was surprised by Han Tae-hyuk's Brazilian kick, but he thought his strength was weak. As he expected, practicing in a short time was not enough. He swung his leg towards Han Tae-hyuk. Even Han Tae-hyuk knew that his strength was not enough. During practice, Han Tae-hyuk practiced Brazilian kicks. Because he had mastered the basics of the Brazilian kick, his assistant asked him to continue. But Han Tae-hyuk was confused because it would only increase the number of techniques. He thought to fight Muay Thai. Wouldn't it be better to focus on some techniques? Dummy approached Han Tae-hyuk and asked if he had ever heard, rather than a person who can do 1,000 kicks, a person who can master one kick is scarier. Hearing that, Han Tae-hyuk said that was what he meant. Dummy said that it was true, but it was wrong for Han Tae-hyuk. He asked Han Tae-hyuk why a genius is a genius. Back at this moment, looking at Lee Tai-yang's posture, he was sure it was a low kick, so he cut him off and broke his balance with a calf kick. Without missing the timing when Lee Tai-yang lost his balance, Han Tae-hyuk then used high kick. He continued to attack Lee Tai-yang without giving the slightest pause. The reason why a genius is because he has freedom that other people don't have. It is the ability to utilize so many techniques in the right places. The specialty of a genius who can overcome everything easily. With Wetchuk, Han Tae-hyuk kicked Lee Tai-yang's chin until it flew far away. Han Tae-hyuk then approached Lee Tai-yang, who was lying down, and said that he had forgotten that he was a genius. Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk then told them to get up, because this wasn't over yet. On the other hand, Kang Na-young forcibly pulled Chun Juhi out of the car. Chun Juhi didn't understand why Kang Na-young did this, and asked if she did something wrong to her. But Kang Na-young was angry and said don't act close. She then grabbed Chun Juhi's hair and told her that her existence was Chun Juhi's fault. An angry Kang Na-young said that Chun Juhi had ruined her life and told her to look at how many people she had hurt. Her mother was sick because of her, and the person who saved her was also beaten because of him. Kang Na-young blamed all this on Chun Juhi and called her a cursed child. Chun Juhi started to think that Kang Na-young was right. Everyone is having trouble because of her. Kang Na-young was stopped by South's leaders because she could damage her. He then told Chun Juhi that she could run, but she had to pay a fine as written in the contract. He knew the punishment would be heavy if the contract was terminated, so he was sure Chun Juhi would have difficulty paying him. So if Chun Juhi didn't want to increase the debt, he told Chun Juhi to follow what they said. Chun Juhi also thought that it would be better for her to be the one who was unhappy, and the only one who had to make sacrifices. They were finally going up to the VIP area, and the South leader ordered his subordinates not to let any other bastards disturb them. They began to be ordered to guard every entrance in this place, but suddenly a bright light blinded them. Jindaim quickly rode his motorbike and passed them all. He stopped and saw so many trash people, but he was sure Chun Juhi was in the building behind them. So he told them to open the door. On the other hand, Kim Kang-woo tackled Chu Jinung again. Chu Jinung was upset because he lost to Kim Kang-woo. He thought that he couldn't lose. Since childhood, Chu Jinung had an extraordinary physique. His physique is suitable for judo martial arts. He had always excelled, but Chu Jinung was poor. He could not continue physical education because he lived alone with his grandmother. The only way is to get a scholarship from the competition. But the result was defeat. He was not inferior in terms of ability, but his opponent cheated. At that time he felt stupid for living honestly. Chu Jinung, who promised not to do judo again, he went to the final match. Then, he cheated to paralyze his opponent. Since then, Chu Jinung left judo and started doing illegal things. Chu Jinung knew now how to defeat Kim Kang-woo. He took a brick and smashed it at Kim Kang-woo's back. Kim Kang-woo also grimaced in pain. Chu Jinung then told him there were many forbidden techniques for judo. For example, pushing your opponent's head until it falls to the ground. Chu Jinung used stranglehold and smashed Kim Kang-woo to the ground. He then destroys the opponent's leg joints. Then he used the technique that Kim Kang-woo continued to use. He sat on Kim Kang-woo's stomach and asked, "Wasn't that funny?" Because judo had become weak because of this ban. He then continued to hit Kim Kang-woo in the face. After being satisfied with beating Kim Kang-woo, Chu Jinung stood up and said that if he lived honestly, he would lose. Han Taihuk was surprised to see Kim Kang-woo lose, so he decided to quickly defeat Lee Taiyang. Lee Taiyang thought he would not lose and told him not to be arrogant. In the past, Lee Taiyang was very impressed with his father. His father was the strongest above in the ring. He admires his father, who is a Muay Thai athlete. Then Lee Taiyang hated his father because his father illegally lived in Korea to earn a living. He hated his father, who lost his arm and was not even appreciated. He thought he wouldn't be like his father, who had powers but couldn't use them and would live a different life. He beat up delinquents and got money from them, but that made the thugs in the area angry with him. His father once told Lee Taiyang that Muay Thai martial arts other than those learned by Lee Taiyang should not be used on other people. It is the original martial art of Muay Thai which aims to destroy people, the martial art of war, Muay Boran. Lee Taiyang uses any means to win. Lee Taiyang didn't want to lose and threw sand in Han Taehyuk's eyes. Lee Taiyang then caught Han Taehyuk and elbowed him in the head. He told Han Taehyuk that this was a martial art of war to destroy people that his father could use, but his life was poor. Lee Taiyang doesn't want to live like his father. Whether doing something illegal or whatever, he doesn't care because winning is everything. Han Taehyuk was also defeated by Lee Taiyang. Rain started to fall and rained on Kim Kang-woo and Han Taehyuk. When they finished training, Dummy congratulated them on achieving their training target. Han Taehyuk also asked if they could now beat their opponents, but Dummy replies that it depends on them. He then says there is a gift for them. He asks them both if they remembered to wear the items he said. They answered that initially practicing with the object made them very tired, but they did not take it off because they thought there was a reason behind it. Dummy also said that the item was patience and results. If you wear it, it will reduce your abilities. On the contrary, if they took it off, it would increase their abilities. Dummy informed that currently stats 349 is the human limit, but he asked what happens if his stats exceed 350. Back at this moment, Kim Kang-woo and Han Taehyuk stood up again to remove the item. Chu Jinung and Lee Taiyang didn't think they could still wake up. If the item is released while shining, it will temporarily break through human limitations. Now Kim Kang-woo and Han Taehyuk intend to show them how to win. Dummy hopes that they can taste the sweet taste that results from patience. Han Taihuk also used flash and shot quickly. He then launched a series of kicks in an instant. Li Taiyang was blown away. On the other hand, Kim Kang-woo uses the force which temporarily gives extraordinary strength. Chu Jinung was surprised that Kim Kang-woo could lift him with one hand. He then did a chokeslam on Chu Jinung. After defeating them, Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk said that only those who survive will win. They then collapsed and lay on the ground. They think it's a really crazy skill. Kim Kang-woo had run out of strength, so he couldn't move anymore. But he wanted to help Jin Daim. But Han Tae-hyuk asked what there was to worry about. He was sure that Jin Daim must have extraordinary strength now, because Jin Daim practiced for only 3 days and finally managed to complete it. Jin Daim uses the fraudulent dice he got from the quest. With these dice, Jin Daim can redistribute stats as desired. He lowered all stats and increased power and agility to 350. The reason why all Jin Daim's stats had to reach 200 was to break the limit of both stats. Jin Daim will not lose now. All the South members laughed at Jin Daim because he came alone to save Chun Juhi, but Jin Daim just ignored them. Shim Hyun-seop asked Jin Daim if he understood the situation. He advised that in a situation like this, he should kneel and beg for forgiveness. Shim Hyun-seop also tried to force Jin Daim to bend his knees, but he was surprised because he couldn't suppress Jin Daim. He wondered why Jin Daim was so hard, and even used both hands. Jin Daim grabbed Shim Hyun-seop's shoulder and squeezed it using force, surprising the other South members. Jin Daim then asked where Chun Juhi was. Shim Hyun-seop still refused to answer. Jin Daim strangled him, then used flash and slammed him. He once again asked Shim Hyun-seop where Chun Juhi was, but Shim Hyun-seop couldn't answer anymore. But Jin Daim thought it was okay because there were still many people he could ask. He also used flash again and punched in an instant, making everyone stunned. He started beating them one by one. The others also came forward to arrest Jin Daim. In the face of the fists aimed at him, Jin Daim thought whether this speed had exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Their movements looked very slow to Jin Daim. Its strength had already surpassed human limits, and its destructive power was unreasonable. Seeing 3 people running towards him, he hit all 3 of them in an instant. The 2 people behind Jin Daim grabbed him, but Jin Daim was able to easily lift and slam them. They all finally advanced simultaneously. But even if these dozens of people attacked Jin Daim, they would be no match for him. Inside the hotel, the South leader had already brought Chun Juhi back. But he didn't understand because he was blocked by the VIP's bodyguards. The VIP discovered the hidden camera he installed. He steps on the camera and asks, does he think he can threaten him with this? He then ordered his subordinates to take them. The South leaders also told Kang Na-young to go to room 801. They laughed because they thought she was funny. The South leader sighed and was annoyed at Jin Daim. He then said that he did not hold a grudge against them, but he would suppress them. On the other hand, Kang Na-young slammed Chun Juhi out of anger. Kang Na-young was confused about what would happen and wondered if Ha Jung-woo, the leader of South, could face them. She also blamed all this on Chun Juhi because she had run away. She said that if this fails, everyone who tries to save Chun Juhi will die because Ha Jung-woo is a madman who will definitely retaliate against her. Chun Juhi begged her not to bother the people around her anymore and would do everything they asked. But Kang Na-young said it was too late, and she was sure Jin Daim would definitely die now. But she heard Jin Daim shouting Chun Juhi's name. She was then surprised when he saw Jin Daim defeat all the South members alone. Chun Juhi was surprised to see Jin Daim, who came alone. Jin Daim then shouted, asking Chun Juhi to wait because he would come soon. At Ha Jung-woo's place, he defeated all of the VIP's subordinates. He was very surprised to see Ha Jung-woo beat them all. Ha Jung-woo slowly approached him and asked him, didn't he ask how he became a gangster? He told him that he had powers he didn't know about. This power has abilities that surpass human common sense. Ha Jung-woo grabbed the VIP's face and said this is a coalition of teenagers, including South. It tells you that this is the power to win. Not long after he saw the perpetrator behind all this, Jin Daim arrives and asks where Chun Juhi is. Ha Jung-woo didn't answer him and said that he had already said that if this happened again, he would kill him. Jin Daim once again asked where Chun Juhi was, and Ha Jung-woo was tired of saying it again. They both ran towards each other to end all this. While in the elevator, Jin Daim saw a message telling him that it was all Kang Na-young and South's doing and what had happened all this time. He thought it must be difficult for Chun Juhi to have gone through such a difficult time alone. He was very angry with Chun Juhi and South and promised to destroy them. When they arrived on the 8th floor, they decided to end it all. Jin Daim also used Flash and punched Ha Jung-woo until he was blown away. Ha Jung-woo was very surprised and confused about what kind of power it was. Jin Daim then used the force and grabbed Ha Jung-woo's face. He told him to be quiet because he wanted to ask a question. He then dragged Ha Jung-woo to the wall. He finally hits a wall, and Jin Daim says he's not done yet. Jin Daim then launched a series of punches at Ha Jung-woo. After the consecutive blows, he kicked Ha Jung-woo so hard that he broke open the hotel room door. Jin Daim then asked why he did that to Chun Juhi. Ha Jung-woo vomited blood and thought Jin Daim's strength was unreasonable. If it weren't for the potion, he would have died. He also asked Jin Daim where he got that power. Jin Daim gave him another chance to answer his question. Ha Jung-woo answered that there was no reason. He does it because it's just business. Jin Daim was angry because Ha Jung-woo brought down an innocent child just because of business. Ha Jung-woo answered that he needed strength, so he asked where Jin Daim got that strength. Jin Daim was surprised that Ha Jung-woo knew anything about his powers. Ha Jung-woo answered that was what he wanted to ask him. The power that one has, he asked how Jin Daim could get it. He told him that he dropped Chun Juhi and did this business because he wanted to be acknowledged by one. Jin Daim was surprised to find that someone else had this power besides him. On the other hand, they finished tying up the members of South. They thought if Jin Daim managed to save Chun Juhi, this would be over. But Lee Taiyang laughed and believed that Jin Daim would not be able to beat Ha Jung-woo. Han Taihuk also asked whether he had seen for himself that Jin Daim had strength that surpassed them. Lee Taiyang said that he saw it, but he asked if he thought only Jin Daim had it. Kim Kang-woo and Han Tae-hyuk became worried. At that moment, Ha Jung-woo took out his cell phone. Jin Daim was surprised to see Ha Jung-woo take out an item. He uses Leap of Strength, which increases strength 100 times. Because he has a strength of more than 350, he also gets defensive power that exceeds human limits and the hardening skill. Ha Jung-woo regained his confidence and asked if he thought only Jin Daim could use it. Ha Jung-woo ran at Jin Daim and fought back. Jin Daim, who was shocked, couldn't believe that someone else had that power, but he thought he shouldn't panic and fight back. All of Jin Daim's attacks are blocked by the hardening skill. Seeing Jin Daim's next move, Ha Jung-woo laughed and caught both of Jin Daim's hands. He then kicked Jin Daim in the stomach. Jin Daim was surprised that Ha Jung-woo could see his attack using Flash. It thought it must be a coincidence and attacked again. But Ha Jung-woo was able to avoid it and was attacked back until he was knocked down. Jin Daim didn't understand even though the hardening skill was only a defensive skill. Ha Jung-woo also told him that he didn't have to be fast to see the attack. His senses adjusted to Jin Daim's speed. He said Jin Daim was mistaken that stats were all he needed and believed that Jin Daim didn't know about animal skills. Jin Daim was shocked, making him think something was strange, and asked whether Ha Jung-woo had different powers than him. If he thought about it, there was something different. So he decided to find out and buy magnifying glasses at a shop to find out other people's abilities and skills. He immediately used it and was shocked at what he saw. On the other hand, asked Lee Taiyang that Ha Jung-woo could go beyond the limits. But Kim Kang-woo was sure to still win because he surpassed agility and power. But Lee Taiyang said that wasn't the scariest thing. He said that the power that made Ha Jung-woo truly a monster was that he seemed to be able to see everything like a snake. Jin Daim was surprised that Ha Jung-woo had snake sense skills that could predict the opponent's movements. Ha Jung-woo said that every attack must have a first step. Small movements of muscles that engage before an attack. Point of attack that his eyes can see. Then, irregular breathing, a pounding heartbeat, even gusts of wind, although small, but sure. This was a clue for Ha Jung-woo to anticipate Ha Jung-woo's movements. Jin Daim doesn't believe he can do that, but Ha Jung-woo says since he's a snake, it's a given. Jin Daim, who panicked, thought that if what Ha Jung-woo said was true, then it was a skill that broke the limit. But if Ha Jung-woo couldn't keep up with his movements, there would still be a chance. Jin Daim quickly tried to attack Ha Jung-woo. Ha Jung-woo predicted it and tried to catch Jin Daim's hand, but Jin Daim's hand suddenly disappeared. He changed course and used deceptive tricks. But deceptive tricks don't work. Ha Jung-woo was sure that this would be easy if he used his snake senses. Seeing Ha Jung-woo attack, Jin Daim prepared to defend. But Ha Jung-woo saw the opening and hit it. He continuously attacked Jin Daim, which was full of gaps. Jin Daim, who fell on his back, thought it would be dangerous if he continued to get hit and had to dodge. Ha Jung-woo then punched Jin Daim so hard that he hit the wall. Then Ha Jung-woo approached Jin Daim and said it was a shame that his abilities were the opposite of his abilities. Jin Daim was annoyed because he had difficulty attacking and defending. Deceptive tricks that use flash in a row are also predicted. Even attacks that use the power of the system are also reduced by half. His stamina was also running out, and he couldn't take it anymore. Jin Daim thought, as Ha Jung-woo said, he really lost badly. He wondered how he could fight Ha Jung-woo. Then he realized something and stood up again. Ha Jung-woo was impressed that Jin Daim still had the strength to stand. Jin Daim thanks him for his concern and says he is thinking of a way to defeat him. Ha Jung-woo laughed at that and asked if he was crazy. Jin Daim then used a dice cheat to lower the strength stat and increase the senses stat to 350. He also got a skill that can analyze the situation perfectly and find the optimal solution. He looked around him to assess the situation and explore solutions. When finished, holding a fire extinguisher, Jin Daim said he would show now that wild animals cannot defeat humans. He then sprayed it at Ha Jung-woo. Ha Jung-woo thought Jin Daim meant to close his eyes, but he was sure it was in vain because instead, he benefited from the snake's senses. He closed his eyes and focused on hearing and finding the location. But his ears hurt because there was a loud noise. Jin Daim turned on the speaker to overcome Ha Jung-woo's hearing, so Jin Daim was sure that Ha Jung-woo would find it difficult to avoid his attack. Ha Jung-woo panicked because he couldn't see or hear. Suddenly he received a blow from Jin Daim. He tried to fight back, but it didn't hit anything. Ha Jung-woo was surprised because he was sure that Jin Daim was there. He then received attacks from behind and from the front. Ha Jung-woo swung his arms everywhere but still couldn't hit anything. Ha Jung-woo was confused about why Jin Daim could move freely even though he shouldn't be able to see or hear. However, Jin Daim perfectly remembered this room in his head. He believes he will win because this is his room. Jin Daim continuously attacked Ha Jung-woo from various sides. Ha Jung-woo, who was cornered, thought he had to recover his hearing at all costs. First, he tried to destroy the speaker, but he tripped over the cable and fell. Jin Daim continued to attack Ha Jung-woo. Ha Jung-woo became annoyed because the Uller's power was useless. He wondered how Jin Daim could see, but suddenly the smoke started to clear. He stood up again and found Jin Daim. Seeing Ha Jung-woo, Jin Daim said he looked so scared and a wild animal. Ha Jung-woo was angry because he had been insulted and would destroy Jin Daim now. But Jin Daim told Ha Jung-woo to look at the floor. He also saw a lot of broken glass on the floor. He even wondered when his shoes had been taken off. Jin Daim warned Ha Jung-woo to keep quiet, lest his leg be torn. Jin Daim said this is the first way to defeat wild beasts. Then, while removing the lampshade, Jin Daim said there was also a second way to catch wild animals. Ha Jung-woo was very angry because he had been humiliated. He thought the broken glass was just a trap and used the hardening skill to step on the glass. Jin Daim then used cheat dice. Jin Daim smiled and asked how he could withstand another attack if he hardened his legs. He also lowers the intelligence stat and increases the skill stat to 350. To finish off Ha Jung-woo, he used wushu martial arts. Jin Daim then told him the second way to defeat wild animals was to surpass the limits of human ability with martial arts. He said the snake's eyes were useless because of this trap, and Ha Jung-woo was really trapped. Now it's time to hunt snakes. With quick movements, Jin Daim swung his staff to attack his opponent. The man watched Jin Daim's movements carefully. He thought that as long as he knew the point of attack, he could stop the attack. But it was too late as Jin Daim immediately launched his attack on the man by hitting his body with his staff. The powerful blow sent his opponent's body flying far backward. The man winced in pain even though he had tried to defend himself, but the impact was still that great. According to Jin Daim, using a beating weapon was very advantageous. Force is mass times acceleration, which weapons provide mass and speed that humans don't have. Then the red-haired man immediately got up, and he decided to use the hardening technique on his legs because otherwise he wouldn't be able to step up and get beaten up even more. But the impact was too strong to be blocked with his body. The man thought that if he continued like that, then he would die. Then the man decided to get rid of the stick held by Jin Daim first. As the corners of Jin Daim's lips turned up, he smiled slyly, realizing that his opponent had made a bad move. Another advantage of weapons is their wide range. A man without a weapon would not be able to get close to a man with a weapon. The man's body was thrown far back until it hit the wall. None of his skills worked to attack Jin Daim. The man felt panicked and confused about what he should do to defeat his opponent. Jin Daim continued to attack him relentlessly. Even though he was beaten up, Ha Jung-woo still tried to think of a solution to defeat him. The man was brutally attacked by Jin Daim from all sides. Ha Jung-woo still didn't find a way to defeat him and didn't think of anything. Ha Jung-woo finally gave up and decided to use the only desperate way. He immediately got up and ran very fast towards Jin Daim. The man didn't care even though his legs would be destroyed. Jin Daim did not expect the decision made by his opponent. Finally, Jin Daim was determined to finish him right now. Jin Daim immediately launched an attack from his stick. Ha Jung-woo resisted the attack with all his might. He used the hardening technique in his hand to catch the stick. Ha Jung-woo's legs were bleeding from holding on so hard and being hit by glass shards. Jin Daim's stick was finally broken by him. But Ha Jung-woo was wrong. It turned out that Jin Daim could use other techniques besides the stick technique. Instantly, Jin Daim used the martial arts manual and learned Kali Arnis. Then Jin Daim hit Ha Jung-woo's body so hard that he bounced far back. Unexpectedly, Jin Daim used a cable to choke Ha Jung-woo's neck. Then Jin Daim pulled the cable so hard that his opponent's body was lifted above him. As he was about to lose consciousness, Ha Jung-woo wondered how long it had been since he was beaten like that. His memories of his dark past came to mind. When Ha Jung-woo was a child, he always grazed in the corner of his room because he was afraid to see his father, who beat his mother very sadistically. Since he was a child, his senses were sensitive, and he hated it. Almost every day he would hear the sounds of his father beating his mother, and it hurt even more when his father beat his innocent self. Moreover, Jung-woo had to hear the sound of his mother's footsteps when she left him. After his mother's departure, Ha Jung-woo had to take all the abuse from his father. Every day, Jung-woo was cursed and beaten by his father sadistically. He blamed his mother and hated his father. It continued. Ha Jung-woo lived while receiving violence from his father until he entered high school. One time when Jung-woo was late for school, he was severely scolded by his father. The father seemed so angry with him that he acted beyond reason. His father immediately took a kettle that was on a burning stove, and then he threw it at Ha Jung-woo's face violently. Suddenly, Ha Jung-woo screamed because he was in extreme pain. His face seemed to melt, and he instantly lost his mind because it hurt too much. Jung-woo felt like something was boiling inside of him, until finally, without Jung-woo realizing it, he went crazy and took revenge on his father. He attacked his own father sadistically and cruelly. Whether it was out of pain or anger, Jung-woo still didn't understand. But when he woke up, his father was already crawling under his feet. As if it wasn't his will, Jung-woo felt that his body was moving on its own to protect him. Instantly, Jung-woo realized why his father had been beating him and his mother all this time, and why his father hadn't stopped despite their pleas. It was to see that pleading look on his face, like the feeling of controlling someone with violence. Ha Jung-woo continued to attack his father mercilessly. Forgetting the pain of the burns on his face, Jung-woo twisted all of his father's body parts. It was the joy he felt for the first time in his life, but when the object of his revenge was gone, Jung-woo felt an emptiness, and he wanted to feel that joy again. Jung-woo thought if he felt that again, then he would become stronger. Because Ha Jung-woo wanted to improve and build up his strength, Ha Jung-woo finally decided to enter the dark world. Until one day he met the man, a man who was really very strong. Because he was curious, Jung-woo finally asked the man how he could get his strength. The man approached Jung-woo and he gave him a cell phone that would give him power. The man told him that there were two types of surges, but he warned Jung-woo not to use them all at once because his body wouldn't be able to withstand it and could even die from it. Back to his fight with Jin Daim. Finally, Jung-woo used a power surge that made him so strong that his muscle strength surpassed human limits. Then Jung-woo released the cable tied around his neck with ease. This made Jin Daim very panicked because Jung-woo's power exceeded the limit. Jung-woo finally reversed his attack on Jin Daim. He tied Jin Daim's neck with the cable, then attacked his body repeatedly like Jin Daim did to him earlier. Then Jung-woo gave one punch so strong that Jin Daim bled profusely from his mouth and his body fell to the floor. Undeniably, Jin Daim's strength was so strong that Jung-woo had to use two surges. But Jung-woo still felt that he was the one who finally won the fight. Both of their hands were screaming with the cable. Jin Daim then used absolute division and borrowed Kim Kang-woo's strong will. Jin Daim said that the fight wasn't over yet. Jung-woo wondered why Jin Daim would go to such lengths because he didn't think it would benefit him at all. But for Jin Daim, there was no reason to help others who were in trouble even if he didn't recognize them. Hearing that, Jung-woo realizes that the two of them have completely different ways of thinking because according to Jung-woo, abilities are valuable when used for themselves. Jin Daim tried his best to get up while reminding Jung-woo that that excuse couldn't be used to bully others. Just because of selfish greed, Jung-woo took away Juhi's smile, dreams, and future. Juhi, who was trying to get back on her feet after all that pain, was instantly destroyed by them. That's what made Jin Daim so emotional. But Jung-woo still didn't feel guilty and said that it was natural because Juhi was weak. Hearing that made Jin Daim even more angry and clenched his fists. He would show what kind of strength the weak could have and what kind of power they could muster to save someone. Then Jin Daim used superior dice that could increase stats beyond the 350 limit. The power stats continued to increase significantly until the system issued a warning. That made Jin Daim's muscle power exceed the limit, and Jin Daim decided to use the superior skill, One Punch. There was a powerful aura enveloping Jin Daim's body that made Ha Jung-woo feel frightened and panicked. Jin Daim said that his pain would not be worth the suffering that Juhi felt. Then Jin Daim ran very quickly towards him while clenching his fist and threw a punch right in his face. The attack sent Jung-woo's body flying backwards. Jin Daim was breathing heavily. His clothes also looked tattered, and the atmosphere around him was chaotic. The masked man in the system told Jin Daim that in addition to the reward for achieving the training target, he would give Jin Daim a reward for exceeding the target. Jin Daim had a superior dice appear in his hand. Jin Daim was confused as to how it differed from the fraud dice. The system explained that fraud dice could only increase one statistic up to 350 points, which was the highest limit, while superior dice could exceed that limit and could increase a statistic up to 500 points. Then, just like when exceeding the previous limit, Jin Daim would be given a new skill. Jin Daim didn't expect that he would also get a new skill. Jin Daim thought that getting a 350 skill was great, but it turned out that there was an even greater skill. The system explained that Jin Daim's body was still not strong enough to withstand the ability, and the time to maintain the ability was currently only a few tens of seconds, so he told him to use it when conditions allowed. Back to his fight against Ha Jung-woo, Jin Daim immediately pulled out the one-punch skill and immediately gave it to his enemy. The attack made Ha Jung-woo's body flung far back until it hit the wall. Ha Jung-woo winced in pain, and his face looked battered, while Jin Daim's face looked very exhausted after issuing his deadly blow. Jin Daim eventually won the fight. Not long after, a woman was seen peeking out from behind the door. Because she felt the situation outside had calmed down, she finally ventured out. But she was shocked to see her people lying on the floor with blood all over their bodies. Especially when she saw Ha Jung-woo, who collapsed in the corner of the room. Kim Na-young really didn't expect what was in front of her eyes right now. Then behind her, followed by Juhi, who came out of the room. Jin Daim immediately called Juhi and said that he came to save her, and then Jin Daim invited her to leave the place. Seeing the man's arrival made Juhi moved and cry, but immediately Kim Na-young immediately pulled Juhi while bullying her with broken glass bottles. Kim Na-young threatened Jin Daim to stay away from them, or else he would not hesitate to harm Juhya. Kim Na-young thinks that she has to get out of there no matter what, because if she gets dragged along, then she won't be able to debut. Kim Na-young yells out that she even broke Juhi's mom's leg and she won't hesitate to finish that woman off too. Juhi was very surprised to hear that. Jin Daim looked very confused about how to help Juhi because he didn't have the energy to use the flash anymore. But Juhi finally got up the courage to fight the woman. Juhi hit Kim Na-young's stomach with her elbow so hard that the bottle shattered out of her hand. Then Juhi grabbed her hand and slammed Kim Na-young's body very hard. Juhi was furious because she had just realized that the woman had made her mother's legs like that. Kim Na-young cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Jin Daim, who was still standing there, was dumbfounded by Juhi's actions and realized that the woman had tremendous strength. You can see Juhi's eyes radiating an aura of vengeance towards Kim Na-young. Juhi said that she would get her reward today. At that moment, Kim Na-young suddenly remembered the time when she told a group of female gangs in her school to harass Juhi, but they found it hard because the consequences they had to bear were huge and very dangerous. At that time, Kim Na-young was confused as to why they were so afraid of Juhi, but now she understood the danger that they said at the time that she herself now felt. Kim Na-young just realized that the news that Juhi beat them to the hospital in middle school was real. Kim Na-young was very scared now. Juhi sat on top of Kim Na-young's body while pulling her collar and clenching her hands in front of her face. Juhi said that she had accepted all of Kim Na-young's behavior up until now because she still hoped that Kim Na-young would change. But Juhi felt that she couldn't hold back anymore because she knew that Kim Na-young had broken her mother's leg. Because her anger was unstoppable, Juhi immediately hit Kim Na-young's face very strongly and repeatedly. Even though all this time, Juhi considered him her only friend, but apparently Kim Na-young had the heart to do that to her. Juhi remembered when she met Kim Na-young and they became friends. They both had the same dream. Juhi also felt happy for her friend's achievements. When Juhi was in trouble, Kim Na-young was the first to come to comfort her. Kim Na-young always protected Juhi from everyone who wanted to harm her, and Juhi even felt that Kim Na-young cared more about her than her own family. Even though Juhi could get through all that hell-like life because of Kim Na-young, the moments with Kim Na-young are more precious to her than anything else. But now Juhi realized that it was all fake, and even Kim Na-young was the one who hurt the people around her. Juhi cried hysterically and yelled at Kim Na-young how she could do that to her own friend. But Kim Na-young said that she never once considered Juhi as her friend. Hearing those words from her made Juhi not hesitate to beat her up. Juhi continued her attack on Kim Na-young. Juhi brutally hit her without stopping until Kim Na-young became unconscious. Jin Daim, who saw the incident, was dumbfounded and did not expect that Juhi's strength was so great. Instantly, Jin Daim felt something strange in his body. Then slowly his body collapsed and became unconscious. After hours had passed, Jin Daim finally opened his eyes. There was a very bright light that dazzled his eyes. Jin Daim just realized that he fainted and felt if he was in a comfortable and soft place. It turned out that he was sleeping on Juhi's lap. The woman immediately asked Jin Daim about why he helped her like that. Jin Daim casually replied that he helped her because he knew that Juhi was completely innocent. Hearing the reason made Juhi very grateful and then hugged Jin Daim's body tightly. Suddenly it made Jin Daim very surprised. Juhi felt so comfortable with the hug that she finally fell asleep in Jin Daim's arms. Jin Daim could understand how she felt because she was the one who suffered the most. Jin Daim allowed Juhi to fall asleep peacefully to forget all her troubles for a moment. The incident ended not as a fight between them and the South, but rather as a fight between the gangsters and the South. It turned out that the hotel was the South's territory. Since the South defeated Jin Daim, the hotel became his territory. Therefore, the territorial effect worked in that hotel. It was the game system that got them off the case. After that, Jin Daim also managed to capture all of the remaining South members at the base. Jin Daim assigned them all to continue guarding the area, and of course also told them to do volunteer work and clean up the trash. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-woo has also been arrested by the police and is awaiting his trial. Although he only entered juvenile prison, he will receive a very heavy sentence. Violations of child and youth sexual protection laws, mass fights, planned assaults, and so on are what make it difficult for Ha Jung-woo to be free because the crimes he has committed are too many. The truth of Juhi's case was revealed by a trusted YouTuber, and thanks to that, all of Kim Na-young's evil deeds were revealed. In the end, all the criticism that had been directed at Juhi turned to Kim Na-young. This made Kim Na-young very frustrated and down, until finally the woman was also arrested by the police like Ha Jung-woo for injuring Juhi's mother. Although her sentence is not long, she will not be able to dream of debuting in the entertainment industry again. Meanwhile, Juhi, despite all doubts, finally managed to get into a big agency and prepare to debut as a singer once again. Then, unexpectedly, Juhi also transferred to Jin Daim's school. In the meeting room with prisoners, there was a man who came to Ha Jung-woo. He was Ryu-wan. Seeing Ryu-wan's arrival, Ha Jung-woo thought that it was a sign that he had been banished from One. Ryu-wan looked sharply at Ha Jung-woo and said that Ha Jung-woo must be responsible because he was the one who forced a deal with the VIPs so that his territory would belong to them, the Wanderers. Ha Jun-woo gritted his teeth because he felt very upset about it, even though Ha Jung-woo had worked hard to get the territory, but now it was gone in an instant. Then Ryu-wan told him that the bus gave him the order to take Jung-woo's cell phone. Jung-woo also argued that his cell phone just disappeared and he didn't know at all. But the truth in his heart said that he wouldn't hand over the cell phone to him. Hearing Ha Jung-woo's excuse made Ryu-wan furious, and he immediately stared at Jung-woo. The man seemed to give off a very creepy beast aura. He threatened Jung-woo to tell the truth. Suddenly, Jung-woo felt very scared seeing the aura that enveloped the man's body. Even though they were separated by glass, but Jung-woo felt that Ryu-wan could kill him right now. Then Jung-woo accused Jin Daim of taking the cell phone away from him. The words came out of Jung-woo's mouth without him realizing it. Hearing the answer from Ha Jung-woo made Ryu-wan frown as if he was surprised. Ryu-wan concluded that the incident meant it wasn't a fight with the gangsters. Instantly, Ha Jung-woo released a lot of blood from his mouth. He suspected that it was a side effect of the surge. Not long after, 2 prison guards came and picked up Ha Jung-woo's body to take him to the ER. Meanwhile, Ryu-wan turned around to leave the place while staring intently ahead of him. Ryu-wan felt that he should look for the boy to find his cell phone. At night, there is a woman wearing a hoodie that covers half of her face. The woman had finished off all the men who were former South members. She did this because she was looking for a cell phone. While stepping on the face of one of the men, she asked him who was the person who fought against Ha Jung-woo. Reluctantly, the man finally told her that the one who fought against Ha Jung-woo was Jin Daim. Then he also gave his photo to the woman. The woman looked at the photo carefully. She didn't expect to see Jin Daim's loser-like figure beating Jung-woo, but if she looked at it in more detail, she felt that Jin Daim was a little cute. There was a smile on the corner of her lips, and she said that she would train him. The next day at noon during recess, Jin Daim gathered all his friends behind the school garden. They all felt confused as to why Jin Daim suddenly told them to gather there. The 2 women also compactly asked Jin Daim about his plan. Then Jin Daim replied that he would invite them all to play. Because now the hotel's territory belongs to them, the hotel facilities can be used by them at will. Therefore, Jin Daim had a plan to hold a pool party at the hotel's swimming pool. At night, at the hotel swimming pool, there was a boisterous and crowded atmosphere. Loud music could also be heard at the poolside. The teenagers seemed to be really enjoying the exciting pool party. Some were also relaxing by the pool. Jin Daim and his friends looked very happy because there were beautiful seniors there. What's more, they could also use all these facilities for free, which were previously for VIPs only. Jin Daim didn't expect the territorial effect to be more powerful than he had imagined, to the point that there were benefits like this. The two friends immediately bowed before Jin Daim and promised to work hard to expand the territory. After that, their attention was drawn to Juhi and Suji, who were playing in the pool. The two of them were the most outstanding girls at the party with their stunning looks. The man wondered when the two women became close. Then Jin Daim explained that they were close since Kim Na-young's case, where Juhi became difficult to get along with after transferring schools. It seems that after hearing Juhi's problem, Suji approached her first. They became close because of Suji's efforts. Then the man changed the subject. He asked about the cell phone he took from Ha Jung-woo. Incidentally, Jin Daim also wanted to talk about something related to the cell phone, so he invited his two friends to follow him. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms by the pool, a group of men were watching Suji and Jihye. One of the men with blonde hair said that the two women were very beautiful. They seemed interested in the two women. The red-haired man grinned sinisterly while watching the two women, and, in his mind, he was planning something naughty. Jin Daim and his two friends sat on chairs by the pool. Jin Daim said that he got a very surprising story. Jin Daim said that he met the dummy to ask something about the cell phone. Jin Daim was confused because the game on Ha Jung-woo's phone was different from the SV hunting RPG he got. The dummy explained that the app was an old version of the game he was playing. Hearing that made Jin Daim surprised and unexpected. Dummy explained that the game was aimed at improving oneself, so it was a bit different from the game to evolve and capture others like Jin Daim played. Currently, the service has been discontinued so players cannot do quests and progress. Then the actual quest that Jin Daim had to do was to collect all the phones that had the app. Hearing that explanation made Jin Daim dumbfounded. It turns out that Jin Daim can actually absorb the collected cell phones and turn them into power. Once collected, he can exchange it for coins or other skills, and if Jin Daim gives the cell phone to his subordinates, then he might be able to use animal skills. Then Dummy also told that the skills obtained by absorbing cell phones would be much better than the skills he currently had. But if the enemies knew the game ability, then they could try to snatch it from Jin Daim, so Dummy reminded him to always be careful. Then Dummy asked him if he wanted to absorb the cell phone he got. But Jin Daim didn't want it and told him to leave it alone first. But Dummy advised him to absorb the phone as soon as possible, because phones that still had the app could be tracked. Jin Daim smiled widely because that was exactly what he was after. Jin Daim felt that if he had to catch them, it would be better for them to come to him themselves. Then Dummy told him to just come any time if he wanted to absorb the cell phone. Hearing that made Jin Daim confused about how to go about it because all he knew was that he could only enter the training center once a month. Dummy explained that this time Jin Daim would be running the actual quest of the game and therefore, a dummy would be installed into Jin Daim's brain to guide him. Instantly, the system processed the installation. Hearing that story from Jin Daim left his two friends dumbfounded. He realized that the game was really just starting now. Then one of his friends asked who the people named One were. Jin Daim guessed that they were probably people who had multiple phones with the app on them. Jin Daim didn't feel afraid of people like them at all because he thought they couldn't progress and run quests while he was still progressing. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. Suddenly, Jin Daim looked behind him and found that his two female friends had been disturbed by a group of men. They forcibly pulled Suji and also Juhye. The group of men did this on orders from Ji Hyunwoo, who was the hotel's VVIP, and claimed to be the top brass of One. Ji Hyunwoo pulled the two women's hands and said he just wanted to play for a while. Suddenly, a woman wearing a black bikini came and knocked the man's hand away from the two women. Seeing the presence of the woman also made them tempted by her and invited her to come together. But unexpectedly, Ji Hyunwoo's face was immediately hit by someone's foot. Suddenly, his men immediately helped Ji Hyunwoo to get up and face them. It turned out to be Jin Daim and his two friends. Jin Daim couldn't believe that someone like him was One. Ji Hyunwoo felt very furious and angry because they didn't believe if they found out that he was not the top One. but Ji Hyun-woo also couldn't do anything because he was afraid to see them like strong people. Finally, he called the hotel clerk to evict them. Ji Hyun-woo immediately took out a card that showed that he was a VVIP member and told the officers to get them out of there. Then the officer asked Jin Daim to show his VVIP card. Instantly, Jin Daim panicked because he didn't have the VVIP card. Knowing this, his two friends immediately scolded him. Jin Daim admitted that he was immediately told to enter when he said that he was Jin Daim. Ji Hyun-woo laughed at all of them who dared to enter there secretly, and then he immediately told the officers to kick them out. But suddenly the officers remembered the name Jin Daim. Unexpectedly, the officers bowed and saluted Jin Daim. It turned out that Jin Daim had the attribute of territory owner, which if he revealed his identity as the ruler of the territory, then the employees in the territory would recognize him as an employer. Suddenly, Ji Hyun-woo was made silent by this. The officers even chased Ji Hyun-woo and his friends away. After that, the woman wearing an all-black bikini immediately approached Jin Daim and thanked him for helping save her. According to the woman, this meeting could also be called fate. Then the woman took out her cell phone and gave it to Jin Daim and asked for his cell phone number. This made Jin Daim surprised as well as his friends. They suspected that this was hunting. In a narrow alley near the hotel, we see Ji Hyun-woo and his men plotting for revenge. They called all their men to beat Jin Daim with a huge reward. In the middle of the conversation of the group of men, a woman suddenly came and greeted them by calling them a bunch of trash. Suddenly hearing the insult made them all immediately look at her. It turned out that she was the woman Ji Hyun-woo met in the hotel swimming pool earlier. Then Ji Hyun-woo immediately approached her because he thought if she changed her mind and wanted to play with him. Instantly, the woman took out a bat and finished them all in the blink of an eye. The woman threatened them if they dared to claim to be one, then she would not hesitate to kill them. Immediately, the woman hit the man's body with her bat until it spurted a lot of blood. Then the woman sat on the man's body leisurely while looking at Jin Daim's picture. She remembered Jin Daim's words of refusing to give her his cell phone number. There was a sly smile on the woman's lips. She felt attracted to Jin Daim and wanted him to be hers. The woman sat on one of the bodies of the man she had defeated. From the look on her face, she seemed to be deep in thought. As expected, there was something strange about Jin Daim. The woman didn't expect it and wondered how Jin Daim could defeat Ha Jung-woo. She thought that it wasn't impossible for an ordinary person to defeat an animal skill user, but it seemed impossible if a boy like Jin Daim won. Moreover, Ha Jung-woo also has spikes. Ha Jung-woo made money with his financial skills and bought spikes from one boss. The spike had some fatal side effects, but it allowed him to use skills that were beyond his limits. That's what made the woman think that it didn't make sense that Jin Daim could defeat Ha Jung-woo. The woman felt that the info she got about Jin Daim was still lacking, and she hurried from that place. She decided to try to approach Jin Daim first. The next day, the sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly on the school grounds. Inside the classroom, Jin Daim was relaxing on the table that he had arranged lengthwise. Jin Daim wondered why no one had appeared in front of him to look for the cell phone since the South problem was over. Instantly, Jin Daim shouted to Dummy and asked him for a quest because he felt very bored. It just so happened that Dummy had just created a new quest. There were two quests that Jin Daim could do. One was to clean up the remaining members of the South with a reward of 10,000 coins, and the other was to catch an opponent with an immeasurable level with a reward of one player skill. Jin Daim looked at the two quests carefully. Dummy then showed Jin Daim to the monitor beside him. Inside the monitor was a group of men whose faces had been battered. Jin Daim was immediately shocked to see this, and wondered what had happened. The blonde man told Daim that while they were cleaning the alley quietly, the members who betrayed and left the South suddenly attacked them. Then Daim immediately looked at Dummy and asked about it. Dummy explained that when he took over South, Jin Daim arrested Lee Taeyang and Chu Jin-woong. When taking over another organization and arresting the owner, the subordinates will be controlled automatically. That's the effect of a territory lord. But Dummy said it was difficult to control everything with just those two people. Dummy explained that the real leader of the South was Ha Jung-woo. Since Ha Jung-woo wasn't arrested, Jin Daim couldn't control the South completely. Then the other members who were not under his control left the South and formed a new group. This was the quest to take care of them. The blonde man said that they resigned themselves to being beaten because they obeyed Jin Daim's orders not to fight. Finally, Daim ordered them to attack and chase those people away if they came back again. Jin Daim immediately ruffled his hair because he was so frustrated. Things were turning out to be very complicated. It turned out that managing the territory was very difficult, unlike what he had imagined. Then Jin Daim immediately rushed to go there and took Han Taihuk and also Kim Kang-woo. On a small street in the suburbs, there was a group of gangs heading to a place. Instantly, everyone bowed and saluted the new South boss. Then the South boss went downstairs and told his men to clean up the neighborhood. Inside the karaoke place, the four men toasted their success. They looked very happy that everything went well. Ha Jung-woo's men who came out all went into the new South they created. One of the men said that it seemed like the rumor that Ha Jung-woo was captured by Hyun-seob was very influential. The man then denied that it was not a rumor. According to Hyun-seob, Ha Jung-woo is nothing without his subordinates. He remembered the incident that time where he knelt before Ha Jung-woo for the sake of coming today. Then he ignored it. He thought that the most important thing now was that Hyun-seob had become the ruler of this region, the greatest ruler among all rulers. But his men said that there was still one thing that bothered him. Hyun-seob was curious and asked what he was worried about. His men are worried about Han Taihuk reappearing. According to rumors, Han Taihuk's group at the karaoke place at that time took over the South now. Hyun-seob was also actually a little worried about it, and realized that if there was no man, then he was the strongest in the surrounding area. Hyun-seob suddenly remembered that he had one big weakness. Hyun-seob knew that the man was in love. Then Hyun-seob thought of kidnapping the man's partner. Hyun-seob's men thought that what he meant was Chun Juhi. But it turned out that what he meant was Jin Daim. Suddenly his men were very surprised and did not expect it. But Hyun-seob was very sure that Han Taihuk was in love with Jin Daim. His men immediately linked it to the time when they dressed up as a woman. Finally, they decided to capture Jin Daim to defeat Han Taihuk. Without knowing information about Jin Daim, they were all eager to catch him and felt that it was as easy as turning a palm. Meanwhile, Jin Daim was seen walking through the alley with Kim Kang-woo and Han Taihuk to look for the people who came out of the South to arrest them. Han Taihuk suggested Daim to search using dummy, because like in the comics they could search through biological responses. But Jin Daim was not sure if dummy could do such a thing. Then dummy appeared and explained that he could not search through biological responses, but he could analyze the sounds around him to search. This made Jin Daim feel surprised and amazed. According to dummy's analysis, there was a woman's scream in an alley near them. Not thinking for long, the three of them immediately ran to the location. In a small alley on the side of the road, a group of men surrounded a woman dressed in black. At the same time came Jin Daim and his two friends, who immediately attacked the gang. Instantly they realized that it was the people who beat Taiyang and Jin Woong. Finally, they all immediately fled the place. Afterwards, Jin Daim approached the woman and asked about her condition. Then she thanked him. She immediately panicked because she realized that her bag was gone and thought that the group of men who ran away had taken her bag. Then, Jin Daim told his two friends to catch the men who ran away. The woman immediately grasped Jin Daim's hand and thanked him. The woman then reminded Jin Daim that the two of them had previously met at the hotel swimming pool. Jin Daim then suggested to the woman to look for her bag around the place because he thought it might not be them. While Jin Daim was busy looking for his bag, the woman glanced at Daim with a very sharp gaze. She was very sure that Daim was not a strong person and did not believe that he was the one who had defeated Ha Jung-woo. If she saw from his two friends who always stepped up to replace him, Jin Daim was not good at fighting. The woman suspected that Jin Daim got the cell phone just by luck. Finally, the woman felt that she didn't need to be vigilant anymore, and so she picked up her gun to finish Jin Daim off quietly. The woman was already standing up, while holding her gun to take the cell phone by force. At the same time, a group of men came towards them and stopped the woman's action. It was Hyun Seob who came with his men. The woman stared at them and saw a tattoo on their hands that showed that they were South. It was a troublesome thing for the woman, and she decided to take care of the group of men. But instantly, Jin Daim stood up and approached the men. It was a coincidence that Jin Daim was also looking for them. Jin Daim grinned creepily and challenged them all. Seeing that made a group of southern gangs laugh and mock him. The woman also felt incredulous seeing Daim, who was very arrogant about his strength. Without thinking, Jin Daim immediately attacked Hyun Seob by using the flash skill, which hit him right in the face. Suddenly, his men were immediately surprised, as well as the woman. Immediately, the quest window displays to clean up the remaining members of the South. Jin Daim looks very excited to defeat them all. The group of men rushed at the lone Jin Daim. Jin Daim immediately beat them up in turn by pulling out his martial arts techniques. When fighting South, Jin Daim still felt awkward because it was his first time crossing the line, but now his body felt light, as if he was about to fly. The group of men stood around Daim as they stared at him. Then Daim called Dummy to tell him what evil things they had done. Immediately, Dummy explained their evil deeds succinctly. Daim decided to listen to the explanation while beating them up. Dummy explained that they had threatened and extorted students in the neighborhood, beaten scavenging grandmothers to take their money, played with and threatened women, broken into empty houses to steal, and other crimes that disturbed public peace. Hearing all this made Daim very emotional and angry. He beat them all for these heinous criminal behaviors. Hyun Seob did not think that all of this was the boy's doing. His body immediately shook and looked down. He did not accept all this because he felt that he had struggled to get to that position. Daim immediately gave a strike right to Hyun Seob's face until he bounced far back. After Daim managed to take them all down, the quest window finally displayed that Daim had completed his mission and was rewarded with 10,000 coins. Dummy explained that the quest was successfully completed and the rest of the South members were reintegrated into the South so that Daim could give them orders. Daim then told them to stand up, and instantly they all stood straight without realizing it. Hyun Seob felt very confused why his body could move by itself. Then Daim ordered them to go to the South headquarters where Lee Taeyang was, because there was a lot of volunteer work they had to do. Daim laughed contentedly at all of them. After that, they all immediately ran to follow Daim's orders. After that, Jin Daim patted his palms together and thought that the South's problem was solved. When Jin Daim looked behind him to talk to the woman, she suddenly attacked him with her bat. But with such quick movements, Daim was fortunately able to dodge the attack. Daim was very surprised why the woman suddenly attacked him. The woman attacked Daim many times, but he managed to dodge the attacks. The woman felt that she had misjudged Jin Daim completely. She didn't expect him to be able to go over the limit without drinking spikes, and that was the first time she had seen him. If even without animal skills he was that great. Then she thought that Daim would really become a monster if he used Ha Jung-woo's cell phone. Moreover, Daim also had the mysterious power to control those thugs. With the flash skill that Daim used, he easily removed his iron staff from the woman's hand. Then the woman finally took out her hammer weapon to attack Daim again. She felt that she had to defeat the man right now. Seeing that made Daim surprised because he realized the effect of the game used by the woman. His body was blown far back. Daim stared intently at the woman and realized that the woman also had a cell phone like Ha Jung-woo. The woman ran very quickly toward Jin Daim while delivering her weapon attack. If that woman had game power, then it meant that Daim didn't have to relent, even though his enemy was a woman. Daim immediately ran to counterattack the woman, but when Daim hit the woman in the stomach, he immediately felt like there was an iron plate blocking him. In his mind, Daim wondered where the woman had gotten all the equipment out of. Since the woman was wearing a weapon, Daim decided to use a weapon too. Immediately, Daim took out his manual martial arts and attacked the woman. There was a fierce battle between them. The woman was shocked to realize that Daim had become stronger after using his weapon. If it was a fight with weapons, then Daim would win because he was using a martial arts manual. But the woman didn't give up, so she took out another weapon and threw it at Daim. Seeing that made Daim panic and regret not having prepared many big weapons beforehand. Daim felt that he had to end the fight before all his weapons were used. This time, the woman used a crowbar to attack Daim, but because Daim's strength was greater than hers, the woman was pushed back. The woman realized that Daim's martial arts level was too high. It made her feel very upset that all the weapons she gave him didn't work against him. Then she took out another weapon, but unexpectedly, Daim destroyed it in one attack. The woman became very panicked and frightened. She wondered in her mind how strong the man really was. The only weapon she had left was an iron bat. The woman desperately hoped that this last weapon would defeat Daim, because if it didn't, then it was over. There was a very fierce battle between the two of them. A few moments later, the iron bat owned by the woman was destroyed and shapeless. It made her panic so much that her body trembled. The woman didn't expect that even her bat could not defeat Daim. Now that there were no more weapons that the woman could bring out, she regretted that she should have prepared her weapons more thoroughly. Jin Daim seemed to be taking a stance to attack the woman. Daim held tightly to his bat that gave off a dark aura that enveloped his weapon. Daim immediately ran fast and attacked the woman with so much force that she was immediately knocked far back into unconsciousness. After defeating the woman, a quest window suddenly popped up, informing Daim that he had defeated an opponent with an immeasurable level, and also told him to capture the woman. This made Daim feel very surprised and widened his eyes. It turned out that the woman was the one referred to by the quest named Jang Narim. Daim couldn't believe that he was told to catch that woman. It never occurred to Jin Daim that he would catch female thugs because they were weak. However, Jin Daim realized that they became this strong when they used the power from the game. Jin Daim happened to have bought a chain trap, but Daim felt it wasn't right to use it on the woman. But after Daim thought about it, in the future there might be more female thugs who use the power of the game. Finally, Daim decided to catch her. Then Daim put the trap on the woman's arm. It wasn't long before the woman woke up from her stupor. Then she immediately got up and wondered where she was. Suddenly, Daim immediately stepped back while holding the woman back from attacking him again. Unexpectedly, the woman hugged Daim and called him master. This made Daim very confused and then called Dummy. After Dummy appeared, Daim immediately asked why the woman was attached to him like this. Dummy guessed that it was because of the absolute obedience buff that occurred at the start of the capture. But Daim explained that this did not happen to other people. Dummy told him that the buff maximized the liking for the employer in an instant. The buff is in case the arrested person resists or does not fully understand the situation. In the case of the same sex, it is often expressed in the form of respect and admiration. But in the case of the opposite sex, the buff can be expressed in the form of affection, and it seems like this situation is one of them. Daim tried to push away the woman who kept clinging to him. Then Daim asked Dummy again how long it would take for the woman to return to normal. The time period varies depending on the person. The longest can be up to a day. Suddenly, Daim was surprised to hear this. Dummy then excused himself and invited his master to have fun. It was getting late in the afternoon. Daim and the woman walked down a small street there. The woman continued to cling to Daim. Seeing that made Daim feel incredulous, even though that woman had attacked him all the way. But now she was a woman who seemed to be in love. The eyes of everyone passing by were always on the two of them. The people who saw the woman clinging to Daim looked very surprised, especially the men. If Daim looked carefully, the woman next to him was also as beautiful as Suji and Juhye. So it was no wonder that everyone was eyeing her. Moreover, this kind of person was attached to him. But judging from the way she attacked him earlier, Daim was worried about what he should do when her state of absolute compliance was lost. They attracted attention because of the woman who kept clinging to Daim. Finally, Daim decided to first enter the nearby cafe. But unexpectedly, the place was not what Daim had imagined. Daim didn't expect such a closed cafe concept. Then the woman invited Daim to sit next to her. Daim tried to keep his distance from the woman and then told her to stop calling him sir. Then the two of them chatted casually. Daim asked the woman why she attacked so suddenly. The woman replied that she wanted to grab the cell phone that Daim had. The woman found out that the cell phone belonged to Ha Jung-woo. The former South member told her after she finished them off. Daim just realized that it was all for the sake of grabbing his cell phone. Then Daim asked if the woman was part of the one group. Instantly, a dark aura appeared from the woman, and then she immediately pushed Daim's body back. The woman firmly said that she was not part of one. One was her enemy, and she was collecting cell phones to defeat one. Then suddenly the woman kissed Daim on the cheek. It was a punishment for Daim's mistake. But the point that Daim knew from Ha Jung-woo was that the power was only owned by one. This was confirmed by the woman and said that they stole the power to defeat one. Hearing the word "they" made Daim conclude that the woman came from a group. Because he was curious, Daim finally asked him which group he was from. The woman seemed enthusiastic and told him that she was part of the Wanderers. It was a group of orphans or children who had run away from home and were living on the streets. The shelter is for children who have nowhere to go. They worked hard to build that safe place. Daim was instantly reminded of the time he went to defeat the South. Someone said that the group of children who escaped in the area was called Wanderer. Then Daim asked Dummy to connect a video call with Lee Tai-yang. Not long after, Lee Tai-yang was seen greeting Daim. Then, without further ado, Daim immediately asked about the group of children who ran away. Daim asked if he meant the Wanderers. Lee Tai-yang confirmed it, and he would explain further. In this area, there are 4 groups of thugs called All Direction. Each of them occupies the north, east, west, and south areas. But one day there were people named One came to attack. In the end, All Direction lost and was taken over by One. Lee Tai-yang also became part of One, and that's when Jung-woo got his cell phone. Meanwhile, Wanderers are people who attack Lee Tai-yang's group as part of One. Suddenly, the woman immediately protested and emphasized that the Wanderers were not that kind of group. Ryu-wan was the one who betrayed them and sold the Wanderers. While holding back tears, the woman said that originally the Wanderers were not the evil group they are now. Everything happened until now because of that man named Ryu-wan. Then Lee Tai-yang said goodbye and cut off the video call. Daim noticed that the woman looked sad. Daim felt that there was a sad event in her past, but Daim didn't feel comfortable asking her further. What was clear was that the woman also had a bad relationship with One's group. Since Daim also had to catch One, that meant they were on the same side. Right at the same time, a new quest suddenly appeared. The quest required Daim to help Jang Narim get back the Wanderer from Ryu-wan. Seeing this made Daim surprised, especially since this quest was to help that woman. Then Daim asked Narim to tell more details about the problem. Daim told Narim that he would help her. Elsewhere, Daim's 2 friends were still busy looking for Narim's bag. They had searched every corner but still couldn't find it. Taihuk thought about going back. But Kang-woo seemed worried that Jin Daim would be angry with them. Suddenly there was a commotion from a location not far from where they were. Suddenly they were both immediately surprised and looked behind them. There was a very chaotic atmosphere where many people were lying there helplessly. There was a man in a black suit who stabbed another man's head. The man had heard from Ha Jung-woo that he wasn't fighting with a gang, but with someone else, and it was that person who took his cell phone. The man forced him to tell him who it was. However, the man did not know it at all. Suddenly it made the man in the black suit angry and immediately broke his hand bones. At the same time came Han Taihuk and Kim Kang-woo, who then immediately beat the man in the black suit. The man who had just been attacked told them that the man in the black suit was the leader of the Wanderers. He warned them to be careful because the leader of the Wanderers had strange powers like Jung-woo. The charging of Kang-woo's fruitful endurance has been completed. What a coincidence that they wanted to fight him. The chief Wanderer thought that they were the ones who took Ha Jung-woo's cell phone. Kang-woo immediately denied that they didn't know about it, but Kang-woo challenged the man to a duel with them. Because the man just stood there and didn't want to attack, Kang-woo finally ran quickly towards the man. Kang-woo looked impatient to beat him up, but the man in the black suit easily avoided Kang-woo's attacks. He thought it was a weak fist attack. Instantly, the man in the black suit threw his fist right at Kang-woo. However, it turned out that it was just a trick for Kang Woo to catch the man's hand. Instantly, Kang Woo pulled the man's hand to slam him. But the man in the black suit parried Kang Woo's attack in an instant, so that now the situation was reversed. You could see Kang Woo's face turning blue because he couldn't breathe. At the same time, Taihuk immediately jumped up to attack his enemy. Unexpectedly, the man in the black suit caught Taehyuk's leg and immediately pushed his body back. They both felt overwhelmed against the man in the black suit who was alone. Then Taehyuk asked about the item that Daim had given Kang Woo. It was a magnifying glass item. Then they used the item to see the man's statistics. The man in front of them was Ryu-wan. How surprised they both were when they saw the statistics of Ryu-wan, who was like a monster. After seeing it, the two of them couldn't do anything. They had to attack with full force. Kang Woo would show the limit of his physical strength. Then he dashed toward the enemy in front of him. Kang Woo caught the man's body and pushed him backwards. But his strength did not make his enemy feel the slightest fear. Kang Woo released his monster power. Ryu-wan admitted that it was indeed an incredible power, but his technique was very rare. Ryu-wan reversed the attack and slammed Kang Woo's body hard into the floor. No matter how strong the power is, it means nothing if it is not accompanied by the right technique. Ryu-wan said that if he wanted to give a fatal blow, then he had to strike at a vital point. Instantly, Ryu-wan sadistically gave the deadly blow right on Kang Woo's face. Seeing that, Taehyuk didn't just stay silent. He immediately came over to his friend and immediately replied to Ryu-wan by lunging at his body. Suddenly, Ryu-wan was immediately knocked backwards. Taehyuk didn't expect Kim Kang-woo to faint after just one attack. Ryu-wan was too strong an enemy for them, but Taehyuk would try to attack with his full strength. Taehyuk jumped at Ryu-wan while delivering a flash technique mixed with other techniques. There was a fierce battle between them. Taehyuk attacked him relentlessly and mercilessly. However, Ryu-wan was able to avoid all these attacks and then managed to catch Taehyuk's leg. But that wasn't the end of his defeat. Taehyuk immediately used his other leg and lunged at Ryu-wan's face. Taehyuk's attack hit the bullseye, but it was only a small scratch. Ryu-wan admitted that Han Taehyuk's skills were better than Kang Woo's, but his abilities were still weak. Instantly, Ryu-wan grabbed Taehyuk by the collar. Suddenly, Taehyuk looked very panicked at the enormous strength of his enemy. Even though Taehyuk has used the flash technique, the difference is still very large. That's because Ryu-wan's level is too high. Then, Ryu-wan immediately attacked Taehyuk until his condition was alarming. Ryu-wan forced Taehyuk to answer who had given them this power. Ryu-wan suspected that the person was the one who had taken Jung-woo's cell phone. Taehyuk's face was battered and full of wounds. Taehyuk answered that he didn't know anything about it. Not getting any answer from Taehyuk, Ryu-wan became furious. He clenched his hand, which gave off a deadly aura. Judging from Taehyuk's current state, he could die with just one strike. Ryu-wan asked Taehyuk one last time who the person with the cell phone was. However, Taehyuk toyed with the answer, which made Ryu-wan unable to hold his temper anymore. As a result, Ryu-wan threw the deadly punch in front of him. Right at the same time came Kang Woo, who went in front of Taehyuk to save him from Ryu-wan's punch. The punch hit Kang Woo right in the face. Instantly, both of them were thrown far back and hit the wall. Taehyuk was very shocked to see what happened just now and asked why Kang Woo did that. Kang Woo did it because he was worried that Taehyuk would really die if he got hit, so he thought it was better to beat him up. Kang Woo told him to run away from this place. Instantly, Kang Woo fell down and was unconscious. In the cafe room, Nareem invited Daim to ask again if there was anything he wanted to know about her. Nareem was willing to tell him everything. Daim was curious about Nareem pulling out a weapon from her body and asked how Nareem did that. Nareem said that it was just an animal skill. Daim immediately realized that Nareem was lying about her lost bag. That meant there was no point in Han Taehyuk and Kim Kang-woo looking for it. Finally, Daim tried to contact his two friends. As soon as the call was connected, Taehyuk immediately reported the current situation. Suddenly, Daim was surprised to hear it. Daim told him to explain in more detail the problem. Taehyuk tells him that the two of them have gone beyond human limits, but still lost to the enemy. Now Kang Woo has fainted from replacing Taehyuk taking the punches. Taihuk said that the enemy was very strong, and his current condition probably wouldn't last a minute. Daim became very confused about what he should do. Then Narim asked Daim if their opponents had white hair. This was confirmed by Taihuk. Hearing that, Narim was sure it was Ryuwon. She knew him very well. Narim asked Daim for permission to fight Ryuwon. According to Daim, with an ability as great as Narim's, there might be a chance to win. Finally, Narim ran quickly out of there to come to the location. Then all Daim had to do until Narim got there was to use his newly acquired skill. It was a skill that could remotely control Han Taihuk. Han Taihuk suddenly felt something strange in his body. Daim would then increase the intelligence statistics with remote control. As Daim looked focused, from now on Daim would control him remotely. Daim told Han Taihuk to stay focused. From behind the phone, Daim explained to Taihuk that this was a skill so he could control him from afar. Taihuk could also still control his body completely, but Daim would join in when the situation was urgent. So Daim reminded him not to panic and focus on fighting according to Daim's rhythm. Taihuk listened to all of his orders and immediately took the stance to attack the enemy. You could see Ryuwon's expression was a little panicked because he saw Taihuk's body aura change. Though Ryuwon saw that Taihuk was very angry just now, but now he became calm in an instant. But whatever he was planning, Ryuwon was sure that it would all be in vain. Without lingering any longer, Ryuwon immediately ran towards Taihuk to give him an attack. Taihuk told Daim that the enemy was coming. Daim reminded Taihuk not to panic and to defend as much as possible to buy time. Daim would use control to find a way to defeat him. With all his might, Taihuk dodged the oncoming attacks. Daim watched closely because he couldn't afford to miss a single move. He had to know exactly the pattern of attack. Each attack was sharp and targeted a vital point. But according to Daim, Han Taihuk could use flash techniques. Taihuk can avoid fatal blows by utilizing flash in weaving and ducking. Next, Daim will look for his defense pattern. Daim ordered Taihuk to attack the enemy using flash. Suddenly, Taihuk followed Daim's orders and immediately lunged at Ryuwon's body very strongly. However, Taihuk's legs were caught by him, and then Taihuk's body was pushed until it hit the back wall. But Taihuk did not feel pain, even though he was thrown like that. That made him confused and wondered. It turned out that Daim used Breakful. Daim could do it after knowing the enemy's attack pattern. But the problem was that Ryuwon's movement could compensate for the flash. Ha Jung-woo could predict Daim's movements because he analyzed his movements with snake sense, while Ryuwon didn't have it. Daim guessed that Ryuwon could do it only with high statistics. If he could also read moves like Ha Jung-woo, it would be difficult for Daim to fight him. Taihuk told Daim that the previous attack was successful. Hearing that, Daim immediately tried to see Han Taihuk's memory with absolute division. Daim saw that all attacks using flash could be blocked by Ryuwon. Even kicks with flash were caught. Then Taihuk's relentless attacks hit him right in the face. Daim realized there was something different about the flash attacks. Daim would analyze the passage with control. Instantly, Daim widened his eyes and he finally figured it out. Daim told Taihuk confidently that he knew a way to attack Ryuwon. From now on, they would not use the flash technique. Daim assured Taihuk that he could make Taihuk use flash whenever he needed to. Taihuk finally trusted Daim and immediately ran towards the enemy quickly. Taihuk was confused as to why Ryuwon's movements had slowed down. Taihuk used that situation to use the flash skill. The attack hit Ryuwon right in the face so that his body staggered. Seeing that made Taihuk really not believe it, even though the attack just now was a normal attack. Again, Taihuk gave Ryuwon a fist attack. Now Taihuk realized that this was not a coincidence. Then Taihuk asked Daim what he should do next. Grinning, Daim told him that all they had to do was make Ryuwon unable to predict their movements. Taihuk's attack was successful because his genius flexibility created an attack that even he couldn't predict. Daim thought that Ryuwon was just like Ha Jung-woo, looking at his opponent's moves and predicting his attacks. Flash's weakness is that once it starts moving, it can only move in a straight line. So the direction of his attack can be predicted only by the initial movement. But his body is being moved by two people. Because regardless of the initial movement, Taihuk's body moved according to Daim's orders. Daim deliberately made his attack unpredictable, which made Ryuwan become stunned. Without further delay, Taihuk attacked Ryuwan again. Taihuk attacked relentlessly. It was an attack that ignored the initial movement. Ryuwan couldn't predict it. But Ryuwan didn't see any fatal attacks, and finally he tried to attack Taihuk. Seeing that made Daim become annoyed because Ryuwan seemed to already know the weakness of this attack. The weakness of this attack is that there is no preparation, so the impact of the attack is weak. Ryuwan knew that for sure, and attacked without caring about the impact. If it continues like this, then Ryuwan will have the advantage because his stats are higher. If he attacked any further, it would be fatal. Taihuk retreated all the way to the wall. Now his trick was over, and Ryuwan was preparing to give him an attack. Right at the same time, Yang Narim suddenly came and jumped towards Ryuwan while holding a stick in her hand. Seeing that made Daim a little relieved, because their members had arrived, and Daim would add techniques and intelligence that could also be controlled by remote control. But Ryuwan looked angry and gave off a very strong aura. Instantly, the remote control was cut off. Daim was surprised by this. He suspected that it was because of the aura Ryuwan had released just now, but Daim would try to connect again. Upon reconnecting, Daim saw the already tense situation, where they both looked like they had just been attacked by Ryuwan. Ryuwan attacked them with his beast skill. His beast skill was not knowing the weakness of the opponent, but the terrifying energy itself. So far, Ryuwan didn't use beast skills, which meant all of Daim's analysis was useless. While Han Taihuk fought relentlessly, and Narim was exhausted fighting Daim. They both had little stamina. Therefore, Daim decided that he would use the next plan. Daim ordered Narim to take out the fire extinguisher that had been prepared. Then Narim sprayed it on Ryuwan, and instantly they fled from Ryuwan's presence. Seeing that, Ryuwan clenched his hands into fists. He felt furious that Narim was still blocking him to the end. Evening at a hotel. Daim had booked a room at the hotel for them to rest. Then Kang Woo, who was still unconscious, was laid on the bed. After that, Daim told Dummy to check his condition. Dummy said that Kang Woo did not need to be taken to the hospital because the physical damage was not too severe. Compared to medication, Kang Woo needed more rest. Hearing that made Daim a little relieved. It was a good thing they managed to escape, because otherwise the loss would have been even greater if they had continued the fight. Daim was determined to catch Ryuwan with his own hands. Afterwards, Daim decided to rest after a long day of fighting. Daim told Narim to go home and meet again tomorrow. Then Daim went straight to his bed because he was tired, while Narim was still silent in her place. A short while later, Daim woke up in the middle of the night. He felt something strange under his blanket. Out of curiosity, Daim immediately checked. Daim was surprised to find that Narim was under his blanket. Suddenly, Daim immediately got up and asked her why she hadn't come home from here. Then Narim told him that she didn't have a home. Daim had just remembered that. But suddenly Narim gasped. The look on the woman's face changed in an instant. Narim stared intently at Daim and asked why she was here. It appeared that Narim was already in a position to hit Daim. Seeing that made Daim become very panicked because her absolute compliance condition was complete. Daim became very confused about how he would explain all this to Narim. Meanwhile, Narim seemed to be getting ready while holding a hammer item in her hand. She threatened Daim to answer her questions. Then Daim said that this was all a misunderstanding. Daim explained that Narim did all the actions herself. Instantly, Narim remembered the things she did to Daim. Suddenly, Narim screamed hysterically because she couldn't believe what she was doing. Narim looked like she was frustrated. She thought she was crazy. Narim admitted that it was the first time she had kissed someone. His two friends who heard this immediately gave Daim a sharp look. They both attacked Daim because they were annoyed. When they were struggling, Daim did something like that. Kangwoo and Taihuk were seen kneeling before Daim with upset looks on their faces. Daim told them in a high tone that it was a misunderstanding, but the two of them didn't believe him. Meanwhile, Narim was just sitting on the sofa thinking about Daim's ability to make herself trapped by him. Narim had just found out that there was such an ability. She was hearing it for the first time. whereas all this time cell phones could only use animal skills or store items. Daim also thought that only he had such abilities. Although it wasn't as great as his, Daim didn't think there were similar abilities. Daim asked Narim to tell him about Ha Jung-woo's cell phone, but Narim didn't know the details either, but she would tell what she knew. First of all, one could use beast skills if they had that cell phone. The type of beast skill is determined by the user. If the cell phone was taken by someone, then he would not use the skills possessed by the owner of the cell phone. But a new beast skill is given according to that person's characteristics. Daim concluded that skills would appear randomly. Given that Narim could take out equipment, Daim asked what the name of her skill was. Narim hesitantly replied that it was Haydal. The Haydal in question was a sea lion. Instantly, the three men were shocked. Narim reminded them seriously not to underestimate the sea lion because this skill could store tools in the sea lion's pouch. Then Narim changed the topic. She was going to tell them about Ryuhwan. But if they want to know about Ryuhwan, then they must first know about Jihoon, because it all started with Jihoon. Narim first met Jihoon at a place called the Paradise of Love, a large stream that almost resembled a large city called the Nagwan Stream Love Paradise. It was the place where they grew up, but in reality, it was a prison that confined and enslaved orphaned children. Narim, who was banished at the age of 7, knew that it was hell. But the children raised in this place remained obedient without knowing that. But it was only natural that they didn't know because it was a huge cult that included the police in it. At one point, one of the owners of the place beat up Narim and beat her brutally. At that moment, Jihoon came and tried to stop the woman's cruel actions. Narim saw that Jihoon also obeyed the Nagwan sect like the other children. But Jihoon was different from the other children. Jihoon believed in the outside world that Narim told him about. Jihoon assured Narim that tomorrow they wouldn't be in that place anymore. In the evening, there was a huge fire in that place. Suddenly, the woman immediately ordered the children to fetch water from the river outside the village. Then they all immediately rushed to carry out the order. Once they got there, Jihoon told all his friends that he was the one who caused the fire that day on purpose. This was so that they could escape from this hell. Jihoon explains that the river in front of them is quite dangerous because it is deep and the current is strong. But Jihoon assured them that they could cross it if they combined their strength. They would cross it by holding on like a rope. But some of them chose not to go because they were scared by the leader. Jihoon would not force them, but he was always open to them changing their minds later. They all worked together and held each other's hands tightly to cross the river. By going through tough challenges, they finally managed to escape from hell thanks to Jihoon. Then, Jihoon took them all to an empty school building to be their home. It seemed like Jihoon had been preparing this plan for a long time. Then they went into one of the rooms that looked messy and had a lot of things scattered around. After that, one of them complained of hunger. Jihoon quickly walked towards the locker where the food was stored. However, the food that Jihoon had prepared was not there. Jihoon was shocked and wondered where her food was. There was only a little bit left of the food that Jihoon had prepared. Not long after, a young man came into their room. The young man confirmed that the place was his territory. It was their first meeting with Ryuhwan. Then Jihoon politely asked Ryuhwan if he had eaten all the food. Ryuhwan casually said that he had eaten all the food because he thought that someone had thrown it away. Seeing Ryuhwan's response like that made Narim very emotional and scolded Ryuhwan. But Jihoon tried to calm Narim down. Jihoon blamed himself for not checking first. Suddenly, Ryuhwan threw a bundle of money to Jihoon. Ryuhwan said that the money was in exchange, and then Ryuhwan relented to use the next room. Narim looked surprised to see the money in the big bag that Ryuhwan was carrying. Narim wondered why Ryuhwan was living in a place like this when he had that much money. Narim's question would be answered the next day. At noon in the old building, there was a commotion in the front yard. Ryuhwan was seen being beaten by several men in groups. It was because the men didn't accept that Ryuhwan had taken his money. But Ryuhwan explained that he only took his share. Suddenly, they all immediately ganged up on Ryuhwan brutally. From the window, Jihoon and Narim saw the incident. They looked worried as they saw Ryuwon being beaten by the men. Without further ado, Jihoon ran outside. Jihoon told Narim that he was going to make a transaction. Arriving outside, Jihoon immediately greeted the thugs. Then Jihoon offered his help to Ryuwon. He would save Ryuwon and make a transaction agreement with him. Ryuwon was surprised to hear that. The thugs laughed at him and thought that Jihoon wouldn't be able to beat them all. You can see that Narim is very worried about Jihoon. The teachers in the Heaven of Love also listened to Jihoon's words. But it wasn't because Jihoon was good at talking or good at persuading people. Since childhood, Jihoon was a hunting dog raised to protect the leader. It can be seen that Jihoon can take down several thugs in a flash. Suddenly they became scared, and Ryuwon trusted Jihoon's skills. Ryuwon finally agreed to his offer. He would give Jihoon half of the money if he could eliminate all the thugs there. Then Jihoon began to prepare for the action, and the deal was made. The thugs rushed at Jihoon simultaneously. Narim, who saw this, panicked. She knew that Jihoon was strong, but she didn't expect him to be that strong. Jihoon easily took down several thugs at once. The thugs kept coming towards Jihoon to attack him, but still, it wasn't difficult for Jihoon. In no time at all, Jihoon was able to take them all out without getting hurt. It was not a fight, but one-sided violence. Now the thugs had bowed before Ryuwon and also Jihoon. Ryuwon, whose temper was still fiery, hit the thug leader's face very hard. Ryuwon threatened him not to show the bridge of their nose in front of him and then kicked them out of the place. Instantly, the thugs ran away, leaving the two of them behind. Seeing that made Ryuwon very satisfied. Ryuwon thanked Jihoon for surviving thanks to his help. Then they introduced themselves to each other. Jihoon told him that they were children who came out of the Nagwon sect. Ryuwon was surprised to hear that because he knew about it. Ryuwon asked if Jihoon's fighting skills were also from that place. Then, Jihoon explained that since childhood, he had received special training to protect the sect leader. Since they got out of that hell, they had to build a new house, so they needed money. Instantly, Ryuwon threw a bag of money to Jihoon to fulfill the deal they made earlier. Feeling curious, Jihoon asked what Ryuwon's relationship was with those people. Ryuwon told him that those people were a runaway family. It was a group called a resting place for children who had no place to live. As they had seen, those people only used homeless children to fill the stomachs of their superiors. Jihoon thought that the group was similar to the Nagwon sect. Wherever they went, people would only want to take advantage of them. A good thought came to Ryuwon's mind. Since they already knew each other and had the same goal, he offered to work together. Ryuwon drew a map on the blackboard. He explained that the runaway family had a larger scale than what they saw today. They were scattered in different areas and did everything they could to get money. Their plan was to seize the money. Because Jihoon knew that the runaway family group were bad people, he finally agreed to work with Ryuwon. Moreover, they also needed money. But because Jihoon felt unable to overcome the runaway family by himself, he taught them how to fight. The intensity of his training was beyond Narim's imagination. In the midst of Narim's exhaustion, Jihoon encouraged her and motivated her. Narim was very grateful for trusting and running away with Jihoon. After half a year passed, they finally started a massive hunt for the runaway family. It was seen that Narim easily finished off the men, as well as Ryuwon. They had a lot of fun and a big meal after the successful hunt. They had only robbed a few small branches, but they didn't expect the amount to be this large. It was bigger than he expected. Ryuwon really didn't expect the scale to be bigger than he imagined. He thought they would be able to earn a lot of money if they continued like this. Narim, who saw that much money, became stunned. Their goal was not only to steal money from runaway families, but also to create a shelter for children like them. That was Jihoon's real goal. Now that their members had grown enough to form a group, Ryuwon suggested coming up with a name. Jihoon already had an idea for their group name. The name of the group was Wanderer. Jihoon thought it was the right name for those who lived freely on the streets. Jihoon would build a shelter for anyone who wanted to come in and become their family. That day they became Wanderers. After that, they continued to clean up the runaway family. The members of the runaway family became less and less, while the scale of the Wanderers grew larger. However, a year later, those who had felt very happy, began to experience cracks. There was a heated relationship between Ji-hoon and Ryu-wan. They were both seen having a serious conversation. Narim, who felt curious, finally tried to eavesdrop on their conversation, but their conversation was not heard clearly by Narim. In the room, Ryu-wan aired his grievances to Ji-hoon. The scale of the runaway family had shrunk to less than half. If this continues, the money they can get will not be enough. Ryu-wan gave his opinion that they should slow down the tempo until the runaway family earned more money. But Ji-hoon firmly interrupted him with a statement disagreeing with Ryu-wan's opinion. Ji-hoon said that he would clean up the runaway family in a month. Ryu-wan was visibly upset because he thought Ji-hoon was talking nonsense. According to Ryu-wan, if the runaway family disappeared, then their source of money would be blocked. Not to mention that they already lacked money because they kept accepting children who left the runaway family. Moreover, their scale became too large in a short period of time. If they attract the attention of others, then they could become easy targets like runaway families, Ryu-wan said with emotion. But Ji-hoon didn't care about that. He couldn't let them take advantage of the other children. Ji-hoon emphasized to him that their goal was not money, but to provide a shelter for the children so they could rest. But that was the opposite of Ryu-hwan's goal. From the beginning, Ryu-hwan had joined for the money. There was a big fight between the two of them. Narim, who was still eavesdropping on their conversation, became confused as suddenly the atmosphere inside turned silent. There was a loud bang from inside the room. Feeling curious, Narim tried to go inside to make sure. Narim was surprised to see Ji-hoon, who had fallen down and was bleeding profusely. Suddenly, Narim went straight to Ryu-wan and yelled at him while grabbing him by the collar. Narim couldn't get over Ryu-wan's actions against his own family. Instantly, Ryu-wan pushed Narim's body and told her that they were not family. Feeling angry, Ryu-wan left them from that place. That's how Ryu-wan left the Wanderer. After Ryu-wan left, Ji-hoon seemed determined and gathered them all. It was time that Ji-hoon could no longer let the runaway family go. Ji-hoon mobilized all of his group members to attack the runaway family's headquarters now. When they arrived at the runaway family's headquarters, it was dark and empty. Narim suspected that the people already knew they were coming. There was a sound of something coming from one of the rooms, so they went in to check it out. Suddenly the lights came on and they were surrounded by thugs. Ji-hoon had found out that they were all people named One. Group 1 was the one who moved behind the runaway family. Ji-hoon only found out about it a while ago. Without further ado, Group 1 immediately attacked all of them simultaneously. Moments later, people were seen lying helplessly on the floor. Narim was no longer able to fight them. Only Ji-hoon was still trying to survive, even though his condition also looked poor. Not long after, Ryu-wan appeared while holding a stick in his hand. Seeing him, Ji-hoon and Narim were relieved, thinking that Ryu-wan would help them. Instead of helping them, Ryu-wan hit Ji-hoon on the back of the head with his bat. Instantly, Ji-hoon's body fell down due to the hard blow. Suddenly, Narim screamed hysterically and criticized Ryu-wan's actions. Ryu-wan beat Ji-hoon again, while saying that his dream was to become a rich man. A dream that could not be realized by Ji-hoon, who only pursued something ideal. Ryu-wan would make it happen by finishing Ji-hoon off. After that, Ryu-wan threw Ji-hoon's body to the leader of Group 1. This was in accordance with the agreement they had made, where Ryu-wan had captured Ji-hoon. One's leader looked amazed at Ryu-wan's prowess. Finally, the man with the hat decided to give Ryu-wan the top position in One according to Ryu-wan's wishes, and also Ryu-wan could get as much money as he wanted. Ryu-wan did this without hesitation. He would realize his dream even if he had to sell them all. That was the story of how Ryu-wan betrayed the Wanderer. After hearing the long story from Narim, the three of them looked furious. Then Daim asked what happened afterwards. Narim told him that Ryu-wan became a high-ranking one according to his wishes. With an emotional look on her face, Narim explained that the first thing Ryu-wan did when he joined One was to attack the Wanderer base. As a result, the Wanderers were divided, and the current Wanderers were a fake group created by Ryu-wan after taking over the runaway family. You can see Daim's furious expression after hearing this. It turns out that Ryuwan is much more like trash than Daim imagined. Daim thought that the man named Min Ji-hoon must be very strong because he could face one alone. Then Daim enthusiastically asked where Min Ji-hoon was because he really wanted to meet him. Narim would take him to meet her friends, and Ji-hoon. They had arrived at an abandoned school building. It was the base Narim had told them about. The condition was worse than they had imagined. Because after that, they no longer used this place as a base, so this place was indeed a ruin. Then Narim picked a wild white flower in the front yard. Narim came there because she had something to do. Not long after, a young man appeared who approached Narim in a hurry. It was Narim's junior brother. Then Narim introduced them to each other. After that, Narim went to the backyard of the headquarters because she wanted to meet with Ji-hoon first. Daim and the others were confused about where she was going, even though the buildings were in different directions. Out of curiosity, they followed her. There was a grave in the backyard, and Narim placed the flower on it. Narim explained that it was Ji-hoon's grave. Suddenly, Daim was shocked when he learned this fact. Daim suspected that Ji-hoon had died on that day. Narim was seen looking down, and her face immediately became sad. Narim told them that when Ryuhwan came to take over the Wanderer, he brought the ashes of Ji-hoon's corpse. That's how they lost Ji-hoon. After that, Narim and several other people united to take revenge on Ryuhwan. That's why Narim needed Ha Jung-woo's cell phone. Then Narim introduced Jong-soo, who was one of the members who helped her to take revenge on Ryuhwan. Then Narim also introduced Daim to Jong-soo and said that Daim was her master. Suddenly, Jong-soo was surprised to hear that. Daim immediately straightened out this misunderstanding and told Jong-soo that he was just a person who would help them. They all entered the building and walked down a very messy hallway. Jong-soo looked incredulous that Daim had defeated Narim. Daim was embarrassed to be praised after finishing off a woman. Jong-soo expressed his gratitude that Daim was willing to help them. Daim explained that they had the same goal of catching one. After that, they arrived inside the headquarters. Jong-soo would explain while writing on the blackboard. First of all, Jong-soo said that there were 4-way people under Ryuhwan. Daim already knew about it, and said that they had defeated South, who was one of them. After taking over the Wanderer and taking over the 4 directions that controlled the territory, Ryuhwan collected money from the 4 directions, and then some of the money was given to one. Technically, Ryuhwan's power comes from the money collected by the 4 directions. Jong-soo felt that the best way to defeat Ryuhwan was to attack the 4 directions. Since Ryuhwan wanted to be recognized by one and get a higher position, he had to look good no matter what. That's why what they've been doing up until now is to stop the remittances between them and separate Ryuhwan from the 4 directions. Children like Narim and Jong-soo can move on their own, but the Wanderer also has members who are still children. Daim thinks that their plan is pretty good. However, the problem was that they lacked members. Since this was a way designed by Ryuhwan to defeat the runaway family, Ryuhwan knew best how to minimize losses. In the end, the amount of money they looted was only a small amount, and Ryuhwan didn't suffer a big loss. Daim seemed to be thinking hard. He thought that if the direction was right, it was just the method that wasn't right. He thought of another way to separate them. Daim had heard from Lee Taiyang about the person in charge of West named Jo Sidiok. Then 2 women shyly greeted him. Then the Jo Sidiok got angry, and they were all shocked. The light brown-haired woman was Kim Kang-woo in disguise, terrified that her disguise might not work. But the Jo Sidiok liked her and pulled the brown-haired girl along, because he liked her tall, big muscles from working out. So, that's his ideal type. Kim Kang-woo panicked and asked if he was out of his mind. Jo Sidiok asked all his men to look at her muscles, because it's not easy for women to produce muscles like that. Kim Kang-woo thanked him. Kim Kang-woo was angry before and asked why he chose her as the woman he liked. But Jin Daim asked him not to worry, because there was Kim Kang-woo and himself who were in that place. Although it was a little different from what he expected, but the most important thing now was that they managed to infiltrate. Therefore, they will start robbing him, starting from Jo Sidiok, from the west. Jo Sidiok asked what happened to them, but someone said that Ha Jung-woo was not attacked by gangsters and he heard that from Ryuhwan. Li Taiyang said that Ha Jung-woo was really in jail at that time because he fought against gangsters alone. However, he also said that Ha Jung-woo's cell phone was taken by someone. But Ryu Wan, who only concluded it himself, was upset. But how could Joe Sidiok be doing business by delivering women to the VIPs? That's why he asked if they could take care of it. Li Taiyang is indeed having a headache thinking about it, because Ha Jung-woo is also running all the businesses alone. But after he was caught, they have no way to earn money anymore. But what about their businesses and whether there is anything to throw at them? But Joe Sidiok panicked when talking about business. He averted his eyes and said that all the business was taken care of by Ryu Wan. So if they want to, then they must also join Ryu Wan's subordinates. Jin Daim got closer to them because he wanted to hear specifics about the business. It seemed like he should ask them to join the Ryu Wan group. But the best way is to dig from the inside. But by digging for information like that. Suddenly, Jin Daim was confronted by two men who saw him for the first time. Jin Daim was frantic to explain it to him. But Li Taiyang said that he brought him, because before that he wanted to join them. But as they knew, if it was not the right time for them to bring in new members, then Li Taiyang will introduce him to them. Jin Daim bows to Joe Sidiok and says that he will work hard. Joe Sidiok is confused because it's not the time for them to accept new members. But he's smart enough to just tell him to do anything. But Joe Sidiok felt that that was not what he meant, because the most important issue was how much loyalty. Suddenly he hit Jin Daim in the stomach, so he felt pain. Joe Sidiok asks if he is angry because he was beaten by him, so in the future he will be treated like that. So he asks if Jin Daim can obey him. Jin Daim replies with a shaking body that he is fine and will do his best. But Joe Sidiok felt that the previous punch didn't hurt that much, but he thought that the test would be over with that punch alone. But that was wrong. He would start kicking his stomach again. Jin Daim bounced quite far. He endured the pain and said that he would do his best. He feels that Joe Sidiok is very strong because that's the strength of the chairman. Joe Sidiok laughs out loud because he can withstand his attacks. He pats his shoulder and says he should at least have his loyalty, because he also likes him quite a bit. Jin Daim lifts his head and thanks him. But suddenly Joe Sidiok became very sharp and asked why he didn't fall down, even though he hit him pretty hard. But it looks like Jin Daim is pretty strong. So he wanted to test him again. So he made a fist to punch him. He did that to see how strong Jin Daim was to survive all his punches. But suddenly Kim Kang-woo yelled at him to stop it. He was angry with him because he didn't like that kind of violence. So he asked him to stop it while turning his face away. Joe Sidiok immediately stopped and came over to him by putting his arm around his shoulders. Therefore, he will not do anything like that again. However, he felt that Jin Daim was quite strong and loyal. Therefore, he asked him to give him some tasks. Then Kim Kang-woo panicked and looked at Jin Daim because he took him somewhere to do something to him. But Jin Daim gave him a thumbs up while saying thank you and sorry. He also asked him to stay for a while longer. Then Jin Daim walked with two people. He saw a yellow-haired man carrying a black sling bag, but he did not know the contents of the bag. But he assumed that it was their way of getting money. But suddenly the brown-haired man hit his head. Jin Daim held his sore head and he couldn't use his strength to catch them all. So he listened to the man who asked him what his name was. At first he wanted to say his real name was Jin Daim, but he had to come up with the pseudonym Iljinim. His surname is Il and his name is Jinim. But they all laughed at his abbreviated name Iljin, which means thug. However, he looks like a loser, but his name is not a loser. Jin Daim laughed and said that he had heard that remark many times. The brown-haired man put his arm around him and asked how he could join West, but somehow there was a loser smell coming out of him. Jin Daim felt suffocated and said that he was recommended by Li Taiyang. But suddenly they all moved away from him because they were surprised to hear that Li Taiyang from Seoul recommended him. So Jin Daim is practically close to him. They all panicked and asked, so he had a supporter. Therefore, he is very great. But Li Taiyang in that place is very respected by everyone, even though now he has become his slave. Then the yellow-haired man took out some of the small bags, so that night they would split up the place and start working. Jin Daim was very happy that the items were already in his hands, so the first stage of the plan was complete. Therefore, Now Jin Daim only had to put the box into the place marked by the map. Then he took the other box that was at that spot. But he didn't know what was inside the box that was locked with the password. Therefore, they were quite thorough. Next time the password number, he will ask Kim Kang-woo. But King Kim Kang-woo was exhausted. However, Jo Si-deok was very happy with him and asked him to hold on a little longer. So he asked him to start. Jin Daim panicked and asked why there was a moaning sound from him. Then what is on the island? Jo Si-deok asked him to lift the barbell slowly for 3 seconds. Kim Kang-woo says that he doesn't know what's going on with her because she told him to exercise. Jo Si-deok did not expect that she could lift that weight. Therefore, she is really the woman of his dreams, because a woman has to be that strong. He hugged her, and he couldn't wait to take a shower first, because they were going to do a real workout. So Jo Si-deok asked her to wait for him. Kim Kang-woo panicked and asked him what he was looking forward to. After Jo Si-deok left, Kim Kang-woo was angry and would beat him up right now, because he casually touched him and hugged him. So he felt like vomiting. But Jin Daim asked him to hold on for a while longer. But compared to that, did he find the cell phone of that person? Kim Kang-woo found a cell phone in the drawer, but there were a lot of cell phones inside. Jin Daim thought if he only used disposable cell phones. Then he asked if Kim Kang-woo could see the contents of the messages on all the phones, because he needed the number pass to open the box. But the phone had a pattern password. He had peeked at it, so he was able to open his phone. However, when he opened all the messages, there were a lot of password numbers. Jin Daim assumed that everything was controlled by the chairman, so that the goods would not leak halfway through. Since they did business that way, it made it difficult for him to catch them, because they turned out to be more thorough than he thought. So there was no other way to try the password one by one. After several attempts, he was finally able to open it. When he saw the box, it contained drugs, so they earn money by selling drugs. Therefore, it was a simple matter. Originally, he also intended to identify each of their networks and destroy them. But the situation was different when it came to drugs. So if they destroyed the drug supplier, then all transactions would be void. So their business is short, and Kim Kang-woo just needs to find out where Jo Si-deok got the drugs. But if Kim Kang-woo finds out, then he doesn't need to disguise himself as a woman anymore. But he will look for it again. But there was no chat with the buyers and all the backgrounds were the same, so it was a disposable phone. So he will look for the cell phone he used in one of the rooms. If caught, Jin Daim asked him to just stop, because they kept the drugs and did not make transactions with suppliers for a while. But there is no sign of him, so Kim Kang-woo will look in the dark room. But he asked if he could finish him off. But Jin Daim asks why he's suddenly like that. Because maybe he used animal skills and danger against himself. Kim Kang-woo said that he gave the woman medicine. Then Jo Si-deok asked why he opened the door and if he was surprised. Because they can't stand up to him because they're weak. So she should be strong. But Kim Kang-woo suddenly hit him in the face. The status window appears if Jin Daim uses a remote control on Kim Kang-woo. He was annoyed and couldn't let it go, so he would finish him now. Kim Kang-woo took off his disguise and said that it was a good idea. Jo Si-deok asked who he was and why he was disguised as a woman, but it was ridiculous. But it's he who's being ridiculous by what he was doing to women. Jo Si-deok asks what's wrong with that because it all happened because they were born weak. Kim Kang-woo won't stand for it and punches him in the face. But Jo Si-deok punches him back and says that he hates weak people. Jin Daim heard that those who were fighting were very strong. He asked if Kim Kang-woo was okay. But Jo Si-deok is very strong, so they can't underestimate him. So, the best way was to suppress it with stats first. A difference appeared in his hand that the fruitful endurance was fully charged. But it can't be used yet, because not long ago, Kim Kang-woo had already used it. Then Jin Daim asked him to just try it out with the intelligence and technique stats. Then he threw the dice and his technique stats were raised to 350. Then he could use the martial arts manual and learn wrestling. Because wrestling is most suitable for Kim Kang-woo's physique, so he will show the horror of that technique. Jo Si-deok says that he can't know the difference in power just by fighting. Suddenly, Kim Kang-woo hugged his legs to lift his body and slammed him to the floor. After that, he clenched his fist and punched him in the face. He asked him if he still considered him weak, but Jo Sidok smiled and said that he was indeed weak. Kim Kang-woo was surprised why he was still okay after being beaten so many times. Then Jo Sidok pulled his neck and smashed his face on his head. He said that only weak people need that, because he was just going to beat him up. Jin Daim heard that Kim Kang-woo was staggering. Therefore, it was very dangerous if he was hit. Then he was hit, and his body bounced off the wall. Jin Daim asked if he was okay even though he had blocked him, but his attack was still strong. But thanks to him, Kim Kang-woo didn't faint. Jin Daim asked him to wait a moment because he would see his power with control. Then he will be able to analyze the power of others. He senses that there is strangeness and that power does not make sense. Because Jo Sidok is also a cell phone user who can use the wild boar's breakthrough the animal skill. So the boar's breakthrough can break through with reckless abandon and unleash instantaneous destructive power, anticipate injury, and ignore pain. That increase in destructive power and anticipation is very detrimental, but it is not an attack that will not succeed. Being able to ignore the pain would actually work to his advantage, because he also didn't know how injured they were. Therefore, they could fight against it, by inflicting injuries little by little to defeat him. Jo Sidok asks how, after a few punches, has he realized how weak he is. He continued to hit him and asked him to surrender to his punches. Kim Kang-woo had blocked his attack with his hands, but the impact was still tremendous. Then he has to keep pushing her with techniques. Then he would lift her up and slam her down. But Jo Sidok felt no pain. He counterattacked him, hitting his face. Kim Kang-woo hit his neck and asked him not to say anything, because he only intended to do it. So Jo Sidok had taken the attack without holding back. If that's the case, then Kim Kang-woo can win because he was superior in technique. So he should have just realized it. Jo Sidok kept hitting his face with his fists and head. After that, Kim Kang-woo slammed him. But the fight was never in Kim Kang-woo's favor. But how many times has he been hit, and is he really affected? Jin Daim heard the sound of he who was panting was okay, but Jin Daim felt something strange about his condition, because Kim Kang-woo wasn't leading the fight. Jo Sidok asked if he was tired. He was still relaxed, and only Kim Kang-woo was tired. Then, he had to hammer Kang-woo's condition at the time of the fight. Jo Sidok asked him to attack him again, a mental pressure from an opponent who was fine, even though he had been beaten to death. Jin Daim logically understood, but it was difficult to deny the phenomenon, because the suspicion about his attack was really starting to emerge. That suspicion made Kim Kang-woo tired and doubted his strength. Then he would feel that his opponent could not be defeated. Then Jo Sidok will come forward to attack him. Jin Daim asked him not to lose hope and focus, but Jo Sidok hit him many times and said he was a weak person. He is also not self-aware if the weak will be eaten by the strong, because that is how the world works. Jin Daim yelled for Kim Kang-woo to get away, but suddenly Kim Kang-woo was hit by his punch, so his body hit the wall. Jo Sidok says he's bravely arrogant without realizing that he was weak. Jin Daim because it was really over. If he wanted to activate passive willpower at all, it wouldn't be possible because Kim Kang-woo had already given up. He's upset with himself for not being able to lead, even though he has made him his subordinate by force. Why did he give up so quickly? But Kim Kang-woo still hasn't given up. Then his body recovers because he has a strong will. Then the stamina that has reached 8 will be restored to 29% and he will rise again. But that's only when there is a strong will. Jin Daim asked what happened to him, because it's not like he gave up before. A robot appeared saying that he couldn't win with great statistics, because there is an inexpressible power with statistics. That is with a class consciousness of the desire to be strong, from anyone with difficult training, because of a strong desire to change and improve on past mistakes. Jo Sidok says the weak don't know their end. Kim Kang-woo wakes up and says he once thought like that. The weak will be eaten by the strong, because he was born strong and he has an evil reason to torture others. To make up for that Disa, he will beat him on the spot. Jin Daim wondered if he really deserved to be the leader, because he didn't know what Kang-woo was thinking when he became his subordinate. He said that it was time to use the object entrusted by the dummy. If Kim Kang-woo has that kind of courage, then he will give that difference to him. That's why Kim Kang-woo received the power from the leader who sent him the cell phone. Then it will create an animal skill, according to his characteristics. His beast skill is open bull rage. Then Jin Daim asked him to come forward and rampage as he pleased. Jo Sidiok laughed at him for posing like he was so strong when he could barely hold on. But did he not survive his mistake, where his punches did not hurt at all? So he asked his to hit him and he accepted. He also guessed how much power he had because his punch wouldn't hurt him. He felt how weak Kim Kang-woo was and was desperate. Therefore, Kim Kang-woo would gladly punch him in the face. Jo Sidiok said if that was the only attack, because it didn't hurt at all. But his teeth fell out and blood flowed. Jo Sidiok fell down and asked why he felt dizzy. Then if it was his teeth that fell out. He was scared because there was no way the impact of his punch wasn't that big. So he collapsed with just one strike. So Kim Kang-woo felt guilty for hitting him. So his face is getting ugly. But if he doesn't accept it, then he asks him to hit him back, because he'll take it too. Jo Sidiok was enraged that he dared to provoke his by clenching his fist to smash his mouth. But his attack did not affect her. Kang-gu thanked him for beating his up. Jin Daim praised him for fully understanding his beast skills. The status window appears to tell the bull rage skill, which makes the user stronger as the number of attacks he receives. Then Kim Kang-woo will reply to the blow he received many times over by hitting his stomach. Jo Sidiok didn't know what kind of energy it was. He didn't feel any pain, but he could tell clearly. The blood that came out, the blurred vision, the body that could not be moved as desired. So the only thing Jo Sidiok could do was to receive another blow just like that time. He didn't know why he was that strong and whether there were people that strong in the real world. So, Ryuwon will take the territory from then on. He has worked hard to make West, but Ryuwon wants to take it away. Then he begrudgingly replied that he would become his subordinate and would do whatever he ordered. Since that finger, Jo Sidiok begged for forgiveness for the first time. Then he intended to avenge the humiliation he received from Ryuwon. He was very upset why the memory now appeared. So, he was going to hit her. But his attack missed and hit the wall until it cracked. It's a good thing Kim Kang-woo avoided it with the remote control, because it would have been dangerous to get hit by that attack. The punch was so strong, it broke his finger. Jo Sidiok said that he intended to use it only for Ryuwon, but he can't let it go anymore. Then he'll destroy him no matter what happens to his body. Jin Daim panicked because he intended to increase the impact of the blow by utilizing his pain-free body. All humans are given limits in order to protect their bodies. In other words, one can unleash tremendous power if one forgets those limits. But when Jo Sidiok was about to attack him, Kim Kang-woo hit him in the face, so he couldn't win against Kim Kang-woo, because the bull who started to spread his adrenaline can't be fought by predators, though. Kim Kang-woo hit him again and asked if weak people deserve to be beaten up, he said. Then he asked him to feel the blow. But was he unhappy because he ended up in the position that was being slammed? When Jo Sidiok was about to attack him, suddenly Kim Kang-woo ran to him. He elbowed his shoulder and said that he knew his mistake because he had experienced it. He asked his to shut his mouth because he was still unconscious and hit him with his forehead. So Kim Kang-woo had to beat him until he came to his senses. Jo Sidiok couldn't fight him because he was really a monster. If he continues like that, his ability will end and the pain will come all at once. Before that happens, he must do whatever it takes. He smashed the glass and took the crumbs. Then he swung the glass and managed to cut his face. He asked his how it felt after speaking so openly. Then Jo Sidiok would tear his face with the glass. But the window status was due to the resistance that changed after being fully charged. So Kim Kang-woo wouldn't be able to let it go anymore. A red-colored light appeared on his hand. Then his altered endurance was released. A powerful aura came out from his body. His power stats were over 350, and physical strength had broken through human limits. The Bobtang's raging anger reached the highest value. He asked if Jo Sidiok had no intention of seeking treatment, but Jo Sidiok felt that it was just nonsense and would tear his mouth. At that time, Kim Kang-woo used monster power to grab his neck, because he had told him, but Jo Sidiok didn't understand. Then he will make the pain to his throat. So, He pushed his neck and slammed it into the wall until it broke. Kim Kang-woo said that the power he used to bully those who were weak. But he used it to beat up trash like him. He hit him with full force many times. After that, he asked him to remember his words that used to be the same as him. Kim Kang-woo finally defeated him. Kim Kang-woo reported that he had defeated Jo Sideok. The place was covered in blue light, and the status window appeared if the West leader was defeated. Then the West region belongs to Jin Daim. So now they had obtained the West region and the cell phone with the beast skill. Moreover, there was a quest reward too. The gift this time was a potion that would restore his stamina. However, in combat conditions, the effect would end in a minute. That was either a good thing or not. But now it was easier, because Kim Kang-woo had caught Jo Sideok. But Kim Kang-woo was happiest, because he didn't have to pose as a girl anymore. Now they will extract information from her. Give her the necklace and ask her to answer all the questions, to explain what they were doing with the drugs. So, they were just working as delivery boys who delivered the drugs. They send them to runaway families. So the boxes that are sent will be handed over to the runaway family. However, the reason is that they are only intermediaries and do not carry out the final distribution. Because for national distribution, they use runaway families that are spread across various points. So it's not just that area, but the whole country. Because behind the runaway family, there is one. They can distribute drugs all over the country in no better place than the runaway family. If done well, then they can attack the one who is above Ryuwon. Kim Kang-woo asked that with such a large scale, it should be the police who should intervene, because it's better to use that method. But Jo Sideok had already been arrested, and they could make him surrender. It's enough to gather information and hand it over to the police for investigation. So the drugs were from their supplier called the Nagawan sect. Kim Kang-woo says it's the cult that locked up Narim in the first place. So it could be bad if they tell the police. Because according to Narim, the police are also protecting the Nagwan cult. Because the evidence he got will be lost, and the Jo Sideok information will be cut off. So that means they have to catch them at all costs. So Jin Daim asked when he would get another supply of medicine. He was surprised because that night they would get it in 3 hours, so they had to be quick. He told Narim that he knew the drug supplier. So he asked to gather everyone at the headquarters. Then he said that there was no time to explain their plan in brief. So they would divide into 2 teams. Team A would go to the supplier and Team B would take care of the other 4-way chief. Jo Sideok would go to the promised place to receive the medicine from the supplier. Jo Sideok was confused by the situation and he couldn't move his body at will. Then Team A consists of Narim and Jong-soo. Narim will use her abilities and take all the drugs in the inventory. Jong-soo will stand guard and help Narim. After getting the medicine, Jo Sideok will go to location B, giving medicine to Seun and Jung-hwan. At that time, Oh Jung-hwan and Yoo Seun would come in a little bit for security reasons. All the other members went into Team B and waited for the education to capture Seun and Jung-hwan. After defeating them, the new 4-way region would attack Ryuwon. So, they would start the simple plan. Narim and Jong-soo have arrived at the promised location. Jo Sideok was entering the factory. Jin Daim asked them to keep an eye on whether the transaction went well or not, and they just needed to secure the medicine. They are also already at location B, Seun from the east and Jung-hwan from the north. But according to Jo Sideok, those 2 people are stronger than he. Jo Sideok is already strong. If he says that, then they should be wary. He will leave Yoo Seun to Taihuk and Kim Kang-woo, because he will handle Jung-hwan. Then, Jo Sideok came and asked him to check the money in the 2 bags. The man said if they had done that, why should they still feel suspicious? Narim was upset with those who used the children for that. But the man got a call. After that, Jo Sideok asked him to give his stuff. But the man said that he found out that the transaction was cancelled. They were all surprised why it was suddenly cancelled. Then there was a swarm of people who entered the place. Then there was Jung-hwan and Seun said if it was serious. But Jo Sideok panicked asking why they were there and what was so serious. But Seun hit his head on the floor because he betrayed them. Narim told them that Jung-hwan and Seun had suddenly appeared, and she felt that their plan had been discovered. Jin Daim is surprised how come and whether the information was leaked. He asked Narim to run away so as not to get caught, but they were already caught. Then she will break through those who want to catch her. She will also secure the medicine first. After that, she asked Jong-soo to run. Then Siyun ordered his men to chase after them. Jin Daim was upset and asked how they could know their plan, but most importantly, they had to save Narim. But to save Narim, they were too far away. Even taking the shortcut took 30 minutes. Jin Daim wondered if there wasn't a faster way, but he remembered there was one way. Then they both ran away, but they kept chasing him. Jong-soo asked him to give him the bag that had no medicine. So they will chase him if he brings it. Then Narim will join Jin Daim and save him. So Narim will go to that place and ask him not to get caught. Jong-soo asked her not to worry about him. Then they both split up in opposite directions. But Jong-soo is carrying the bag, so they have to chase him. Narim said silently, asking him to hold on for a while longer because she will bring Jin Daim. But suddenly someone kicked her, causing her to bounce off the wall. Siyun asked if she also had cell phone powers too, because they saw the effect of the game where she hid her bag. So she couldn't escape from them. Siyun asked her to hand over the stolen medicine and her cell phone. Narim said in his heart, how can he fight the two of them? They asked what he was doing. Moreover, it took them 30 minutes to go to that place. But Jin Daim could go in an instant if he used the potion in his hand. He drank the potion, then he used the healing factor potion, then his stamina would recover indefinitely. Since he was not in combat mode, then his stamina would recover indefinitely while running. Then he would also use the superior dice, which could not make his body last for 1 minute. He threw the dice to use superior dice and increase speed to 500. That way he would be able to survive until the moment he arrived at that place. He used the lightning attack skill, which can speed up all parts of the body with an ego that makes time slower than other people's time. He prepared to run with his body covered in yellow lightning. He asked Narim to wait for him because he was going to save her by running as fast as lightning. Narim panicked seeing Siyun from the west and Jungwon from the north, especially since they were animal skill users. Nanun. She couldn't possibly win against him alone and had to go after him at all costs. She took out a fire extinguisher and threw it at them. Siyun said that she was very interesting. Siyun would love to play with her, so whoever catches her first can play with her. Narim ran and felt lucky that there were many containers, so it made it easy to escape and buy a lot of time. Suddenly, Jungwa appeared above her and attacked her, but she was able to avoid it, but she didn't know why he found her so quickly. Siyun said that there was no point in running away, but Narim can still spray the fire extinguisher a few more times. But Jungwa sees him as stubborn and disappears in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he was in front of her and kicked her in the stomach. Jungwa was not as fast as Flash, but it was faster than Flash. Then, when she was about to attack him, Narim immediately sat down to avoid it by pulling out a sandbag until it was torn. If she was hit by his attack, then she would immediately faint in one hit. So Narim will destroy his leg first with a baseball bat. Jungwa said she can apparently pull out all kinds of stuff like that weapon. Then he took a different running preparation from Flash. But as long as Narim knows when he's going to attack her, she'll be able to stop him at any cost. But when she asked him to come forward, suddenly Siyun was behind him and asked if only he wanted to play. He hit him on the back until he bounced. Jungwa said if the one who caught him first, then he was the winner. However, Naim is still not caught by him because he only found him. But did she faint and collapse with the attack? Even though Jungwa was just having fun after all this time. So they just had to take her and wake her up to play again. Narim tried to wake up and asked if they thought she was a toy. So she asked them both to get up. They were both very happy because she was really persistent and it was very exciting. So they went ahead and attacked her for fun. So now Narim had to keep an eye on Jungwa, who was taking a stand, because she will arrive first. But when will she arrive? Because Narim was going to finish him off. She finally managed to hit his leg after estimating the time, but she didn't know what animal skills Jungwon had. Suddenly Jungwon grabbed her by the waist and she couldn't move it. He threw it. After that, he bent the pipe with his bare hands. So his skill is related to muscle strength. Jungwon said that she asked him to come forward, But why did they run away? So they were going to attack him together. But Narim managed to dodge the attack, and otherwise she would have been caught. Narim shielded her stomach from Siyun's punches that were suddenly behind her. Then Narim thought that she would not be able to prepare to jump with such a narrow distance. Then she would fight at close range. But Siyun said that she didn't like being too close, so she asked him to give her a little distance, but he could jump that high. Then Siyun hit him in the stomach, and he fell. After that, Jungwon appeared behind her and raised his hand, but his grip on her hand felt like it was going to break. Suddenly he hit her to see if she would faint after one hit. Narim pulled out the screwdriver and managed to scratch his face. So she must now widen the distance. But suddenly, Siyun kicked her off her feet, but she managed to stick the screwdriver into her foot and scratched Jungwon's face. Narim tried to get up and was annoyed that none of the attacks hit her. But suddenly, her legs went weak, and she couldn't stand up anymore. Siyun felt that she didn't have the strength to attack them. Therefore, Narim thought it would end like that. But Jungwon pulled her hair and said that it wasn't over yet, because now is the time to have fun. But it's fun if she attacks him, but it's more fun to watch him crawl while shaking. So Jungwon raised both hands and was going to give her a punch. He asked Siyun to hit her not too hard, because they have to have fun for a long time. Siyun told him not to worry because she had already stuck a screwdriver in his leg and he wasn't willing to finish it so easily. Narim was annoyed with them for making him a toy until the end, but just as he started running, Jin Daim suddenly appeared. He asked if Narim had waited long. Suddenly, he hit Siyun in the face until it bounced. He also attacked Jungwon many times until it bounced. After that, he picked up Narim and apologized for being late. They were all confused by it and couldn't see his movements clearly. Jin Daim put down her body and asked her to hand it all over to him because he would repay her more than she received. He walked toward them and asked them to get up because they definitely wanted to play. So let Jin Daim play with them. Jungwon asked who he was going to play with. Siyun prepared and said not to get cocky with the surprise attack. Narim shouted for Jin Daim to be careful because he moved faster than Flash. Then Siyun runs towards him and wants to finish him off. Jin Daim was watching the status window if the remaining healing factor time was 52 seconds left. In other words, his senior's condition would last for another 52 seconds. So, before he slowed down, then he must finish one person quickly. Siyun was surprised to see that he could dodge her attack so easily, because Jin Daim didn't have much time, so he was going to speed it up. So Jin Daim punched him in the stomach so many times that it hurt. But Jungwon appeared behind him because he had ignored him. However, Jin Daim was able to dodge his attack. Jin Daim kicked him away and said that he would fight him later. Siyun said that if he wants to attack her, don't regret it. Because he uses the power of the frog's powerful hind legs, because it is his fastest power. But Jin Daim says he is indeed fast, suddenly. Jin Daim punched him in the face to the ground. Siyun couldn't believe he lost so quickly. Then Jin Daim hit his face repeatedly, so he couldn't focus. Jungwon was upset to see he continued to beat his partner. He ran up to him and asked if he was afraid of him. But again, Jin Daim kicked him in the face and said that he would fight him later. Jungwon fell down and was upset that he was so fast. Jin Daim opened the box and threw it inside. After that, he locked the door again, because he kept bothering him. So he asked him to stay inside. But Jungwon kept hitting the door and asking him to open it. Then Jin Daim was about to continue, but Siyun panicked and asked him not to come any closer. Siyun jumped onto the container truck quickly, but he didn't know what it was about Jin Daim that could be that strong. Therefore, he couldn't match him. He also didn't know why his condition became like that. Earlier, they were drinking together with a lot of girls at the bar, so at that time, Siyun was just playing. But if he follows Jungwon, who he's been close to since childhood, every day there's something interesting. Because he was happy to be able to play with her, without any worries about the future. He can also do anything by beating up people who accidentally nudge his shoulder despite apologizing, as he pleases. He also likes to grab things as he pleases, with the male lover he beats up. It feels good to be able to play by embracing her at will. So he threatened her that if she didn't play with him, then he would hit her again. So he just liked all that. Then he will dream high and strive for the future. That is not to be a frog in a shell. But that was just nonsense, and he smashed the television. Then he earned that much money. So he felt that having fun was the most important thing. That's how he followed Jung-hwan to have fun. Then his shell became very big. Inside the shell, there was a lot of game, and every day he could have fun without worrying by using drugs. That's why it was so much fun. But he didn't know about the monster. That's why he ran away, not wanting to lose his life. Then the thing he hated the most was losing. But suddenly Jin Daim was in front of him and asked where he was going. After that, Jin Daim kicked him to the ground. Siyun felt that it wasn't fun and he wanted to stop. That's why he said that it was all an order from Jung-hwan, because he was just a frog in a shell who didn't know anything, so he begged her to stop. But Jin Daim pulled his shirt and said that if he was a frog in a shell. Siyun panicked, asking what he was going to do. Jin Daim suddenly took her to jump off the top of the tall container. If he fell at that height, then he would die. But Jin Daim asked him to stay still in his shell. However, Jin Daim suddenly slammed his body on the floor. However, he was actually just putting his feet up and supporting his body. But Siyun urinated in her pants because she was so scared. Jin Daim told her not to worry, because he wouldn't die. Siyun apologizes to him because he will do everything she says. That way, he will give himself up to atone for his sins. Jin Daim throws his body and says that he is happy that he wants to introspect and surrender himself. However, it was only natural that he received punishment for all his crimes. Besides that, they still have something to discuss, because Siyun has been hitting Narim and even playing with her at will. So, he wouldn't be able to just let it go. Besides, he dared to disturb Narim, he also deserved to be beaten. So, Jin Daim punched him repeatedly to death. Then he threw his final punch right in her face, leaving Siyun unconscious. After that, the status window appears if the healing factor ends and the superior state has been removed. Jin Daim sighed, because one person was done before the effect ended. Then suddenly Jong-soo came and he saw Jin Daim who had defeated Siyun. So he was really strong. Jin Daim asked if it was okay for him to be a decoy in place of Narim. He felt it was okay because he could get away from him. However, Jin Daim still has to take care of Jung-hwan, because he will be out soon. So, he asked Jong-soo to take Narim and go to Kim Kang-woo and Taehyuk's place. Then Jung-hwan managed to destroy the door, and he was furious with him for daring to lock him up. Jin Daim asked silently if he was the man Jo Sideok told him about. Jo Sideok said that if there are 4 directions, they are divided into 4 groups for operational convenience. So the real leader is Jung-hwan, compared to the 3 people from the 4 directions. Jung-hwan is stronger than all of them, because it has the power of a crocodile weapon beast. But his superior skills had already ended, and it was difficult to fight him with fraud dice. So it was time he would use a backup plan. So he summoned the dummy, as he would absorb Jo Sideok's cell phone and use it as his power. The dummy processed his cell phone beast skill would be absorbed and converted into a skill that suited him. An aura appears that surrounds him in blue, if he has obtained a new class skill from absorbing cell phones. After that, the aura turns black and he will try his new skill, class.
A colossal crocodile-shaped energy burst forth, twisting violently, radiating a deadly aura that shook the surrounding air. The source of this overwhelming power stood firm, unmatched, easily surpassing the strength displayed by the other challengers. Assessing the situation, the strategist realized direct confrontation was futile, prompting an urgent search for a cunning alternative. A summoned ally appeared instantly, prepared to channel stolen abilities into a newly forged power within their control. With focused precision, the ally absorbed the device's essence, transforming it into a unique, animal-based combat skill. Energy surged through the chamber as a blinding blue light enveloped everything, signaling a newly unlocked hidden ability. The thought of activating the new power stirred anticipation, knowing it could shift the battle's direction entirely. An ally assessed the situation, explaining the skill's origin and its versatility against different types of dangerous adversaries. They emphasized that in skilled hands, class could surpass conventional techniques, countering threats others might deem unstoppable. With mutual understanding, the decision was made this ability would become the key to dominating the upcoming confrontation. A projection detailed the ability to gain exceptional traits beyond human capability, along with multiple specialized combat classes. Energy condensed into a shadowy form, manifesting the first unlocked class, recognized instantly as the highly skilled ninja. Information displayed the class's unique advantages, enhancing agility, stealth, and precision to outmaneuver even the most formidable enemies. A rigged die activated the new class, releasing a surge of energy that reshaped combat potential instantly. An approaching opponent descended at high speed, unaware the enhanced capabilities were now primed for immediate decisive engagement. Swift movements clashed in midair. Each strike countered instantly. Enhanced mobility transformed every motion into effortless evasion, making incoming attacks appear sluggish and easily avoidable. The opponent's frustration grew, aggression spilling over as attempts to land a decisive hit repeatedly failed. Maintaining composure, the agile fighter maneuvered with purpose, knowing each dodge was setting up a precise counterattack. With perfect timing, the feints ended, and the prepared strike launched toward its target with calculated precision. A specialized technique activated, granting heightened perception to identify precise vulnerabilities within the opponent's defensive stance. The advantage became clear every weak point revealed, allowing strikes aimed directly at critical relentless blows landed, forcing the opponent backward, shock and pain disrupting their ability to maintain coordinated defense. The opponent attempted to retaliate in anger, but the offensive pressure left no room for effective countermeasures. A decisive strike connected cleanly, exploiting an opening. The opponent roared in rage, unleashing a flurry of blows that pounded against Jin Daim's guarded stand. A sudden sweeping strike forced Jin Daim to evade. Momentum shifted as Jin Daim redirected the assault. Circling quickly, Jin Daim maintained pressure while keeping out of reach. The opponent steadied himself, frustration evident, preparing for a more calculated counterattack against Jin Daim's evasive strategy. A defensive ability manifested, forming crocodile-like armor capable of deflecting most direct piercing or slashing attack. The armored opponent advanced aggressively, confident that physical strikes could no longer breach the newly reinforced defense. Jin Daim analyzed the situation, recognizing the durability yet searching for weaknesses vulnerable to precise targeted strike. A well-placed blow connected at a critical point, bypassing the armor's protection and inflicting noticeable internal damage. Pain spread quickly, leaving the opponent stunned and questioning how such a seemingly small strike caused severe impact. A powerful strike crashed downward, its force splitting the surface as debris scattered violently in all directions. The blow's impact revealed unmatched arm and grip strength, capable of piercing solid ground with raw physical power. Despite its strength, the attack failed to connect, leaving the target completely unharmed and still in control. While evading, Jin Daim found himself cornered, his available movement limited by the surrounding structure of the arena. The opponent advanced quickly, seeking to close the distance and remove any remaining chance for further evasive maneuver. The opponent lunged upward, anticipating a predictable aerial move. Jin Daim feigned vulnerability, concealing his true plan until the crucial moment to gain a tactical advantage. A sudden mid-air burst propelled him higher, shocking the opponent who expected only a single upward move. The ability double jump activated, enabling a second leap that completely altered his trajectory in mid-combat. From his elevated position, Jin Daim adjusted his attack angle, ready to strike with precise calculated force. Jin Daim descended sharply, delivering a crushing blow that caught rage twisted the opponent's expression as they recovered, driven by the humiliation of being struck so decisively. The system confirmed active use of ninja combat techniques, amplifying Jin Daim's speed and precision with each strike. Furious, the opponent launched a reckless assault, vowing to overpower and dismantle Jin Daim through brute force alone. Seizing the momentum, Jin Daim prepared to turn the opponent's aggression into a vulnerability for a decisive counter. Jin Daim shifted position abruptly, forcing the opponent to commit to a grab that failed to restrain him. Countering immediately, he delivered a sharp strike to create space. The system acknowledged activation of double jump, enabling another explosive leap midair to reposition advantageously. A sudden change in direction allowed Jin Daim to evade the incoming attack and gain higher ground. Double jump triggered again, propelling him downward with force aimed precisely at his opponent's exposed upper side. Jin Daim descended with crushing force. The opponent crashed into the ground, pain radiating as the sudden blow disrupted their defensive stance. Struggling to rise, disbelief filled their mind. Unable to accept the overwhelming pressure they now faced, confusion deepened. How could someone turn the tide so completely against them in such a short time? A smirk formed as determination returned, refusing to concede despite the mounting disadvantage pressing down relentlessly. Memories surfaced of past confrontations, where dominance was asserted through challenges that offered no real escape. Arrogance fueled every encounter, the belief that strength justified any action taken against those deemed weaker. Violence was treated as casual entertainment, each act calculated to extract submission and enforce absolute control. Sadistic satisfaction grew from inflicting fear, measured by the value placed on each painful strike delivered. Now the thought of resistance ignited fury, unwilling to accept defiance from those once considered insignificant. The opponent charged forward in fury, launching a rapid assault aimed to overwhelm Jin Daim instantly. Jin Daim's eyes widened, recognizing the sudden escalation and preparing to counter the unexpected ferocity. A projectile sped through the air, striking with explosive force equivalent. The impact scattered debris across the floor, marking the sheer destructive power behind the thrown object. The opponent advanced confidently, mocking Jin Daim while attempting to assert superiority through intimidation and control. The opponent crouched low, eyes locked on Jin Daim, exuding a dangerous confidence before the next attack. A stone was gripped tightly, muscles tense ready to unleash it with devastating speed. A sinister grin spread across the opponent's face, signaling the beginning of a far more dangerous exchange. The projectiles shot forward in rapid succession, each throw aimed to corner Jin Daim and restrict movement. Debris exploded around him as Jin Daim evaded. Jin Daim observed the opponent's enhanced arm strength, noting the increased danger in every thrown attack. Each projectile carried destructive force, capable of inflicting severe damage even without direct contact. The open environment limited Jin Daim's options. Seizing a brief gap, Jin Daim sprinted, aiming to reposition before the opponent could adjust aim. The pursuer closed in quickly, hurling insults alongside projectiles to pressure Jin Daim into making a critical mistake. Jin Daim redirected his movement, skillfully maneuvering. The opponent intensified his assault, determined to overwhelm Jin Daim through sheer volume and relentless speed. Explosions followed closely behind as Jin Daim leapt aside. He landed within the confines of a nearby container, confident in his advantage. The opponent advanced, dismissing Jin Daim's evasive tactics as a desperate, foolish move. The opponent moved in, convinced Jin Daim had trapped himself with no room left to escape. Confidence radiated as the pursuer mocked, certain victory was inevitable against someone cornered in such a tight space. Jin Daim, unfazed, revealed his own strategy, holding tools that hinted at a sudden reversal. A burst of smoke erupted, the concealed skill activating to disrupt visibility and control the battlefield. Shrouded in the haze, Jin Daim stood firm, declaring mastery over the obscured environment he had created. The opponent realized too late that the flower-filled air was an intentional part of Jin Daim's plan. It became clear this was no retreat. Jin Daim had been luring him into a trap. Panic set in as the opponent recognized the smoke's danger, prompting a desperate attempt to escape. Jin Daim intercepted swiftly, denying any chance of retreat and closing in with calculated precision. With decisive force, Jin Daim delivered a punishing blow, turning the opponent's own cruelty back onto him. A powerful strike landed squarely, forcing the opponent backward as pain. Another blow followed without hesitation, maintaining relentless pressure. Jin Daim roared, channeling his energy into a flurry of rap. Unable to defend against, each strike connected with precision. The golden strikes continued, weaving an inescapable pattern that locked the. A concentrated blow shattered through defenses. The hit launched the opponent backward. They crashed violently into the ground, lying motionless. The opponent's body bore the marks of a relentless. Two defeated bodies lay motionless on the ground. Jin Daim stood over them, his expression cold, assessing the aftermath of his calculated and relentless assault. He resolved to keep them under his control, ensuring they would endure continuous challenges until completely broken. Golden energy beams erupted around the fighter. He struggled against the relentless assault, but the blazing light tore through defenses. The onslaught intensified, crossing lines of searing energy wrapping his body, compressing him into a blinding. A final surge erupted, releasing devastating shockwaves. His body crashed into the ground with bone-jarring impact. The impact sent the blonde-haired opponent sliding across wooden planks. Momentum ended in a violent stop beside another defeated form. Dark crimson seeped outward, merging in irregular patterns. A shadow loomed closer, its stance unwavering, gaze locked on the wreckage scattered beneath the cold night sky. Icy determination radiated outward, promising unending retribution toward any who thrived on cruelty and exploited the powerless. A system alert confirmed Jin Daim's successful capture of 2 enemies, marking another step toward his mission's completion. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no new threats approached, while maintaining focus on the objective still ahead. Attempting to check ally status, he received no response, prompting concern about possible complications in another location. The unsettling silence urged Jin Daim forward, pushing him to verify safety before the situation worsened unexpectedly. Rushing ahead, he spotted a collapsed ally on the ground, urgency heightening as he closed the distance rapidly. An injured ally delivered urgent news, revealing that Narim had been captured during the chaos of battle. Jin Daim's expression hardened instantly, realizing the attack's scale might be greater than he initially anticipated. The ally explained how multiple pursuers converged simultaneously, overwhelming defenses and leaving no room for effective retaliation. Regret weighed heavily as the ally blamed personal shortcomings, believing stronger resistance could have changed the outcome. Jin Daim's eyes widened, the revelation striking deep, confirming a dangerous turn in the unfolding confrontation. The injured ally pointed toward an escape route, claiming knowledge of the captor's path through the compound. Struggling to stand, the ally insisted on immediate pursuit. A sudden shift in expression revealed hidden intentions, the atmosphere thickening with suspicion and unspoken realization. Without hesitation, Jin Daim delivered a decisive strike. The ally staggered back, barely regaining balance. Surprise and fear spread across the ally's face as confrontation erupted without warning in the tense standoff. Jin Daim leveled a direct accusation, claiming the ally had betrayed their group by leaking vital intelligence. The accused stepped back defensively, attempting to deny wrongdoing while gauging options for escape from the situation. Jin Daim exposed the truth, revealing the ally's concealed rank status that proved earlier weakness was a lie. Cornered by undeniable evidence, the betrayer admitted responsibility for delivering Narim into enemy hands without hesitation. Narim was seized from behind, a firm grip cutting off any chance for movement or resistance. The captor maintained control, ordering silence while forcing her to comply with the predetermined instruction. Dragging Narim along, the captor ignored her struggle, focused entirely on delivering her to the intended destination. A report was made, confirming both Narim and the contraband had been secured without interference. Acknowledgement came immediately, crediting the captor's timely actions for enabling their plan to proceed without delay. The traitor reported Jin Daim's continued presence, acknowledging the difficulty in securing complete control of the situation. An ally confirmed other enemies were engaged, yet admitted the outcome remained uncertain against such formidable resistance. Recognizing Jin Daim's unexpected strength, the silver-haired leader prepared to personally intervene once current objectives were completed. He instructed the traitor to focus on reporting back while he took responsibility for the direct confrontation. The traitor agreed, tightening his grip on the captive as they approached. Orders were given to transfer Narim, while one member prepared to remain behind for unfinished business. A cloth was drawn, signaling an intention to act despite previous instructions to avoid direct confrontation. Determined to disobey, the traitor resolved to personally capture Jin Daim, driven by self-assured confidence. Jin Daim demanded an explanation for Narim's betrayal, questioning loyalty and the bonds they once shared. The traitor dismissed the accusation, advising Jin Daim to focus on his own group's safety instead. Jin Daim processed the mention of subordinates, realizing the threat might extend beyond his immediate confrontation. A sudden thought struck: if the enemy knew their plan, allies elsewhere could already be in danger. Scenes of fallen fighters confirmed the worst. Urgent communication relayed Ryu Hwan's arrival to Team B, warning them of his imminent engagement. Kim Kang-woo braced himself, acknowledging that only he and one other remained capable of resisting the assault. Jin Daim received urgent orders to intercept the enemy and prevent their escape at all costs. Facing the traitor, Jin Daim prepared for combat, determined to end the encounter without unnecessary delay. Time pressed heavily, compelling Jin Daim to push for a swift conclusion before the situation worsened elsewhere. The traitor revealed possession of similar abilities, raising the stakes and confirming readiness for a serious fight. Meanwhile, Ryu Hwan's presence loomed, his arrival signaling a new The approaching opponent displayed greater strength than before, confidently advancing to confront both adversaries alone. Realization struck that his previously hidden ability, the Animal Kingdom skill, was now fully unleashed. A massive tiger apparition emerged, its presence radiating overwhelming pressure that discouraged immediate engagement. The group turned to their strongest member, knowing his unique skill was their only viable counter. With determination, he confirmed readiness to retaliate, while an ally prepared to draw the enemy's focus. The fighter lunged forward, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly. A counterattack landed instantly, disrupting momentum. Recovering quickly, the aggressor closed distance again. He seized the opening, locking his arms tightly around the opponent to restrict movement completely. Calling out to an ally, he signaled for immediate support to capitalize on the immobilization. The system confirmed the Raging Bull's fury had reached its maximum potential, signaling an imminent attack. Power surged through the fighter, his charge accelerating with unstoppable momentum toward the intended target. He roared his intent to kill, his expression twisted with unrestrained rage and focus. A sudden command froze his movements entirely, halting the furious advance in an instant. Paralyzed and shocked, he found himself restrained. A devastating strike landed, sending two opponents flying backward. They crashed hard into the ground. Struggling to stay conscious, one realized the overwhelming power came from the enemy's Animal Kingdom skill. Seeing his ally unconscious, disbelief grew over how quickly and decisively the fight had turned. Recognition of the opponent's unmatched strength spread, forcing the remaining fighter to reassess his chances of survival. An injured combatant rose to his feet, meeting the unwavering gaze of the approaching opponent. Resolve burned as the injured fighter vowed to endure, buying precious time for Jin Daim's mission. Elsewhere, a captive stirred, pain clouding thoughts as awareness slowly began to return. Eyes opened to an unfamiliar setting, confusion setting in with each passing second. A calm presence observed closely, acknowledging the captive's return to consciousness with quiet certainty. Ryu Huan confronted the captive, his cold demeanor masking the tension building in the dimly lit space. The captive's anger flared, demanding an explanation for involving additional people in the unfolding conflict. Ryu Huan countered sharply, accusing the captive of inviting unnecessary interference into matters already beyond control. A subordinate was pinned underfoot, pressure applied as Ryu Huan demanded the location of stolen contraband. The captive denied possession, desperation evident as the standoff continued under Jin Daim's distant awareness of events. A wrist was seized firmly, the grip signaling the start of calculated and deliberate punishment. Pain shot through the restrained target as the attacker began inflicting damage without hesitation. A desperate plea erupted, demanding an end to the violence against unrelated individuals. The demand for contraband grew sharper, reinforced by another surge of inflicted pain. Reluctantly, the container holding the sought-after items materialized, its glow confirming the success of the coercion. A final warning was issued, the aggressor making clear this would be the last act of restraint. The captive was forcefully released, collapsing to the floor after enduring prolonged physical. A sudden vibration interrupted the moment. The device displayed a familiar name, prompting an immediate. The call began with a pointed question about another's absence during the critical transfer. Ryu Huan answered the call, immediately recognizing the tension carried within the unfamiliar yet determined voice. The caller identified himself as Jin Daim, prompting direct questions about Norim's whereabouts and captured allies. Jin Daim confirmed the defeat of all opposing members encountered during the mission. Only Ryu Huan remained as the final obstacle standing in the way of completion. Suspicion turned toward Jungyu's fate, pressing for details on his condition and current location. The door burst open violently, scattering fragments. Jin Daim entered, dragging an unconscious opponent across. The defeated fighter muttered an apology, acknowledging failure before collapsing completely. Recognition flashed as Ryu Huan addressed the fallen ally's name with measured calm. Jin Daim proposed ending outside interference, challenging Ryu Huan to resolve matters directly between them. Jin Daim faced Ryu Huan across the open floor. Ryu Huan advanced with measured steps. The metal door burst open, echoing through. Jin Daim emerged from the doorway. The man stumbled forward, head bowed, shame and exhaustion pressing heavily upon his tense, trembling shoulders. From a distance, An Jung-so watched coldly, his gaze fixed, calculating the reason behind Daim's sudden arrival. Jin Daim stepped closer, steady and unyielding, determined to end this conflict without further innocent involvement. Jin Daim faced An Jung-so under the steel rafters. An Jung-soo squared his stance, a faint smirk betraying confidence as he prepared for confrontation. With a sudden burst of speed, Jin Daim closed the distance. He swung fiercely toward An Jung-soo's side. Their movements blurred, each testing the other's resolve. Jin Daim's eyes narrowed, his expression hardened as his steps grew sharper, intent radiating from his stance. He launched forward again, muscles coiled, refusing to relent despite the calculated precision of his opponent's movements. An Jung-soo countered smoothly, footwork steady, his strikes forcing Daim to adjust his rhythm mid-assault. Cold observation sharpened Jung-soo's confidence, his body leaning in as he prepared to overwhelm Daim with force. Daim surged upward with explosive speed, twisting to deliver a decisive blow aimed straight at Jung-soo's guard. Jin Daim's fingers released the dice, each tumbling through the air with a faint electric blue glow. A shadow materialized in his mind, symbolizing the agility and precision of the ninja class. Energy flooded his body, muscles tightening as he readied to unleash the strength he had concealed. Shock flashed in An Jung-soo's eyes before he stepped back sharply. The sudden intensity forced Jung-soo backward. Jin Daim's eyes widened as his opponent avoided the strike with precise, almost instinctive movement. Frustration built, wondering if his opponent anticipated a feigned weakness as part of the assault. Shock turned to realization his opponent had analyzed every motion before evading with flawless timing. Despite the display, Daim knew his full potential remained unrevealed, leaving room to turn the tide. He launched forward again, attacks chaining together with unrelenting pressure, determined to force a decisive breakthrough. An Jung-soo tracked Daim's movements, noting the sudden bursts of speed that blurred across the floor. Realization struck Daim's earlier sluggishness had been intentional, concealing precision attacks aimed at exploiting key vulnerability. Each strike targeted sensitive points, yet minor deviations in aim significantly reduced the potential damage inflicted. Jungsu quickly identified and adapted to the technique, countering with calculated adjustments to protect weak spots. Summoning primal energy, Jungsu unleashed his Animal Kingdom skill, manifesting the ferocity and strength of a tiger. Jungsu clenched his fist, confident he had analyzed Dime's movements and discovered their underlying rhythm. The system confirmed activation of double jump, propelling Jungsu upward with swift arcing momentum toward his target. Dime shifted position mid-motion, revealing he had yet to reveal the entirety of his capability. He intercepted the assault in mid-air, redirecting its force before it could connect. Surprise spread across Jungsu's face, as the altered trajectory disrupted his attack and left him momentarily exposed. The system confirmed double jump, propelling Dime upward again, defying expectations with another leap mid-air. Confusion spread. Dime's unpredictable movement defied standard combat patterns, leaving no clear countermeasure in sight. A calculated observation acknowledged Dime's exceptional reaction speed, sharp vision, and refined physical control. Jungsu tracked Dime's shifting position, locking onto a new angle to intercept. Determination hardened this time. Jungsu intended to strike without hesitation or room for evasion. With double jump, Dime shifted angles mid-air, evading the counter and positioning for another strike. Jungsu's guard faltered as Dime descended sharply, slipping past the expected trajectory of the attack. Rapid blows followed, each connecting in unpredictable patterns. Designed pain and strain pressed on Jungsu as the relentless hits disrupted his balance and rhythm. Elsewhere, two associates discussed recent developments, reviewing completed reports while noting unresolved concerns lingering in their minds. Two men discussed lingering concerns, focusing on an incident tied to an area under Ryu Hwan's control. Suspicion arose over rumors of someone collecting phones, questioning whether Ryu Hwan could handle the situation. Doubts formed about his combat capability, despite his past victory over Min Jae-hoon during a careless moment. One reminded the other that Hwan's true value remained hidden, tied to his unique combat style. They revealed the technique originated from the Paradise sect, known as the dangerous and feared Wild Beast style. The Wild Beast style was designed to push combat ability beyond normal limits, imitating raw animal ferocity. The Paradise sect trained children from a young age, molding them into skilled, obedient combatants for covert missions. Among them, Min Jae-hoon was the most refined and powerful fighter to escape the sect's grasp. This drove a determined pursuit to capture Min Jae-hoon, no matter the risks or obstacles involved. Questions lingered about accepting Ryu Hwan, but Min Jae-hoon's deep concern for him influenced the decision. Despite potential betrayal, Min Jae-hoon passed on the complete teachings of the formidable Wild Beast style. Ryu Hwan absorbed every technique, delivering relentless, an explosive flurry of blows signaled his intent to conclude the fight in a decisive moment. His mastery reached a level equal to Min Jae-hoon's, a testament to his discipline and resolve. The clash between them now stood as a perfect match in strength, speed, and deadly efficiency. Dime's eyes widened in disbelief as his opponent evaded the strike with precise, calculated movement. The counterattack came swiftly, forcing Dime backward while struggling. Confusion lingered. Such an angle seemed impossible to avoid under normal combat circumstances. Elsewhere, a discussion continued about the capabilities of the Wild Beast style in skilled hands. Even without perfect mastery, the technique's potential impressed, especially when compared to Jingi's refined execution. A knowing smile appeared as the connection between Wild Beast style and Animal Kingdom skills became clear. Energy surged violently, merging primal force with heightened combat instincts for maximum efficiency in battle. The enhancement amplified physical control. Dime sensed something unusual, recognizing the technique's deceptive speed and its unpredictable attack pattern. Every motion linked perfectly, forming an unbroken assault that left little chance for counter or escape. Dime analyzed the pattern, noticing his opponent using recoil from strikes as momentum for continuous attacks. He decided unpredictable movements were essential to disrupting the opponent's seamless combat rhythm. Launching swiftly, Dime aimed to intercept and shatter the relentless flow with a sudden counterattack. Impact came hard, forcing Dime back as he recognized the technique's deceptive nature. It wasn't sheer speed, it was flawless movement control, chaining every action into a single fluid sequence. Dime struggled to disrupt the relentless rhythm, every attempted break instantly countered by his opponent's precision. The fierce, unyielding assault mirrored the instincts and aggression of a trained predator in combat. Facing a ninja in these circumstances placed Dime at a severe tactical disadvantage from the outset. With no dice remaining, he needed an alternative strategy suited to the ninja class's strengths. His attention locked onto a fire extinguisher nearby, recalling it was something Dime had used earlier. Dime grabbed the extinguisher, confident it could change the momentum in his favor instantly. He sprayed a thick cloud directly at his opponent, The system confirmed the smokescreen's deployment, granting Dime concealment and movement advantages. Confident in the cover, Dime prepared to attack from within the obscuring haze. Elsewhere, an explanation began on how the wild beast style awakened deep human survival instincts. An explanation revealed that combining wild beast style with animal kingdom skills produced devastating results. For Ryuhan, using Tiger's body meant the smoke offered no concealment advantage to his opponent. The technique elevated not only physical strength but also sensory awareness to exceptional levels. With precision, Ryuhan struck through the smoke. The impact launched Dime backward, pain radiating as he struggled. Dime admitted the smoke failed, his opponent's unwavering stance proving its ineffectiveness in this fight. He acknowledged that selecting the ninja class may have been a strategic miscalculation. However, Dime refused to concede, holding firm against the idea of surrender. He explained the advantage of prolonging the battle, using time itself as a tactical tool. With a sharp grin, he revealed his plan's purpose to shift the battle's date entirely. A system alert signaled midnight, restoring the usage of rigged and transferable dice. With renewed energy, Dime realized the recharged dice allowed selection of an entirely new class. Spotting Jung-Soo's phone, Dime prepared to use it as part of his next tactic. He commanded the dummy system to absorb the device instantly for his benefit. The system complied, absorbing the phone to grant Dime access to a fresh class. Dime activated the newly obtained class, committing instantly to harnessing its full potential. A surge of energy erupted, reshaping his form with raw, unrestrained combat power. He declared his intent to match his opponent's instincts equally, refusing to yield in primal force. Fully empowered, Dime charged forward, ready to meet ferocity with equally devastating aggression.
Jinho shouted loudly, demanding someone absorb an enemy's phone for him during an intense moment. A figure responded quickly, stating they understood and were ready to absorb the phone's power immediately. The power from the phone was absorbed, granting the figure a new, mysterious ability called Wild Glass. The figure decided to use the new ability right after acquiring it, without hesitation or delay. Blood spilled around as the figure moved confidently, showing strong instinct and readiness for the upcoming fight. He stepped forward, determined to match wild instincts with raw power. Prepared for the fight ahead, absolute obedience was commanded as the battle began, silence falling over the arena filled with tension. Opponents stood calmly, analyzing every move carefully, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back forcefully. The challenger demanded answers, questioning the mysterious opponent about strength, motives, and hidden abilities with firm curiosity. The fight intensified quickly, each strike and dodge landing sharply, echoing the fierce struggle between the two. He activated his new ability, awakening his senses to perceive movements faster than ever before. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, revealing every muscle twitch with perfect clarity and intent behind the actions. He observed how each opponent's moves connected fluidly, a seamless flow of calculated defensive and offensive strikes. Now fully aware, he dodged and countered effortlessly, predicting attacks before they even happened around him. What once was guesswork turned into certainty, giving him the edge he desperately needed to stay alive. He barely evaded the strike, eyes widening as he realized his ability revealed more than just movement. Seeing precise openings in his opponent's defense, he prepared to exploit weaknesses previously invisible to him. Amazed by his own progress, he questioned whether this new vision was something beyond mere speed. Hearing the challenge, he considered if this power allowed him to mimic even the most complex attacks. Confident now, he anticipated that every force would bounce back, countering with strength and perfect timing. He noticed his opponent's body was incredibly elastic, allowing him to absorb and adapt to every strike. The enemy's power could completely return the force of any blocked attack without losing momentum. Despite overpowering moves, the white-haired fighter struggled to keep up, stunned by the unexpected defense. Confused and frustrated, he wondered how his rival mastered such a beast-like fighting style so suddenly. Both warriors faced off again, tension rising as each prepared for an even more intense clash ahead. He reflected on his grueling effort, determined to master his skills despite the countless hours spent training. Alone in the forest, his swift movements cut through the air, practicing relentless, focused sword swings. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily after pushing his limits beyond exhaustion yet again. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking the solitude and asking why he trained so relentlessly alone. He explained his curiosity about the other's nighttime activities, hoping to understand what truly motivated him. Lying on the ground, he was asked why he continued training despite already handling his runaway family. Well, honestly, he answered, his true goal wasn't just strength, it was to become stronger than before. His friend was curious, questioning why wanting strength alone was enough motivation to keep pushing forward. Reflecting deeply, He admitted that having a clear goal made him work harder than ever previously. They both wondered aloud what exact goal had driven him to grow so powerful over time. He revealed his true motivation was personal, a deeply rooted struggle driving him every single day. Abandoned as a child at Paradise Cult, he faced loneliness and fear from the very beginning. At 9 years old, his fate changed when chosen as a hunting dog to guard the guru. Harshly discarded into the wild, he was forced to master a brutal, savage fighting style alone. His survival depended on learning to draw out his strength through constant, unforgiving trials in nature. He clenched his teeth, determined never to experience abandonment again, after enduring so much pain and loneliness. His friends suggested that forced survival shaped his strength, but the boy shook his head, disagreeing firmly. His true reason for becoming strong wasn't fear, it was something deeper that drove him beyond surviving. Harsh environments showed him others falling like him, abandoned and struggling under the weight of desperate lives. Witnessing so many kids suffer alone strengthened his resolve to break the cycle and protect them. Afraid of abandonment, they depended heavily on one another, forming bonds of survival and trust. Together, they shared hunger, pain, and loneliness, becoming a family forged through hardship, not blood. Motivated by this newfound family, he trained even harder, pushing through suffering with purpose. The more he improved, the more he could protect those kids depending on him. His ultimate goal was clear: to ensure their safety and be strong enough for them all. A goal, he realized, gave his fighting meaning far beyond mere survival or power alone. With renewed determination, he now had a clear purpose driving every strike and every move forward. Having come so far, he refused to lose to anyone, especially those he cared about deeply. The enemy sneered, but he felt unstoppable, driven by an unbreakable will and rising momentum. Battling fiercely again, his spirit soared, fueled by the promise he had yet to fulfill. Cornered and with no chance to retreat, he vowed to raise his momentum and fight harder. Determined, he declared he would reveal the true power of his wild beast style to his rival. They clashed fiercely, exchanging powerful blows with relentless energy and unwavering resolve. Nearby, a girl watched quietly, trying to remember exactly when she had first noticed these fighters. Lost in thought, she struggled to recall the moment their intense battle and bond had begun. Dame fights Ryu human with unbelievable skill and power, leaving onlookers stunned by their intense battle. The fight's speed and ferocity make defense and offense indistinguishable, showing mastery few can comprehend. The overwhelming clash leaves a witness shocked, struggling to process the level of their extraordinary combat. In disbelief, the witness names one fighter, An Jingsu, and resolves to find a way to assist Ryu human. Determined, he plans to intervene in this fierce battle, hoping to support his comrade however possible. Someone warned fiercely not to interfere with Hyung anymore, standing firm as the fight escalated. Suddenly, An Jingsu struck violently, catching others off guard with a brutal surprise attack. A furious woman accused Jingsu of betrayal, wondering when he turned against their group and trust. She questioned how he could side with someone who killed Jihun Appa, a respected figure. Her betrayal and anger cut deep, demanding to know how Jingsu could follow such a path. Someone grabbed the boy's wrist sharply, shouting angrily that his actions were completely unacceptable and unjustified. The attacker demanded why the boy ignored clear warnings from Ryu Huan about interfering in their fight. Desperately, the boy explained that Ryu Huan's dangerous actions were meant to protect everyone involved somehow. The man sneered, doubting the boy's explanation, questioning the reasons behind Ryu Hyung's troubling behavior. Exhausted, the boy lay back, recalling the intense battle between Ryu Huan and Jihon Hyung so vividly. He wondered why Ryu Huan and Jihon Hyung risked fighting openly by the school building's entrance. After long following Ryu Huan, he noticed strange behavior that made him suspicious and uneasy inside. Although Jihon Hyung stopped taking medicine, the signs suggested something dangerous was about to happen soon. He decided to quietly observe and listen closely, hoping to uncover the truth behind their conflict. The fight wasn't about money, but instead over something hidden nobody else knew or understood yet. One declared their goal wasn't money, they wanted to create a safe place for the KPS group. The other shouted, insisting their true goal was making money first, no matter what anyone said. Suddenly, a violent attack happened, surprising everyone and leaving one person injured, struggling to stay conscious. Another rushed over, confused and worried, trying to understand why the attack occurred so suddenly. Concerned, the attacker asked if the wounded person was okay and if they carried any weapons. He felt time slipping away as his strength weakened from an old, dangerous heart condition worsening fast. His companion was shocked, asking what he meant by saying time was running out for him. He explained that his heart condition stemmed from abandoning a secret cult in his youth long ago. The illness was rapidly worsening, despite his attempts to hide its seriousness from those around him. His friend gasped, asking if he was really dying, while the man called Ryu Huan listened silently. A mysterious group called One approached him, revealing they secretly controlled the runway gang's actions. They threatened him, warning that if he and Yurang refused to join, destruction awaited them both. The group planned to hand him and Yurang over to the dangerous Paradise cult immediately. He asked his friend what kind of people these were, hoping to understand the threat better. His companion grimly responded that they could only lose if they resisted. Admitting defeat seemed likely. He quickly understood they could never win against the powerful group controlling everything behind the scenes. His companion was shocked, asking what made him so sure they couldn't stand a chance. He explained the enemy was so strong that no one, not even his friend, could overcome them. Admitting he was running out of time, only weeks left, he prepared to face their challenge. He promised to fight somehow until then, though doubts and fears weighed heavily on his mind. He told his friend that only he could stop him if he fell and lost the fight. Surprised, his friend asked what exactly he meant by that serious statement just made. He warned if he died, Yurang would fall into the enemy's hands and be lost forever. They had to stop this from happening no matter what, so children wouldn't suffer anymore. The only solution he saw was for his friend to end his life quickly, saving everyone. He urged Betrayal to infiltrate enemy ranks, searching for weaknesses to exploit and destroy from within. After defeating their enemies, he planned to rebuild Yurang and restore their haven to its former glory. His friend questioned how he could possibly do such a difficult and dangerous task alone. Encouragingly, he told him that he believed in his strength and ability to succeed. He reminded him of the past lessons about overcoming challenges and rising stronger than before. He reminded his friend that despite his tough exterior, he still cared deeply and wouldn't abandon them. He revealed past mistakes involving money and secret operations tied to the gang's future plans. These actions were intended to help the gang eventually grow stronger and expand into society openly. His friend was told he also had reasons to protect the group, including family and responsibility. Despite the risk, he assured his friend that surviving and protecting everyone was the ultimate shared goal. He clenched his jaw, silently preparing himself for the difficult decision he was about to make. Finally, he agreed, and said he would follow the plan his friend suggested without hesitation. His companion thanked him sincerely, appreciating the trust and commitment shown despite the hardship ahead. He encouraged him to stay strong and assured him everyone would unite and persevere even without his help. Before leaving, he made one last request: keep this conversation between them, hidden from everyone else. Shocked, he asked what his friend meant by saying they would be seen as betrayals by the kids. His friend explained that keeping the truth hidden was vital to prevent the children's fear and danger. The more people knew, the greater the risk to the kids' safety and the group's future. Though troubled, he understood that sometimes secrecy was necessary to protect everyone involved from harm. He firmly declared that, no matter the cost, he did not care and accepted the burden. She was shocked to realize that everything her friend said earlier was true without any doubt. Another friend agreed, seeing how desperate Ryu-han was in his current dangerous situation. Despite carrying heavy burdens, Ryu-han continued fighting fiercely against overwhelming odds and enemies. He faced hatred even from those he wanted to protect, misunderstood and isolated completely. To survive, he pretended loyalty to enemies within, enduring pain to protect everyone he cared about. A lone figure walked steadily toward the large iron gate, cutting through the cold, empty courtyard silently. Suddenly, another man blocked his path, demanding to know where he was going so abruptly at night. The first man met his gaze calmly, revealing his decision to escape the place that held him. The second man frowned, insisting he understood everything already, his voice heavy with frustration and worry. He accused the first man of deceiving Narim Nuna, but claimed to have witnessed the truth himself. He accused the other man of secretly plotting against Jinho's interests, demanding the truth behind his actions. The accused stayed silent, unwilling to respond under the heavy accusation hanging in the cold night air. The first man shouted angrily that Jinho was sick and needed immediate help to prevent further harm. He warned the other the current conflict would only grow worse if they did not stop fighting soon. The accused refused to keep the secret any longer and threatened to reveal everything to everyone involved. Jingsu's friend grabbed his arm, telling him to stop before his anger caused more harm and trouble. Jingsu shook his head, refusing to accept Jinho Hyung's suffering and promising to never let it continue. The friend shouted desperately, trying to make Jingsu understand the consequences if they acted so recklessly now. Jingsu was asked why Jinho Hyung had been hurt so badly, seeking the root cause of pain. Jingsu yelled that their weakness was to blame, powerless to protect themselves or their loved ones. Jingsu explained that Jinho was sacrificing himself because everyone else was too weak to protect those close. He emphasized that their weakness forced Jinho to bear all burdens alone, carrying their safety on him. Jingsu paused, then reflected on how much Jinho hated throwing away his own chance to live. He revealed that Jinho left without saying goodbye, solely for one reason: to protect the people he loved. Jingsu pointed out the harsh reality of rejecting Jinho's sacrifice, showing the depth of their desperation. They realized there was only one option left to continue carrying Jinho Hyung's hope forward together. The man promised to protect Jinho's last hope, feeling its fragile weight resting heavily on him. Alone, one figure walked into the darkness, determined to keep their shared hope alive at all costs. Another appeared, admitting he came because he knew his friend wouldn't give up on them. They exchanged a brief agreement, ready to unite and move forward, despite the uncertain path ahead. Suddenly, the fight began with a fierce attack, striking with force and shaking the ground beneath them. Blows were exchanged rapidly, both sides relentless, fighting fiercely despite the pain and risk of injury. The man thought about the cost, knowing it might mean sacrificing himself to protect his beloved Hyung. He faced the brutal assault with tears in his eyes, struggling to keep standing despite agony. The man screamed in anguish, overwhelmed by the pain and the desperation to save the one he loved. A powerful blow landed, striking hard and knocking the enemy back, the fight escalating with greater intensity. The attacker flew through the air, crashing violently against the ground, barely managing to stay conscious afterward. The man's face showed pain and determination, refusing to surrender despite the injuries he endured fiercely. He stood tall again, focused and resolute, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him next. Calmly, he announced he had captured Min Ji-hoon as promised, completing the mission they had agreed on. A man promised to make a strict deal, hoping to gain more power and control soon. Suddenly, a woman shouted in fury, calling him a traitor for siding with their enemies. The man silently vowed his wrath wouldn't be satisfied until he crushed those who betrayed him. He accepted that he might need to submit and bow his head if it meant victory. The fight restarted fiercely, with both sides attacking rapidly without hesitation or mercy for each other. Jingsu was hit hard, pain flashing in his eyes, but he refused to fall or surrender. He clenched his teeth, determined to endure the attack and keep fighting for what mattered most. Meanwhile, nearby, a bag was abruptly thrown down, signaling an important and urgent development in the scene. In the crowd, tension grew as people watched silently, awaiting news or a sign of what happened. Jingsu then announced loudly that Min Ji-hoon was dead, and Youngin was gone, shocking everyone present. He braced himself emotionally, willing to be hated by his family if it meant protecting what mattered. Suddenly, he was thrown hard to the ground, the painful impact knocking the breath out of him. His opponent followed swiftly with a powerful strike, intent on ending the fight without mercy shown. The battle escalated intensely, both exchanging heavy blows in a brutal struggle for dominance and survival. Despite the damage, he focused fiercely, channeling his energy to strike back with all his strength. He knelt by a freshly dug grave, the weight of loss pressing heavily on his shoulders. In his hand, he held a photograph of happier times with friends, now distant memories. Tears fell silently to the ground, merging with the earth as he struggled to hold himself together. He whispered softly, expressing how difficult it was to endure this pain alone in his heart. Suddenly, an attack came again, forcing him to fight despite his broken and grieving spirit. The man raised his fists, defending fiercely as punches rained on him relentlessly with unwavering determination. His opponent smirked confidently, preparing to strike back with a powerful blow, testing his limits again. Then, he lunged forward with a swift attack, aiming precisely to break through the defense held tight. Despite the onslaught, he vowed silently with grit that he would never give up the fight. The fight intensified as attacks and counters collided violently, each determined to come out victorious today. He screamed loudly, charging forward with all his might, refusing to give up under any circumstance. As he reached his target, determination blazing, he prepared for a decisive final move in battle. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, standing over the defeated opponent, cold and resolute with a sword drawn. The victor spoke softly, calling out to Hyung with regret and sorrow in his broken voice. Reaching out gently, he apologized deeply, hoping forgiveness might come despite all the pain caused. One man reassured his companion, telling him not to feel guilty for the heavy tasks assigned. He praised Ryu Hwan's courage, acknowledging the difficulty and weight of responsibilities he had to bear. Apologizing sincerely, he expressed regret for placing such a burden on his loyal friend's shoulders. Clenching his fists, he vowed to one day destroy their enemies and reclaim what was lost. He promised to rebuild Youngin, their safe place, and thanked his friend for standing by him. Ryu Hwan looked up with a weak smile, speaking heartfelt words to someone very important to him. He expressed gratitude, telling Ryu Hwan that everything he did was for him, deeply sincere and honest. Later, he walked through a door carrying a bag, ready to face new challenges ahead alone. Memories of meeting friends and forming a close-knit family filled his thoughts, giving him strength. He reflected that this newfound family was the most precious thing in his life, worth protecting. A group of friends gathered around a table, sharing food and enjoying a moment of togetherness. Among them, close bonds grew stronger with laughter and conversations, creating memories they would all cherish. The main character observed quietly, feeling a deep sense of belonging with these new companions. They posed for a joyful group photo, smiling and showing peace signs, celebrating their friendship. Looking out the window alone, he reflected on how meeting them made him genuinely happier than before. A hand reached out desperately, signaling a plea for help or connection in the midst of chaos. The man gasped, shock and pain evident as something hit him unexpectedly, forcing him to react. With fierce anger, he shouted, directing his frustration and determination toward a specific person nearby. Suddenly, a brutal fight erupted. Punches and blows exchanged rapidly in an intense, chaotic struggle. Despite the violence, the man's resolve strengthened, fighting back as tears of pain streamed down. A powerful punch struck the opponent, sending him flying backward from the sheer force of the blow. The attacker shouted fiercely, declaring his unyielding will and that he would never lose this fight. With great momentum, he delivered another strong kick, aiming to end the battle decisively in his favor. The opponent crashed hard onto the ground, struggling to get up but clearly overwhelmed and hurt. Despite the pain, he fought back desperately, refusing to surrender even as his body weakened. A man in a suit stood over another, warning him he had no business being there. The man on the ground winced, admitting the pain was intense and making it hard to move. He denied involvement, saying he had nothing to do with the people confronting him now. The suited man paused, then stated one important fact he believed the other needed to hear. He accused him of carrying too much burden alone and warned him to stop interfering. A woman desperately begged for the fighting to stop, worried about the damage it might cause. Another man explained that Daim knew everything about their conflict, yet the fighting continued despite warnings. The woman was shocked to learn Daim was aware of all the details and ongoing struggles. They concluded Daim's continued fighting meant he was trying to support and protect Ryu Huan. Surprised, they realized Daim's actions came from a desire to help, even if it wasn't clear. The man questioned Daim's intentions, asking if he truly aimed to help Ryu Huan or something else. The woman answered calmly, explaining Daim tried to convince everyone to unite against a common enemy. 1. She expressed doubt that words alone would work, implying Daim needed to prove his point through action. Daim prepared himself mentally and physically, determined to confront one and end the conflict decisively. With resolve, he declared he would use all his strength and skills to defeat one no matter what. The man confronted his opponent, asking if he planned to interfere and disrupt things until the very end. The opponent accepted the challenge, promising to use all his strength to defeat and crush him entirely. Both men prepared to face each other, ready for a decisive battle that would determine the outcome. They charged forward, the fight beginning with full force as the tension between them reached its peak. The silver-haired fighter swung fiercely, his kick smashing into his opponent with relentless force and precision. He smirked confidently, watching his enemy struggle to recover from the unexpected and powerful strike delivered. With swift movement, his opponent lunged forward, aiming a desperate punch to catch the silver-haired fighter off guard. They clashed again violently, fists flew rapidly, as both tried to gain the upper hand in battle. Finally, the silver-haired fighter's blow landed hard, sending his opponent crashing into the wall, defeated. He noticed the opponent's movements had become smoother. Faster, his skill was noticeably improving with practice. With sudden speed, the fighter dodged a punch, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike aimed straight at him. Both fighters launched into a rapid exchange of blows, their movements blurring as they fought fiercely and evenly. The silver-haired fighter prepared mentally, deciding it was the right moment to launch a powerful counterattack. He struck decisively, his fist landing solidly, signaling the start of his fierce and focused retaliation. The unexpected counter caught him off guard, pain flaring as he realized his opponent's strength increased rapidly. Spinning swiftly, he tried to regain balance, searching for an opening to respond and turn things around. The opponent launched forward again, striking hard with relentless precision, pushing him further into a defensive stance. He was forced back, struggling to protect himself from the aggressive assault that showed no signs of stopping. Confused and worried, he wondered how his enemy could grow stronger despite their intense, ongoing fight. Breathing heavily, he noticed something strange awakening within himself. A new power slowly beginning to rise. A system notification appeared, revealing his stamina was being strengthened through an unusual skill activation process. He realized his enemy was using stamina as a weapon, growing stronger with every exhausting move made. Feeling exhausted but determined, he knew he had to finish the fight before his stamina depleted completely. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself forward with renewed determination, refusing to let the opponent win easily. He refused to simply fight back, launching a fast, powerful attack to catch his enemy off guard. The silver-haired fighter warned him, predicting reckless moves would likely cause self-destruction in the middle of battle. Breathing heavily, the fighter pushed through the exhaustion, determined not to let his guard down this time. The opponent mocked confidently, warning him that his fighting style was dangerous and mentally unsustainable. Refusing to back down, he charged again with a stronger, more focused attack to overwhelm his enemy. The silver-haired fighter swung his arm with great force, aiming a powerful attack at his opponent. The younger fighter reacted quickly, stepping forward and dodging the attack with precise and fast movements. He noticed his opponent had increased momentum, now attacking with even greater speed and strength than before. Fighting back, he realized dodging no longer worked. The power behind attacks was too overwhelming now. Despite his best efforts, the younger fighter was struck, struggling to avoid getting hurt in this battle. The younger fighter caught his opponent off guard with a sudden move. Seizing the moment decisively, he challenged his enemy, daring him to dodge his attacks, confident in his own growing strength. The silver-haired fighter smirked, impressed yet skeptical about the younger man's rapid increase in power. Despite admiration, he insisted that gaining strength alone wouldn't be enough to win this fight. The younger fighter shouted stop, preparing to launch a powerful, decisive attack to turn the battle. The white-haired fighter was suddenly hit hard, knocked backward, struggling to maintain his balance and focus. Heavy footsteps echoed as the younger fighter advanced swiftly, pressing the attack without giving the opponent rest. Catching his breath, he reminded himself there was still time to turn the fight in his favor. Suddenly, a new skill triggered a mysterious force that halted the opponent's movements instantly, freezing the battle. The notification confirmed the skill's power, immobilizing the opponent to create a critical opening for attack. The silver-haired fighter confidently declared that he could never be beaten, standing strong and unshaken. The younger fighter snapped back with a sharp shut-up, refusing to accept defeat silently. Gathering focus, he prepared himself to fight harder, determined to prove his worth in the battle. His opponent warned him that true understanding only comes through effort and trial, not just words. Suddenly, the silver-haired fighter's eyes glowed with intense power, shocking his opponent deeply. The younger fighter was struck hard, pain sharp as he was pushed backward by the powerful attack. He quickly regained focus, his eyes sharp, preparing to react with speed and determination now. Thinking clearly, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on, refusing to back down any longer. With momentum building, he launched himself forward, aiming to close distance quickly and catch his opponent. Moving swiftly across the rooftop, his footsteps echoed as he advanced with fierce purpose toward the enemy. He stomped down, pain radiating through his leg, desperate to move before the paralysis could spread. Gritting his teeth, he hurled his body forward midair, channeling pure momentum into a reckless attack. His foot connected hard with the enemy's chest. Bones cracked, but resistance met him instantly too strong. The white-haired man caught him midair, unflinching, eyes narrowed. "You used your head well, but..." He gripped the flying leg and slammed it downward, crushing the counterattack before it fully began. He slammed the boy into the ground, showing no hesitation, punishing the reckless leap made earlier. Agony surged through the boy's spine as the impact left him gasping, limbs twisted and helpless. Staggering to his knees, the boy realized he was completely outmatched, strength drained by a single blow. Before he could react again, another strike came down, sharp and clean, cracking ribs and crushing resolve. The force launched him across the hallway, body ragdolling, no control left in his weakened, beaten frame. Groaning in pain, he staggered up again, holding his ribs, refusing to fall despite the punishment. With a sudden roar, he charged recklessly, throwing a desperate punch to reclaim control of the fight. But his opponent's eyes lit up sharp, focused, cold like a machine ready to reset his mistake. The counterattack came instantly, a crushing blow to the gut that folded him mid-charge like paper. The white-haired fighter drove his fist down again, ending the foolish resistance with ruthless, overwhelming power. Fist clenched, he twisted midair, enduring the pain as his opponent's blow launched him once again. Snarling, he returned with another wild strike, anger clouding his technique but pushing his body forward. His punch met a solid block again, and a sharp counter sent shockwaves through his already battered ribs. He staggered back, chest heaving, but his eyes still burned with defiance that refused to fade. With brutal force, the white-haired fighter slammed down from above, breaking through hope with sheer physical dominance. Jin Dame crashed to the floor, body trembling, yet his spirit remained stubbornly unbroken through defeat. A voice echoed digitally calm, calculated, calling his name, reminding him this fight wasn't lost just yet. Hope stirred as he remembered the stolen phones, power untapped, locked inside those devices he hadn't used. The system offered a choice: absorb new classes, gain strength, and finally stand equal against Ryu Huan. But Dame clenched his fists, refusing shortcuts. He sought victory earned, not granted through someone else's strength. Jin Dame lunged again, holding his ground, believing true strength must come from fairness, not shortcuts. His opponent countered with precision, yet something flickered in his expression: hesitation. questioning Dame's relentless resolve. Ryu Huan's mind wavered briefly, unsure why this battered boy refused to give in or fall. Another crushing blow landed, but Dame's eyes still burned, defying pain, challenging every word Huan threw back. He collapsed but refused to yield. His fight wasn't just survival, it was to change Huan's heart. Ryu Huan slammed both fists down, relentless, frustration mounting, as Dime refused to break or surrender. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, pummeling Dime's body, each blow echoing through the silent hall. Despite the punishment, Dime remained standing, barely drawing gasps from those watching, his will stronger than his flesh. From the crowd, a girl shouted his name, eyes wide with panic as the violence escalated uncontrollably. Another begged Nari to act, fearing Dame's death if no one intervened to end Ryu Huan's fury. Nari stepped forward, voice trembling with urgency, demanding the brutal exchange finally come to an end. But Dame's fists kept moving, worn, bloodied, furious, fueled by purpose, too deep for words or hesitation now. The system's voice returned, clear and final, urging him to stop resisting its tactical recommendation. It pushed logic over pride, absorb the phones, summon classes, survive before everything ends in irreversible regret. Yet Dime's body answered first, flung back violently, punishment earned for choosing will over artificial advantage again. Dame flew through the air, body limp mid-fall, the impact from Huan's strike overwhelming his balance. He skidded across the ground, coughing blood, vision flickering, yet something inside him still refused surrender. From afar, a girl screamed his name again, panic rising as Dame's strength clearly began to fade. The system repeated its warning, urgency coded in its voice, calculating fatal odds rising with each second. But Dame clenched his jaw, battered and broken, still crawling back because quitting meant abandoning everything he stood for. Nari's voice broke through the chaos, raw and pleading, cutting deeper than any blow could land. Dame's fist trembled mid-air, rage barely restrained, shaken by her voice but still burning with conviction. A sudden clarity sparked within him. Not hesitation, just purpose sharpened by everything he'd endured up until now. Ryu Huan's expression shifted. For the first time, confusion replaced dominance as Dime surged forward again. With a shout of defiance, Dame struck, voice cracking it has meaning as his fist finally found its mark. Nari's eyes widened in disbelief, heart pounding, unable to process what she had just witnessed unfold. The boy beside her gasped aloud, shocked by the shift no one thought was still possible. Dame's strike sent both bodies flying backward, momentum shifting this time. He was still standing after impact. Ryu Huan crashed hard, stunned for the first time. Disbelief etched across his usually unshaken face. Dime exhaled slowly, hands trembling. Through sheer will, he'd done the unthinkable, adapted to the paralyzing force. Dame spoke calmly, explaining the paralysis skills mechanics. Each repeated exposure gradually dulled its once debilitating effect. He acknowledged the cost of learning through pain, but also the strength earned only through persistence. Images of his comrades filled his mind, their sacrifices, their lessons fueling the growth he now embodied. He faced Huan without fear, declaring boldly strength alone wasn't enough, connection forged real lasting power. Though Ryu Huan scowled, calling his words foolish, Dame's unwavering stance made even him pause, if briefly. Dame called Huan out, accusing him of still being chained to others, pretending strength meant isolation. Without hesitation, he launched forward again, fists clenched, eyes blazing, daring Huan to block conviction with brute force. Huan's mind raced, realizing Dime's challenge wasn't just physical, it was to his pride, to his beliefs. The words hit harder than any punch. Dame wanted more than victory, he wanted to awaken him. But Huan refused to yield just yet. Roaring back, he met Dame mid-air, fists crashing like thunder. Dame struck first, landing a heavy blow to Huan's face, forcing the older fighter off balance. Huan roared with fury, lunging forward, unleashing all his strength in a desperate surge of violence. Dame didn't retreat. With a scream, he pushed forward, matching force for force with unshaken determination. They collided in midair, fists raised, the impact sending tremors through the air with brutal intensity. Dame's downward blow connected hard, smashing through Huan's guard, driving him violently toward the ground below. Their fists collided once more, shockwaves tearing through the hall as willpower erupted into raw force. Dame's strike found its mark, splitting through Ryu Huan's defense, blood trailing from the point of impact. The blow launched Huan into the air, spinning helplessly, the battle's momentum shattering entirely in that instant. As he fell, time slowed his eyes wide, not with pain, but with realization and unspoken respect. They walked side by side, groceries in hand. The day's tension faded into peaceful, familiar banter. Dame brushed off their concern, saying it wasn't heavy, unwilling to burden others even in peace. But Ryu Huan, once his enemy, looked at him directly and challenged that mindset firmly. He reminded Dame that burdens weren't his alone family. Shares them, endures them, and grows stronger together. Dame walked in silence, heart full, realizing this quiet moment carried more weight than any fight. Later, in quiet streets, Dame walked forward, alone yet not empty, carrying more than victory in silence. Ryu Huan stared upward, the weight lifting from his eyes, clarity settling quietly into his thoughts. He realized he had carried too much alone, just like the brother he once judged. Exhausted, he collapsed gently onto the floor, not defeated, but finally at peace with his decision. Dame stood over him, gaze calm, recognizing the fight was never truly about winning or pride. With a soft breath, Dame honored him not with mockery, but with respect. Now rest easy.
Jin Dame stood still, facing the glowing screen. Mission complete. The system confirmed his bloody victory. A new reward appeared before him, the Eye of Insight, power to judge strength and growth. Despite the triumph, his body trembled. Pain surged from wounds earned in ruthless close combat. Suddenly, a figure kicked him hard. His broken frame slammed to the ground without resistance. Breathing heavy, Jin Dame reached out toward nothing, his mind fading. He whispered silently for rest. Jin Dame lay unconscious as chaos unfolded around him. His allies shouted, rushing in to help. The scene faded into darkness as the title marked a turning point in Jin Dame's long war. Sunlight bathed the peaceful hospital as birds chirped outside, far removed from the battleground's violence. Jin Dame slowly opened his eyes, the sterile ceiling above greeting his confused and aching body. Glancing sideways, he saw a girl watching silently, her worried eyes locked onto his. Jin Dame's eyes lit up with relief the moment she saw Jin Dame awake and breathing. Without hesitation, she launched forward, embracing him tightly, emotions pouring out faster than words could form. Jin Dame blinked, surprised by the sudden hug, slowly recognizing the familiar warmth of Jin Dame's presence. She whispered, gratitude, conflicts resolved, friendships mended, all because Jin Dame endured and never backed down. He smiled faintly, pushing aside pain, knowing others had suffered more to bring peace again. Jin Dame's face shifted. Suddenly she remembered something critical that Jin Dame needed to hear right away. Jin Dame's eyes widened in shock. Ryu Huan, the source of conflict, still hadn't been captured. Before panic could rise, Ryu Huan calmly entered, revealing he had never run or disappeared. He explained how he carried Jin Dame here, alongside others, ensuring they all received medical treatment. Despite past fights, Ryu Huan's sincerity stood clear. Wounded but standing, he offered unexpected peace and care. Ryu Huan stood confidently, his injuries shrugged off, his body honed by brutal wild beast-style training. Jin Dame stared, astonished at how he'd managed to defeat someone with such immense physical resilience. Jin Dame explained Ryu Huan's true mission, rescuing trafficked kids from a cult hiding behind one's influence. Ryu Huan confirmed the cult exchanged children for drugs, exploiting innocents to fuel illegal networks. With chilling calm, he revealed the children were raised as tools trained hunters used for dirty tasks. Fury burned in Jin Dame's chest as he clenched his fists, shaken by the cult's cruelty. He vowed vengeance. Every person behind the exploitation would fall by his hand, no matter what. Ryu Huan acknowledged Jin Dame's passion, welcoming his alliance, but warned there were deeper layers still hidden. Though impressed by Jin Dame's strength, Ryu knew raw power wasn't enough to dismantle an empire. Outside, the world moved normally, unaware that behind glass towers, something darker waited in the shadows. Across the country, criminal networks, weakened gangs were dissolving under a growing pressure none could stop. The reason was clear: one's shadow forces had been dismantling rival groups to spread dominance. Inside a gym, another resistance fell, youths defeated and bloodied under a ruthless suited enforcer's command. Mocking their weakness, the man launched forward again, fists heavy with years of hardened brutality. Grabbing a fallen fighter, he screamed with venom, daring anyone to face the wrath of one. A young man in shades stepped forward, mocking the older thug with effortless disrespect and confidence. Grinning, he yanked the man's jaw, inspecting his teeth with playful menace and growing threat. He taunted him coldly, accusing him of profiting from gangs and spending it on false strength. The thug flinched, shocked by the insult, unable to resist the vice-like grip on his face. With a brutal twist, the young man tore out a tooth, starting his message with pain. Ryu Huan spoke grimly. One's campaign against gangs was nearly complete, leaving no one to oppose them. Jin Dame listened closely as he learned one's real power wasn't numbers, it was complete underworld control. What terrified Ryu most wasn't size but strength. Every high-ranking member possessed overwhelming combat ability. He revealed 7 elite executives, each stronger than himself, deadly forces loyal only to one's vision. At the top stood Chun Juhi, their leader, silent, mysterious, and possibly more dangerous than them all. Ryu Huan acknowledged Jin Dame's potential. He alone could challenge a one executive and possibly survive. But without strength from his allies, Jin Daim group wouldn't last in a full-scale confrontation. Staring down, Jin Daim began to grasp the massive gap between his forces and the enemies. Ryu offered to teach the wild bee style, but couldn't abandon the cult operation now. Staying under cover protected the children. Ryu needed more time, and a secret plan he hadn't revealed. Ryu Huan concluded that launching an all-out war against one right now would be a mistake. Jin Daim agreed with the assessment, realizing they needed strategy, patience, and preparation before striking back. To maintain his cover, Ryu planned to frame their fight as betrayal by Jo Si-deok. Since Jin Daim had captured 2 key members, Ryu would use them to keep suspicions low. But Jin Daim suddenly recalled something important. There was still one person he hadn't managed to capture yet. Jin Daim knew that capturing allies wasn't just for loyalty, it unlocked hidden features and vital functions. With calm acceptance, Ryu Huan agreed, standing still as Jin Daim initiated the capture system. The screen flashed brightly, confirming success. Jin Daim had officially added Ryu Huan to his command. Activating his new skill, Jin Daim used Eye of Insight to scan Ryu's full potential. Seeing the SS rank revealed, Jin Daim gasped in awe, finally understanding the strength he'd just acquired. Ryu Huan stepped forward with another suggestion, an idea to both train and monitor Jin Daim team. He explained that while subordinates trained, their performance could also be tracked in real time. Ryu introduced the concept of a fight gambling den, an underground battleground masked as entertainment. In these arenas, fighters brawled without rules, while only elites watched and placed bets. Ryu revealed the chilling truth. The den wasn't just entertainment, it was a major arm of One. The fight den was run by Ju Minwan, a flashy and ruthless executive under One. He organized annual executive ranking matches, technically forbidden, but even Chun Juhi allowed them to continue. Ryu explained the real reason it wasn't gambling, it was training for those mastering wild beast style. Jin Daim connected the dots. This was the same brutal martial art Ryu had used in combat. True mastery required survival instinct, so they unleashed fighters into lawless brawls to awaken that primal edge. Participation in the ranking match was optional, but ambitious fighters entered to climb One's internal hierarchy. 4 executives, including Ju Minwan and Ryu Huan, were confirmed to compete in this year's event. Executives could also delegate fighters to represent them. Ryu planned to send subordinates instead of joining directly. Jin Daim saw opportunity. Joining meant training, evaluating others' power, and maybe even capturing valuable new allies. With approval granted, Ryu allowed Jin Daim to participate with a limit of 3 members by his side. Jin Daim processed the rules, 3 members total, including himself. The rest would need to stay behind. He considered his strongest teammates Kim Kangwoo, Han Taihuk, and Jang Jin Daim, all capable but different in style. Recalling his new ability, he planned to use Eye of Insight to guide his selection. Ryu assured him there was time to choose. 10 days remained before the match began. When Jin Daim asked the location, Ryu revealed it Busan territory managed by the executive Ju Minwan. Jin Daim knew training wouldn't be easy. They needed to prepare hard before stepping into unknown territory. The upcoming summer break gave the perfect window. No school, no distractions, only time to improve. His team had suffered enough already. This trip could serve as both recovery and challenge. Jin Daim smiled, resolved Busan would be their vacation, but also the start of brutal training. 2 days later, standing outside the terminal, Jin Daim called out eagerly to his group to assemble. 2 of Jin Daim's teammates waited impatiently. Already an hour had passed at the Busan terminal. Others began arriving, enjoying the weather, and confirming if it was okay. They joined too. Jin Daim mentioned she only came because Ryu Huan insisted still. The excitement in her eyes grew. Jin Daim looked around, pleased with the group assembled, though he knew one person still hadn't come. Confused, his teammates asked if another member was joining them, and Jin Daim smiled without answering just yet. A tall figure approached the group, casually apologizing for being late with a sheepish grin. The others turned, puzzled by the unfamiliar man. None could place his face at first glance. With a confident smile, he introduced himself, Kang Donggu, once a forgotten name from their past. Shock spread across the team as they realized the man before them had changed dramatically. Flashes of old memories rushed in: fights, laughter, betrayal, all tied to the reborn Kang Donggu. Jin Daim explained Donggu's absence. He had undergone intense training, returning stronger and completely transformed in spirit. Donggu now stood confident, reshaped by effort and drive, no longer the weak boy they remembered. Using Eye of Insight, Jin Daim confirmed Donggu's growth potential surpassed everyone. An astonishing SS tier rating appeared. With training goals clear, Jin Daim declared their top mission, unlocking Donggu's massive hidden strength in Busan. The group stood together, unified by purpose and ready to begin the toughest journey yet. Donggu stared proudly at his old photo, reflecting on the journey that changed everything for him. Friends gathered around him, surprised by his transformation. He now stood confident, no longer hiding behind fear. They noticed more than muscles. Donggu's calm posture showed discipline earned through rigorous martial arts training and focus. He started training to protect Jin Daim, but unexpectedly discovered strength and purpose that reshaped his life entirely. With gratitude and pride, Jin Daim acknowledged Donggu's efforts, the bond between them now stronger than any past struggle. Jin Daim confirmed Donggu's entry into the Busan trip, officially recognizing him as a rising talent among participants. With calm conviction, Jin Daim explained the purpose to cultivate hidden potential and raise everyone's strength and unity. Though Donggu's current strength was lower, Jin Daim believed his steady dedication made his growth unmatched by anyone else. Curious and hopeful, the orange-hooded boy wondered if his effort ranked him second in potential this time. Unexpectedly, Han Taihuk stepped forward, declared as second highest, leaving the hopeful trainee stunned in silent disbelief and surprise. Though known as a fighting genius, Taihuk's recent matches lacked fire, causing whispers among his peers. Aware of doubts, Taihuk grinned, embracing the challenge and determined to rise again during this critical trip. He announced the match plan clearly. Donggu and Jin Daim would fight alongside him in the ranking battle. Without hesitation, he tossed a device toward Donggu, something unusual, an item meant to shift the odds. The device was a special phone, designed to grant its user rare powers from the animal kingdom. A hidden gift from Ryu Huan. Powerful phones was saved for this very showdown against one. Donggu received it with gratitude, knowing the tool could redefine his training before the martial arts tournament. Though disappointed, the orange-hooded trainee accepted his position, hoping the experience would still improve his strength. With only a week left, Jin Daim asked their plans, ready to prepare them for battle ahead. Smiling confidently, Jin Daim promised tailored training sessions and intel gathering on the opponent's strength and shady fighting den. Jin Daim grinned slyly, hiding his intentions. He knew they needed something else before diving into brutal training. Raising a finger with dramatic pause, he redirected everyone's attention from plans to something far more refreshing. He declared they'd enjoy the moment before hardship returns. They'd claim a day of pure beach fun. Soon the group hit the sand, laughter and cheers erupting as volleyball soared through the summer air. With bright skies and playful energy, friends bonded stronger, unaware how short-lived the peace would be. The game heated up, laughter and shouts echoing as the girls dominated the court with unexpected skill. Victory poses followed, confidence radiating from every stance, while the boys watched in awe and playful disbelief. Later, the group settled under the sun, sipping cold drinks, basking in peace they rarely experienced together. Two girls lounged comfortably, teasing each other between sips, their eyes half-lidded beneath the warmth of daylight. Meanwhile, another took center sand, stretching confidently as waves glimmered behind her, utterly at ease in paradise. Laughter exploded as they sprinted after the volleyball, diving freely in the sand like carefree children again. Breathless and smiling, Jin Daim called everyone together, eager to capture their rare moment of peace and sunlight. With arms around each other, the group posed united and joyful, shadows of battle momentarily forgotten behind smiles. Elsewhere that evening, black-suited figures marched with purpose, their presence sharp, ominous, and unknown to the others. A mysterious woman appeared outside a club, her questions slicing the silence. Old Bear Gang had resurfaced. The gang leader stepped forward, eyes narrowed, demanding answers from the lone figure who challenged their turf. She smirked confidently, unfazed by their size, her calm voice mocking them like children playing adult games. With a mocking sniff, she confirmed her suspicions. These weren't elites, just thugs guarding something dirtier underneath. The gang tightened formation, confused and annoyed, whispering doubts. Was this girl insane or hiding deadly strength? One stepped forward, raising his arm threateningly, his warning unfinished, as she caught his wrist with sudden precision. Cha Sung-hyun arrived with quiet authority, announcing the start of a swift, merciless cleanup operation tonight. Without hesitation, his strike dislocated the thug's shoulder, sending the man collapsing in agony before reacting. Another charge but was immediately intercepted. Sung-hyun's counter launched him backward, crashing through his own allies violently. A crushing elbow strike followed, delivered cleanly into a thug's chest, forcing breath and consciousness to vanish. The last one stood stunned, bloodied and breathless, eyes wide with fear as silence replaced bravado. The thugs lunged in rage, but their anger was useless against Sung-hyun's ruthless and calculated assault. With flawless precision, he deflected both attackers simultaneously, striking with such force it rattled nearby windows. Their bodies slammed down hard, unconscious before hitting the floor, another reminder why Sungyun's name carried weight. Surveying the broken gang members, Sungyun calmly declared Phase 2, the real purge was just beginning inside. Watching coldly, Mohara gave orders without emotion: cleanup must finish in 3 minutes. No exceptions allowed. The ground was littered with bodies. Groaning and motionless Black Snake's sweep left no one unscathed. The lone survivor dropped to his knees, trembling, finally realizing the scale of destruction before him. Desperate and confused, he asked the only question left: why had this unstoppable group come after them? Mohara's tone was casual, cruel. There was no deep motive, just a justified purge of filth. Grinning, she clarified if he needed reason, it was simply one's gangster hunt. No mercy. No forgiveness. The doors exploded. Inward rage erupted as Ju Ikyun stormed in, bellowing Mohara's name furiously. Flanked by tattooed enforcers, the new bear gang's brutal leader made his entrance with bloodthirsty intent. Mohara greeted him calmly, unfazed by his return or the army he brought to retaliate. Ju Ikyun gave the order coldly: no negotiations, no mercy. Gong Hyuk-soo acknowledged it without hesitation. Mocking their theatrics, Mohara smirked. Sungyun stepped forward silently, already prepared to crush Hyuk-soo without delay. Gong Hyuk-soo launched forward with speed and fury, aiming to strike first and dominate the confrontation. But Sungyun sidestepped calmly, countering with a devastating palm strike that shattered Hyuk-soo's rhythm instantly. The shockwave from Sungyun's blow lifted Hyuk-soo off his feet, sending him crashing into his own men. Without pause, Sungyun grabbed another attacker mid-charge, effortlessly controlling the battlefield as chaos erupted around him. Ju Ikyun growled in disbelief. Watching his second-in-command overwhelmed Sungyun's strength was far beyond what they'd anticipated. Ju Ikyun steadied a wounded ally, his rage boiling as he stared toward Mohara's calm. He yelled furiously, accusing her of targeting a club owned by his own family without remorse. Mohara feigned ignorance, smirking coldly as she recalled Ikyun's roots in the criminal underworld. She dismissed his anger. Family ties meant nothing in war, especially under orders from above. Ju Ikyun explained the assault wasn't personal. Their boss, Chun Juhi, approved wiping out old bear gang. Mohara smirked without remorse, unbothered by political orders or personal ties that complicated this mission. She admitted nothing and offered no apology, instead proposing a brutal solution: settle the matter through force. Ju Ikyun clenched his fists, accepting the challenge with fury. He would end her arrogance himself. He roared an order, and his crew lunged forward without hesitation. Loyal to him above all, tattooed fighters charged in formation, fists raised, ready to tear through Black Snake forces with overwhelming power. A commanding voice echoed across the hall. Jawan had arrived to stop the brewing war. Calm and cool in his floral shirt, Jawan mocked their impatience before the real battle began. Both sides paused, surprised. Mohara questioned how Jawan appeared so precisely at this crucial moment. He explained simply: whenever they meet, a fight breaks out. Their patterns made them easy to follow. Jawan urged restraint. A proper clash needed timing. Too soon, and they'd waste strength before the peak. Ju Ikyun smirked bitterly, realizing Mohara would use their clash to gain Chun Juhi's favor. Mohara confirmed without shame. Her retreat wasn't surrender, it was a strategic move toward greater influence. With that, she turned confidently, Black Snake forces following in disciplined silence through the echoing corridor. Left behind, Ikyun clenched his fists, boiling with hatred, swearing vengeance for the insult she delivered. In a darkened hallway, Mohara smirked coldly, unbothered, already prepared for the war she provoked. Jawan strolled away with satisfaction, amused by the chaos he'd subtly fueled between rivals. They were too blinded by pride to notice they were already caught in someone else's scheme. With every clash, they'd grow weaker, and eventually, both would fall into the trap he was tightening. Smiling darkly, he envisioned their downfall, already confident he'd consume everything when the time was right. Far away, the call for Taihuk and Donggu rang out. Training on the beach would begin. Donggu and Taihuk approached Jindaim, curious and alert, responding quickly to his unexpected but serious summons. Jindaim faced them with resolve. The time for fun had passed. Preparation was now their priority. When asked where, Jindaim answered firmly: the fight gambling den and intense training ground arranged through Ryu Huan. Eager to test the phone's abilities, Taihuk lit up, excited for live, real combat trials. With fire in their steps and unity in purpose, the three marched forward into the unknown. The towering office stood silent, casting long shadows as chaos from earlier lingered deep inside. A man approached the trembling figure, who sat slumped, bruised and dazed, questioning his own worth. Cradling his arm, he muttered hopelessly, shattered by life's weight and the sting of humiliation. Powerless against overwhelming force, he recalled how children dismantled him, merciless, precise, and frighteningly strong. Still stunned, he stared at cracked tiles, where fists landed hard enough to shake the entire floor. The red-haired man stood firm, imagining the potential if that terrifying strength could be used strategically, but the younger man refused, rising slowly, his voice calm but resolute, rejecting the path of gangs. He faced his uncle squarely, declaring that violence and old ways had no place in today's world. He warned him gently but firmly this era belonged to one, and old names meant nothing now. With one last glance, he urged his uncle to live quietly. Vengeance would only deepen the wounds further. Without hesitation, the red-haired man led his crew into the shadows, their formation disciplined and threatening. Left behind, the older man clenched his teeth, fury rising as betrayal settled deep within him. Calling for his subordinate, he barked the name Chungzik, voice sharp with urgency and buried pride. Orders were given swiftly. Every available ally from Busan must gather before nightfall to prepare retaliation. He collapsed into a seat, seething, mocking the idea that kids could ever rule his world. He leaned forward, smug grin widening, declaring that gangs survive by striking harder than anyone else dares. With cruel intent, he vowed retaliation, starting with the girl, a calculated message before full-scale escalation begins. Chapter title faded in ominous and bold, marking the threshold between quiet tension and the war about to ignite. Meanwhile, a trio of students arrive calmly at a neon-lit building, unaware of the storm ahead. Inside the underdog entrance, a sharp-dressed man welcomed them, eyes scanning for trouble behind his polite posture. The curly-haired boy stepped forward confidently, flashing a grin as he greeted the sharply dressed bouncer. He politely requested entry, unaware of the weight behind names in this secretive, ruthless underworld lounge. The guard blocked him firmly, demanding a VIP card, no exceptions, even for confident faces or big claims. The boy stammered slightly, dropping Ryu Huan's name, hoping the connection would open the tightly guarded door. Elsewhere, a flamboyant gangster paused mid-sip, surprised to hear Ryu Huan's name dropped without proper warning first. Intrigued, the tattooed man gave permission to let them in. Eager to observe Ryu Huan's recruits, the doorman stepped aside respectfully, granting access as the trio prepared to enter without further resistance. With determined steps, the group advanced inside, hearts steady, knowing the test was just beginning now. Far from the club, a convoy of black vehicles surged forward, engines humming with aggressive urgency. Inside the lead car, a man leaned forward, asking how many fighters had been mobilized already. The younger man reported they'd gathered 60 fighters from 3 districts, carefully organized for tonight's response. The older man exhaled, reflecting bitterly on how few remained loyal in this fractured modern age. Still, the survivor smiled faintly, reassuring that only the strongest had been selected, the weak discarded. Satisfied, the older man nodded slowly, believing that force alone could crush the upstarts and restore control. He gave final instructions: capture the girl unharmed. No mistakes, his revenge hinged on her return alive. Fury twisted his face as he vowed to personally punish the girl with his bare hands. Suddenly, 2 masked riders on motorcycles surged past the vehicle, their movements sharp, deliberate, and fast. Alarmed, the man leaned closer to the window, eyes narrowing in suspicion at their unexpected appearance. He watched as the motorcycles weaved between cars, heading straight toward their convoy with precise aggression. One rider raised a weapon mid-turn, a hooked staff aimed directly at the lead car without hesitation or fear. Glass shattered as the biker's weapon smashed through the window, startling the guards into defensive panic instantly. With a smooth motion, the masked rider dismounted, landing gracefully beside the car amidst the chaos. Smirking, the orange-haired attacker raised his weapon, taunting the stunned bodyguards with fearless, mocking confidence. His smile sharpened as he declared their intent. This wasn't a warning, it was an execution mission. Enraged and shouting, the men lunged at him from every direction, weapons raised and fury unleashed. A van sped down the road, calm outside, unaware it was about to become a war zone. Suddenly, a white-haired attacker crashed violently onto the roof, sending shockwaves through the entire vehicle's frame. The guards inside screamed in panic, jolted by the impact as confusion and fear spread instantly. Wounded and groaning, some were already down, blood soaking their shirts as chaos ripped through the cabin. Meanwhile, their orange-haired driver laughed manically, gripping the wheel recklessly as he declared his chaotic entrance. The van spun out of control, its side crushed as a powerful impact rocked the entire frame. Tires screeched as metal scraped the road, sparks flying while the attackers forced the convoy into chaos. Another car was hit from the side, swerving violently, barely avoiding collision with nearby speeding traffic. Explosions of shattered glass and crumpled metal echoed as vehicles collided in a planned, devastating assault. Inside, the man shouted in panic, realizing too late they were under ambush by a deadly force. A lone man stood defiantly on the highway, facing the convoy head-on without flinching or fear. Inside the vehicle, panic erupted. They couldn't identify him, but his stance screamed trouble they didn't want. Darkness enveloped the scene for a moment, his aura surging as tension thickened like a drawn blade. With sudden force, he hurled a construction barricade high into the air, stunning everyone watching in disbelief. Spinning midair, he launched himself like a missile, body twisting downward with destructive precision toward the target. The driver's scream echoed as he saw death flying toward him, powerless to change what came next. The metal barricade smashed into the car's hood with tremendous force, shattering glass and crumpling steel instantly. The vehicle flipped violently, metal shrieking as it bounced across asphalt, caught in a cyclone of destruction. The convoy was in ruins, vehicles overturned, alarms blaring, fires crackling, and ambush executed with terrifying coordination. On the road, the attackers regrouped calmly, standing among wreckage like shadows, silent, prepared for what came next. Wounded men staggered across the ruined highway, groaning beside flaming wreckage as the attackers slowly approached. One man helped his injured superior stand, their expressions torn between rage, confusion, and rising fear. The attackers introduced themselves with calm defiance, operatives of the New Bear Gang, executing a mission. Each stepped forward, stating their names and ranks, announcing they had acted under Ikyun's direct orders. Stunned, the older man repeated the name aloud, his hand trembling as his phone began to ring. Furious, the uncle yelled into his phone, demanding answers as explosions still raged behind him. Ikyun calmly responded, reminding him of the warning to stay uninvolved and avoid making things worse. Leaning back confidently, Ikyun clarified his real reason for visiting, to tell him to stop interfering. The uncle exploded with rage, accusing Ikyun of betrayal, unable to process the cold rejection he received. Unmoved, Ikyun declared he had no family left, promising to destroy everything his uncle still valued. The uncle mocked them, convinced 3 men alone could never defeat his army of hardened fighters. With a furious command, he ordered his remaining forces forward, determined to crush the opposition immediately. Crowds roared inside a large ringed arena, the scene glowing red under illegal lights and loud music. The new arrivals stared, surprised by how many people had gathered for underground violence and secret bets. Inside the cage, 2 fighters bled freely, no rules, no mercy, only survival in a pool of violence. The boys scanned the arena, impressed by the scale of the operation run by the Group 1. From above, the tattooed man observed coldly, wondering if the newcomers truly belonged to Ryu Huan. Seeing the trio enter, he scoffed, judging them as weak and unworthy of serious attention. He muttered that Ryu Huan barely participated, his name meant little, and his recruits looked unimpressive. With narrowed eyes, he noted only 2 potential leaders now mattered, Mohara and Ju Ikyun. The blonde leader called out sharply, summoning his subordinate, as the tension inside the building grew. Jungchan stepped forward from the shadows, responding calmly to his superior's call without hesitation or emotion. He was instructed to watch Mohara and Ju Ikyun, ensuring they couldn't interfere with operations. If anything escalated, Jungchan was ordered to act immediately, eliminate threats, and restore control without delay. Elsewhere, the older man collapsed in disbelief, battered and overwhelmed, unable to accept how far things had turned. He stared at the battlefield, dozens of bodies, fallen 60 men crushed by only 3 relentless fighters. Even more terrifying than the defeat was the devastation, the entire zone reduced to rubble and debris. Smoke curled through the air as the injured groaned, barely conscious amidst shattered concrete and blood. The older man's legs shook as realization hit. These weren't just delinquents, they were something else entirely. Wide-eyed and pale, he whispered in disbelief, labeling the trio not humans but monsters beyond comprehension. Terrified, the man backed away, trembling, suddenly desperate to surrender and plead for his safety. He dropped to his knees, apologizing frantically as the young fighter calmly approached without hesitation. The young man reminded him this mercy was granted only once, strictly because they shared blood. With the battle done, they regrouped, one asking why they were headed to a nearby hotel. The leader answered firmly their true mission was to eliminate the Black Snake Gang resting there tonight. The recruiter greeted the trio, confirming they were the fighters sent through Ryu Huan's recommendation. He asked if they would begin today, but the boy clarified they'd only register for now. One of them expressed frustration, eager to fight immediately. Confused by the delay in participation, the leader calmly explained he received an urgent directive from Ryu Huan that needed priority handling. Their real target wasn't the ring, it was the Black Snake Gang, currently hiding at O Hotel. The boy smiled subtly, revealing his true goal to analyze the enemy's strength firsthand before the clash. Sunlight gleamed off a towering hotel, its polished windows reflecting calm despite the storm gathering inside. Inside the building, silence lingered, unaware that unexpected visitors would soon arrive with deadly intent. A phone buzzed on a table, its vibrations echoing lightly through the otherwise quiet suite. Answering calmly, the white-haired woman Hara Nim was warned, questioned whether she could handle the situation alone tonight. The suited woman confirmed she'd be fine, insisting more people would only complicate her handling of things. She requested space, confident in her ability to fight alone, then ended the call without hesitation. Sitting alone in the room, the man remained calm, focused, silently preparing for what was coming. Energy surged suddenly around him, distorting the air, revealing the pressure behind his seemingly composed demeanor. Meanwhile, the three-man squad approached the hotel with firm steps, eyes sharp, ready for the next assault. Jin Dam walked calmly toward the hotel, his footsteps steady, mind focused on the mission ahead. He stopped before the towering building, eyes scanning its height, noting security patterns and entry points. With narrowed eyes and tightened posture, he prepared himself. This infiltration was the first step in tonight's war. 3 gang members approached the towering building, their footsteps steady, summoned to confront a long-awaited enemy. Inside, a lone figure sat calmly on a throne-like chair, watching their entrance without hesitation. Gong Hyuk-soo stepped forward, his tone direct, demanding to know if the mysterious man was truly alone. Cha Sung-yun answered confidently, his calm demeanor unfazed by the threat, claiming his solitude was more than sufficient. Enraged, Hyuk-soo's anger exploded, labeling Sung-yun a traitor, his fury igniting at the sight of former betrayal. Hyuk-soo ordered his men to hold Sung-yun back while he pursued Mohara alone upstairs. The 2 subordinates nodded, stepping forward confidently, prepared to confront the man who betrayed their original gang. Recognizing Sung-yun as a former comrade turned enemy, they knew caution was necessary despite numerical advantage. Together, they charged toward Sung-yun's throne, aiming to overpower him before he could rise or retaliate. Without standing, Sung-yun triggered a hidden mechanism. An enormous wall burst upward, cutting off their direct approach. Choi Jin-hee leapt over the obstacle, slamming down with force, aiming straight at Sung-yun's position. Sung-yun dodged fluidly. Jin-hee rushed in with a blade, smirking with confidence and deadly intentions. He struck fast, slashing toward Sung-yun's side while shouting a threat meant to end the fight. Sung-yun calmly caught the incoming blade mid-swing, crushing Jin-hee's wrist with a single sharp-handed counter. Shocked by the overwhelming strength, Jin-hee froze, realizing this wasn't the same man he once knew. Sung-yun countered with brutal precision, flipping Jin-hee midair before slamming him hard into the floor. The impact shattered tiles beneath them, leaving Jin-hee dazed and overwhelmed by the sheer difference in strength. Crying out in pain, Jin-hee clutched his chest, struggling to rise after the crushing throw. Seeing Jin-hee downed, Kim Kyung-woo dashed forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Sung-yun's jaw. His fist struck solidly, but Sung-yun's body barely moved, absorbing the blow with a chilling, unflinching stare. Sung-yun endured Kyung-woo's punch, then countered with a clean elbow to the attacker's exposed cheek. Using the opening, he spun under Kyung-woo's arms, locking his posture and lifting him off balance. With swift strength, Sung-yun hurled Kyung-woo overhead, flipping his body through the air like a rag doll. Kyung-woo crashed into the floor violently, rolling across the tiles, unable to regain footing or balance. Hyuk-soo finally arrived, observing his subordinates defeated, eyes locked coldly on the man who broke them. Kyung-woo groaned in pain, clutching his chest as Hyuk-soo calmly stepped past his fallen subordinates. Sung-yun dragged Jin-hee's limp body across the floor, his calm expression never faltering through the confrontation. Hyuk-soo acknowledged Sung-yun's strength, surprised at his progress since their last encounter, impressed despite the betrayal. Sung-yun confirmed it coldly, stating his strength had grown immensely, no longer the man Hyuk-soo once underestimated. Standing firm, Sung-yun extended an offer to join forces again, this time under his lead, not Hyuk-soo's. Hyuk-soo rejected the offer, declaring Sung-yun a traitor and preparing to kill him personally. Channeling raw power, Hyuk-soo invoked Yak of the Snowy Mountain, a monstrous force surging behind him. With incredible speed, he crouched low, muscles charged, and launched himself straight at Sung-yun's position. A thunderous impact shook the hall as Hyuk-soo descended, striking with overwhelming weight and violent momentum. He grabbed Sung-yun mid-movement, locking him down with brute force, determined to end the fight swiftly. Hyuk-soo stared in disbelief as Sung-yun caught his power-charged strike without taking a step back. He struck again, heavier and faster, but Sung-yun's arms absorbed the impact with unwavering resistance. Another blow followed, full force from above, yet Sung-yun blocked it again, unmoved, calm under the crushing pressure. Each failed strike increased Hyuksu's frustration, as Sungyun remained composed, turning defense into psychological dominance. Sungyun finally spoke, criticizing Hyuksu's reliance on brute force and predictable patterns forged through raw aggression. With precise timing, Sungyun countered, slamming his elbow into Hyuksu's chest, forcing him to recoil. Hyuksu twisted away from the blow, catching his balance while planning another brute retaliation in anger. He lunged forward, swinging with full weight, but Sungyun caught his wrist before it could connect. Sungyun redirected the force, locking Hyuksu's arm and flipping him mid-charge into a brutal body slam. Hyuksu growled in pain, now caught in a powerful chokehold, struggling to breathe or break free. Hyuksu gritted his teeth and powered out of the chokehold, muscles swelling with sheer determination. With a loud cry, he forcefully lifted Sungyun, attempting to slam him against the ground. Sungyun released early, twisting away mid-air to avoid the impact, landing with agile footwork and balance. Hyuksu immediately chased, launching himself forward with a heavy fist aimed towards Sungyun's exposed left side. Sungyun blocked it again, clean, fast, and precise, countering with a brutal knee straight into Hyuksu's stomach. Sungyun clenched his arm, absorbing pain from the impact. Hyuksu capitalized, grabbing Sungyun mid-recovery and slamming. Sungyun landed hard, cracking the floor, but slowly rose again, still steady, still determined to keep fighting. Hyuksu scoffed, declaring brute force his right because his strength allowed him to crush opposition without hesitation. Grinning coldly, he sneered at Sungyun, stating flatly that idealism made him soft, made him weak. Sungyun winced, steadying himself after the slam, pain evident. Cracks in his armor deepened, but he rolled his shoulder. Turning away from Hyuksu, he spoke calmly, unshaken, inviting him to keep forcing his way forward foolishly. Raising his fists again, Sungyun challenged Hyuksu's method, daring him to try overwhelming him once more. Hyuksu smirked coldly, rallying his subordinates behind him, declaring with finality they would finish it today. From a distance, a shocked observer crouched, eyes wide as the ground below trembled with violence. He watched Hyuksu's group advancing, the sheer pressure of their steps disrupting the very floor beneath. The shattered tiles revealed deep cracks, proof the clash was beyond normal gang-level conflict or street fighting. The observer's phone buzzed. Ryu Hwan, someone he'd needed urgently. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. He explained rapidly they were fighting already, with power that destroyed walls and healed injuries instantly. Ryu Hwan calmly answered the call, already aware of the situation unfolding beneath the building. He confirmed the changes, strength levels, tactics, and alliances had all shifted dramatically within the gangs. Even lower members had now begun using wild beast style, a technique once reserved for elites. Shocked, the observer questioned it, believing only top executives had access to such dangerous martial power. Ryu explained internal competition had grown fierce, and executives empowered their subordinates to steal higher positions. The observer repeated in disbelief executive positions could really be stolen through these brutal internal battles. Ryu explained, the ranking match follows one rule. If all subordinates fall, executives can be challenged directly. Normally, no challenger succeeds. The power gap between executives and subordinates is usually far too great. But if those subordinates now wield wild beast style, that balance of power no longer applies. Despite rules, Mohara and Ju Hyukwan's personal hatred drove them to fight prematurely anyway. There's no need to wait. Both sides clearly intend to end this before the official match. To them, the ranking match is just an excuse, a formality masking real intent to kill. The observer panicked, realizing this could escalate beyond control, leading to an irreversible outcome between factions. If settled now, it might render the ranking match meaningless and risk it getting cancelled altogether. That shocked him. The ranking match was essential to measure the organization's full strength across every level. Hyuksu landed a clean strike, sending Sungyun crashing backward with unexpected speed and focused precision. Staggered, Sungyun quickly adjusted his stance but suddenly realized both his arms were grabbed and restrained tightly. Hyuksu's voice cut through the moment, revealing he had no intention of relying solely on strength anymore. Flanking from both sides, the two subordinates charged again, executing a coordinated pincer attack towards Sungyun's core. Sungyun's eyes widened. He realized too late it was a trap he'd been baited into lowering guard. Kyungwoo rushed in from the left, full power behind his punch aimed at Sungyun's ribs. Simultaneously, Jinny lunged from the right, a blade drawn, prepared to end it with one thrust. Just as their attacks closed in, a blur of motion interrupted them. Someone appeared between the fighters. A new figure held both their wrists, shocking Jinny and Kyungwoo into wide-eyed confusion mid-attack. Neither could believe what they saw. The momentum shattered, and their ambush was instantly neutralized with ease. A young man stood confused in the alley, confronted by an unfamiliar figure emerging from shadows. The figure loomed closer, a sinister glare piercing through the dim light, raising curiosity and fear simultaneously. Unfazed by the intimidation, the figure simply stated their identity, an enigma wrapped in darkness and uncertainty. With a sudden flourish, the figure revealed their true intentions, ready to challenge the status quo and expectations. Jin Daim charged forward, fists clenched, ignoring fear as his enemies lunged with speed and coordination. One thug screamed, "It's over!" as he dove, gripping a hidden blade aimed toward Jin's exposed side. With explosive force, Jin caught both attackers midair, reversing momentum before either could land their fatal blow. Shock registered across the red-haired attacker's face. He hadn't anticipated Jin's sheer strength and precise counterattack. The other thug's confidence shattered instantly. Realizing Jin Daim wasn't a victim, he was their nightmare incarnate. Jin's focused gaze cut through the rising tension, analyzing each enemy's stance with practiced instinct. The muscular fighter barked aggressively, trying to intimidate Jin, unaware that intimidation no longer worked on him. Jin remained silent, lowering his voice as he readied himself, revealing no fear beneath the helmet. Spreading his arms, he took a calm step forward, declaring his purpose without needing loud threats. One thug swung violently, anger overtaking reason. Jin countered swiftly, grabbing the wrist before the knife landed. The redhead recognized his helmet on Jin and roared, demanding to know his identity immediately. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Jin spun low and struck hard, sending the thug crashing backward. Another attacker screamed, charging recklessly. Jin turned swiftly, sidestepping the incoming blow with practiced precision. Jin didn't speak. His back remained calm, body coiled, waiting to counter the next reckless strike. He struck first. A brutal kick landed squarely, launching the thug across the polished hallway floor. The fallen thug barely moved, groaning from the earlier blow. Jin remained unreadable, stance firmly grounded. Choi Jinu cursed aloud, furious at being knocked down. His pride demanded retaliation despite his comrade's warning. The cautious fighter analyzed Jin's movements carefully, recognizing his sharp control and elite-level hand-to-hand combat ability. He issued a firm command attack together with everything from the start, no holding back this time. Jin's eyes widened slightly, body tensing. He sensed the rush before it started. They were charging. The opponent assessed Jin's stance, wondering if boxing was his main form of combat discipline. Though Jin's basics looked ordinary, the enemy remained cautious, planning to block then quickly counter with precision. Jin launched an unexpected body hook, disrupting the enemy's rhythm and drawing his focus inward defensively. Instead of following through, Jin dodged sideways and struck from behind, bypassing the guard completely with precision. Confused, the enemy noticed something unnatural. Jin's arm extended farther than expected. His reach was beyond normal limits. A beast-like image appeared behind Jin. His enemy suspected it was a terrifying Animal Kingdom skill. The system confirmed orangutan-like arms granted unnatural reach, extending his attack radius far beyond normal. To counter, the enemy activated his class Ninja Rolling Rig dice to unlock enhanced evasive mobility. The system granted double jump. Instantly he launched into the air, trying to escape Jin's range. Mid-air, Jin twisted his body sharply. The opponent panicked, unable to comprehend how Jin jumped that high. Jin landed a powerful strike mid-air, sending his opponent crashing painfully into the distant floor tiles. The force launched the man across the hall, his body tumbling violently before slamming into the ground. Confident, Jin prepared his next move, believing longer reach would neutralize the remaining enemy's close range. But suddenly, Choi Jinu burst in, shouting furiously and charging while Jin readied himself for contact. Jin twisted reflexively, but Jinu's strike closed in too fast for a clean dodge. Choi Jinu spun his knife fiercely, his movements sharpened by rage and clear combat proficiency. With a loud shout, he lunged forward, his blade aimed directly for Jin's upper chest. Jinu pulled back quickly, transitioning into another slicing motion. His grip and timing were both practiced. Jin swiftly dodged, recognizing the threat. His breath quickened. This opponent had serious skill with a blade. He suspected Jinu's technique stemmed from a beast-type skill, perhaps something sharp, like a predator's instinctive swipes. Jin leaped backward instinctively, knowing he needed to create distance before countering the knife wielder. Mid-air, he spotted another attacker lunging in, ready to strike while Jin's footing was unstable. Jin managed to land just as the punch closed in his guard, barely in time. The enemy strike connected but failed to knock Jin down. Still, pain echoed through his jaw. Choi Jinu roared, charging again at full speed, his knife raised with violent precision and fury. Jin gritted his teeth mid-dash, realizing the pressure of facing two coordinated enemies at once. Every dodge opened new angles. No matter how fast he moved, they kept tightening the gap. The other fighter lunged from the side. Jin barely avoided the punch but sensed exhaustion creeping in. They kept attacking with perfect rhythm, unrelenting, no hesitation. Jin's evasion alone wouldn't hold much longer. With no alternatives left, Jin struck back hard. His fist landed clean, hurling the opponent across the floor. Jin caught the falling knife mid-motion, knowing he had no time left to hesitate anymore. He activated a hidden skill, one meant to be avoided unless absolutely necessary due to its danger. A system message confirmed martial arts. Blade Storm. Jin's stance shifted into something lethal and focused. Jin acknowledged their use of powers. Now it was his turn. No room for mercy. He spun violently mid-air, slashing both enemies as blood trailed behind their bodies, crashing hard below. Choi Jinu rushed again, bloodied and furious, unwilling to fall without giving one final strike. Jin watched carefully, whispering to himself. He hadn't aimed to kill, only enough to end things. Jin's next blow landed cleanly. Jinu collapsed, body giving out as his last burst failed. From the shadows, a new figure emerged, Kwangwoo, declaring Jinu must remain standing or die by his hand. Jinu trembled at Kwangwoo's words. The threat was real, his fear now greater than defeat itself. Jinu and his ally staggered back to their feet, willpower reignited by Kwangwoo's threatening presence. Jin was stunned. Kwangwoo's words alone had prevented them from collapsing, sheer dominance replacing physical strength. Kwangwoo stared coldly at Jin, demanding to know the identity behind the mysterious red helmet. Then he dismissed the question. His rage boiled. He discovered Jin's identity through combat, not introductions. A monstrous bull aura surged from Kwangwoo's body as he charged violently toward Jin with killing intent. As Kwangwoo charged, a massive snake-like aura manifested, coiling with menace behind his brutal punch. Jin met the attack head-on, countering fiercely. Their blows collided with explosive force and precision. Kwangwoo twisted mid-air from the impact, his body flung backward while momentum ripped through the hallway. Despite tumbling, he recovered quickly, preparing to continue, yet paused, reading something unexpected in Jin's non-lethal stance. Another observer stepped forward, acknowledging Jin's hidden face and inferring his intentions weren't hostile for now. The silver-haired ally stepped beside Jin, trusting him to cover the rear if things escalated. Jin raised his hands in peace. He clarified his purpose wasn't fighting but stopping their violence. Suddenly, Jin flinched as both defeated enemies growled, rising again despite their bloody and battered condition. Their eyes burned red. Jin was certain they should be unconscious. Something unnatural fueled their madness. The silver-haired man explained calmly, this was the awakened state, where pure survival instinct overrides pain and limits. Jin Daim's blade strikes, awakening a hidden power within his enemies. Their bodies react with sudden aggression. The opponents, now stronger in their awakened state, prepare for a counterattack. Jin watches cautiously. One of them mocks Jin, underestimating his abilities. Despite the tension, he remains unfazed by the taunt. Jin Daim, with a calm demeanor, prepares for the incoming battle, his confidence showing despite the threats. A new ally steps forward, ready to assist. Together, they plan their next move, united against their enemies. Jin Daim runs, frustrated. He repeatedly insists he's not here to fight, but his enemies don't listen. His patience wears thin, and he grumbles in irritation, wondering why no one ever takes him seriously. A system notification appears. Jin activates the double jump ability to gain the advantage in the chase. With a swift motion, he uses the skill, leaping high into the air to create space between them. His opponents are caught off guard, realizing they've underestimated Jin's abilities. As he lands ahead of them, an enemy reveals hidden blades preparing for an attack. The opponent strikes with incredible speed, sending blades flying toward Jin Daim. Jin watches as two attackers begin coordinating their movements, making it harder for him to escape. Recognizing the change, Jin realizes the situation is escalating. Their coordinated strikes are becoming increasingly difficult to dodge. The attackers close in, and Jin braces himself for the impact of a powerful strike from behind. Jin Daim grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks. His body aches from the force. He struggles to keep up, realizing the enemy's speed and coordination have surpassed his expectations. It's too fast. Despite his best efforts to evade, the relentless assault continues. Jin's body moves in quick, frantic motions. Jin's mind races. He notices the enemy's strength has drastically improved since their previous encounters, growing dangerous. His thoughts flash. He needs to act quickly. The enemy's increased physical abilities make them a real threat now. Jin Daim realizes his enemies are in an awakened state, and handling both at once seems impossible. Desperately, Jin thinks to himself that he must find a way to separate the attackers, even briefly. A plan starts to form in Jin's mind. He needs perfect timing to create a break in the fight. One of the enemies notices his hesitation and mocks him, but Jin stays focused, ignoring the distraction. With precise movement, Jin makes his move, evading and positioning himself for his next calculated strike. Jin narrowly dodges a deadly blade, the sharp weapon whizzing past. As he leaps, Jin spots his chance to escape, using the environment. His opponents react with frustration, realizing Jin has outmaneuvered them, and they begin to panic slightly. A powerful explosion of energy erupts, shaking the area. One of the attackers, lost in the chaos, curses as he scans the area, unable to locate Jin. Jin breathes a sigh of relief, gaining a brief moment of distance from his relentless pursuers. He scans his surroundings, calculating his next move. He needs something to bind them down quickly. Suddenly, he notices a figure behind him, causing him to pause. Who could this new person be? The stranger introduces himself confidently as Young Chan from a group called Underdog, leaving Jin puzzled. Jin watches the newcomer with suspicion, unsure of whether to trust him or view him as another threat. In a dimly lit room, Jin contemplated his next move, feeling the weight of responsibility. Shadows danced around him as he prepared, thoughts racing about the challenges that lay ahead. Suddenly, a notification alert broke his focus, indicating a complicated situation requiring immediate attention and action. Accepting the challenge, he steeled himself. Knowing that absolute obedience was essential to achieve his goal, Jin took a deep breath, ready to face whatever obstacles awaited him in this crucial mission. The hall buzzed with tension as he knelt, desperately trying to explain his innocence in the situation. Confusion spread among the gathered students, uncertain if they had witnessed a fight or a misunderstanding unfold. The tall figure stepped forward, his authority palpable, demanding to know who was involved in the conflict. Identifying himself, he asserted his position, making it clear that they would face consequences for their actions. Whispers of uncertainty filled the air, leaving the groups to ponder their next move and the impending repercussions. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a figure lunged forward, brandishing a weapon and disrupting the tense atmosphere dramatically. Jin realized the threat, his instincts kicking in as he urged his friends to hold steady. A fierce struggle began, with bodies colliding and shouts ringing out amidst the clash of wills. The room filled with noise and confusion, each side desperate to gain the upper hand in combat. In the midst of the chaos, Jin pushed forward, determined to protect those around. The impact echoed through the room, leaving everyone stunned as they processed the sudden turn of events. Confusion spread as one boy questioned the unexpected actions, trying to understand what had just happened. Jin quickly assessed the scene, realizing they could no longer afford to hesitate or delay. Determined and driven, he rallied his friends, urging them to stand firm against their adversaries once more. As the chaos continued, Jin's resolve strengthened, preparing to confront whoever threatened their safety and camaraderie. In the fray, Jin made a swift maneuver, surprising his opponent with unexpected agility and determination. Seizing the moment, he grabbed hold of his rival, his grip firm and unyielding amidst the chaos. The struggle intensified, sweat and effort evident as both fighters fought fiercely for dominance in the conflict. With a fierce determination, Jin sought to turn the tables, never backing down in this confrontation. As the tension thickened, a voice echoed, urging him to reconsider. Though Jin's opponent, filled with rage, confronted him, furious and frustrated by the determination he encountered in battle. Through clenched teeth, he struggled against Jin, pain and anger fueling his every forceful movement in response. With a sudden, powerful strike, Jin retaliated, unleashing a surge of energy aimed precisely at his rival. As the conflict escalated, Jin caught a glimpse of doubt in his opponent's eyes during the fight. Determined to end it, Jin pressed forward, refusing to back down, his resolve strengthening with each moment. Jin executed a swift movement, surprising his opponent who didn't anticipate the ferocity of his strike. Confusion clouded his rival's mind as he questioned Jin's actions, struggling to comprehend the rapid developments. With a roar, Jin propelled himself forward, determination flooding his veins as he charged against the opponent. The atmosphere thickened with tension as both fighters clashed, their wills colliding in a fierce struggle. Amid the chaos, a powerful figure emerged, drawing attention and shifting the dynamics of the relentless conflict. Suddenly, a massive serpent-like figure burst into view, adding an unforeseen danger to the already chaotic scene. Panic arose as Jin and his friends instinctively grabbed each other, realizing the new threat demanded action. With adrenaline pumping, they prepared to face this monstrous entity, knowing their survival depended on teamwork. As they launched into action, the urgency of the situation intensified, driving them to push forward. Jin's eyes narrowed, determination burning brightly, vowing to protect those around him against this fearsome foe, highlighting the danger of underestimating the relentless attacks. Jin's frustration boiled over as he realized they needed to strategize, rather than dive blindly into chaos. Reflecting on past encounters, he declared that they couldn't let their guard down during this intense fight. One of his friends voiced concern, wondering why there were more threats emerging from the shadows around them. As tensions rose, they faced a tough decision, regrouping or pushing forward despite the overwhelming odds against them. Jin faced his friends, expressing a firm belief that they needed to be cautious moving forward together. His friend replied skeptically, hinting at past experiences that contradicted Jin's optimistic view of their situation. Another member of the group, determined to rally everyone, emphasized their strength and unity amidst the chaos. With intensity rising, the friend urged them to not underestimate their potential and fight for survival. Recognizing the tension, Jin reminded them to stay focused, rallying the group for the challenges ahead. Jin confronted his colleague, demanding to know where he had been during the recent turmoil they faced. The colleague shrugged, suggesting that the situation had spiraled out of control, something he hadn't anticipated. Jin frowned, acknowledging the difficulty of the circumstances but insisting they needed more coordination and planning. He emphasized the importance of staying alert, especially with dangerous foes lurking and ready to strike. Jin highlighted the fact that they had powerful enemies, mentioning a notorious gang that threatened their safety. Jin warned his friends about the looming threat, emphasizing the urgency of their situation and planning. One friend questioned whether they could handle the impending danger, expressing his fear over their capabilities. Jin reassured him, reinforcing the idea that they were stronger together and capable of facing any challenges. As the tension rose, the reality of their predicament sank in, heightening everyone's awareness of their vulnerability. They glanced at the battlefield, realizing the importance of their next moves and the stakes involved. Jin posed a critical question, emphasizing the need for a solid strategy to face their imminent threats. His friend assured him he was on board, showing his commitment to tackling the upcoming challenges together. In the background, chaos erupted as their enemies displayed fierce combat skills, escalating the tension around them. Jin recalled their need to remain united and aimed to strengthen their bond during the ongoing conflict. With resolve, he rallied his friends, recognizing that only through teamwork could they overcome the daunting odds. Jin felt the weight of the situation, recognizing how serious their predicament had become during these conflicts. As he rushed forward, he wondered how they could effectively coordinate their efforts against the looming threats. A familiar ally appeared, noting that they needed to stay vigilant and ready for whatever lay ahead. Jin, determined, responded that they couldn't underestimate their opponents, emphasizing the need for careful planning going forward. He assessed the unfolding scenario, contemplating potential strategies and the best course of action to pursue. Jin's ally revealed there was a third party involved in the escalating conflict, heightening their sense of urgency. His expression turned serious as he acknowledged the situation was becoming more complicated and dangerous for everyone. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure appeared in the distance, signaling that the tension in the air was tangible. Jin's focus sharpened as he assessed the figure, contemplating their intentions amid the chaos surrounding them. Jin questioned their next move, intrigued by how others were reacting to the unfolding events around them. A mysterious figure revealed that someone had approached him, raising questions about their connections to the conflict. A surprised ally inquired whether this person had really helped him, showing skepticism about their true intentions. He admitted uncertainty, explaining that the individual simply mentioned wanting to avoid getting involved in the fight. There was a hint of intrigue as they reflected on the strength of this mysterious benefactor's influence. Curiosity piqued. His ally wondered if this revelation meant the situation had become even more complicated now. The mysterious figure insisted they needed to establish contact with someone who could influence their current situation. Jin's friend, confused, questioned whether they really wanted to pursue this connection, given the risks involved. Nervous energy filled the air as they discussed how to approach potential allies without attracting unwanted attention. A determined Jin recalled seeing enemies nearby, urging everyone to focus on speed and caution during their movements. His friend chuckled, injecting humor into the tension, suggesting they might need to strategize better moving forward. Jin expressed concern about their uncertain situation, emphasizing the need for a solid plan to move forward. His friend chimed in, reflecting on how chaotic things had become, suggesting they should rethink their approach. Jin urged the group to focus, reminding them of their collective strength in navigating the challenges ahead. Asserting his presence and captivating their attention, shifting the group's dynamics immediately. He mysterious newcomer noted that the circumstances were changing rapidly, warning that they needed to stay alert. The group stood together, curious and uncertain about what the newcomer had in mind for them. He confidently promised to teach them effective methods that had once empowered their formidable opponents in battle. Jindaim arrived as tension rose, stepping calmly between opponents. The startled group braced instinctively for battle. 3 men faced him with surprise. Jindaim's presence, once uncertain, now shifted the air with urgent intent. He declared the situation unstable. With limited time before the ranking match, his expression turned cold with focus. Jindaim silenced their questions. There was no room for delay. Preparation had to begin without explanation today. He adjusted his sleeves, gaze steady. Jindaim would now reveal the method behind their unmatched, feared strength. Before Jindaim could begin, one student raised his hand, his curiosity stronger than his hesitation or fear. He questioned the concept of wild beast style, confused by its claim of awakening pure survival instincts. Jindaim considered the inquiry seriously. Clarity mattered. Simplifying, he prepared to explain the hidden potential within the body. He revealed a truth: humans subconsciously limit their power. Protective instincts restrict full physical output to prevent harm. Through wild beast style, one bypasses those limits, enduring the pain to unleash more than natural strength allows. Jindaim explained how imminent danger triggers survival instinct, unleashing the body's full combat potential unconsciously. In this state, physical abilities like speed, power, and perception are drastically elevated under intense pressure. He called it the awakened state, and wild beast style allowed one to trigger it voluntarily. Jindaim's crimson eyes sparked realization. His student remembered enemies earlier, whose power spiked with glowing red eyes. Only Jindaim seemed capable of noticing that shift in ability, possibly tied to his own awakening. Jindaim revealed that red eyes were a hidden signal visible only to those trained in wild beast. This crimson glow signified full awakening, a combat-ready state unknown to those without the specialized training. Only warriors like Jindaim, or those with related traits like the barbarian class, could recognize the change. Knowing the enemy mastered wild beast style, Jindaim urged the others to match that level before battle. With limited time, Jindaim hesitated, but the student smiled, hinting at a solution to stretch hours into days. The group entered a glowing chamber, an isolated realm crafted solely. Jindaim marveled at the pocket dimension. Its existence hinted at deep magical engineering beyond conventional understanding. The student introduced it as the training ground, a place granting rare advantages to its users. Time flowed differently inside, 5 times slower than the real world, amplifying available training hours dramatically. Beyond time distortion, the space enhanced stamina, erased hunger, and rapidly healed wounds without exhausting the user. Jindaim objected too much comfort dulls growth. Without exhaustion or pain, awakening instinct would be impossible. He reminded them that wild beast style thrived under hardship. It must emerge in real, desperate moments. Before doubt settled in, Jindaim assured them the problem was already addressed through the system's upgrades. A mannequin named Dummy appeared, silently overseeing operations. It controlled the realm's features and simulated environments. Dummy revealed the new update, a setting menu to alter terrain, hunger, injury, and environmental pressure freely. The group was impressed. Advanced functions now existed, thanks to Dame's increased control over this dimensional space. Dummy explained that restrictions were lifted. Users could now exit and re-enter the realm within 24 hours. They realized they could rotate between real-world combat in the den and training inside the ground. Jindaim scheduled the timeline: 2 days of training, then combat, just enough to unlock the beast style. Before training began, Jindaim emphasized proper conditions. Pushing survival instinct required more than a simple switch. Jindaim explained their first goal: strengthen the body to withstand the pressure of the awakened state. He warned that such a state puts massive strain on muscles, organs, and the internal system. To prevent collapse, they needed stronger frames, bodies reinforced to tolerate the violent burst of unleashed energy. Their initial 10 days would focus entirely on reshaping muscles, bones, and endurance through extreme conditioning. Everyone prepared themselves. What followed would break their limits and forge foundations for wild beast awakening. Jindaim acknowledged their effort. 10 days of non-stop training pushed their bodies past normal endurance limits. Despite the pain, they endured harsh regimens that forcefully stretched their bodies beyond natural flexibility and range. Even with accelerated healing, the constant strain began to wear down the recovery capabilities of the realm. Jindaim decided to halt the training phase, confirming their physical transformation was finally complete and stabilized. Before they could rest, Jindaim reminded them next came the real test to prove their awakened potential. They arrived at the arena's entrance. The underdog banner marked the place for brutal ranking matches. A flamboyant man greeted Ryu Huan, surprised by his presence at such a low-level competition event. Ryu Huan explained he joined because the upcoming matches were critical and couldn't be ignored anymore. The host noticed Jin Daim group. He assumed they were new recruits participating on Ryu Huan's behalf. Judging their appearance, he questioned their readiness. Ryu Huan simply gestured, expecting results to speak for themselves. The host expressed doubt, pointing at one member he seemed too small for such high-stakes fighting. Jin Daim noticed the comment but held back, letting underestimation serve as an advantage for now. A staff member informed the host that the opposing fighters had just arrived outside the arena gates. Ryu Huan sensed something odd. The usually loud venue felt strangely quiet and empty that particular day. The host explained they went private today due to a special proposal worth everyone's full attention. The host grinned, anticipation rising. He expected chaos, surprises. Jin Daim team followed him through the hallway, tension rising with every step toward the arena. One of the team members clenched his fists, determined to destroy anyone that challenged their strength. Before the match began, one fighter unexpectedly recognized another competitor from a past encounter. Causing sudden confusion, they exchanged surprised greetings, both shocked to meet each other again in such an unlikely setting. They exchanged questions. One was surprised to see the other stepping into an underground fight like this. The MMA fighter explained his presence. He was invited personally by a coach for today's secret match. He asked if the other was participating too. The response hinted at a first-time appearance here. Suddenly, the MMA fighter stepped forward and warned him away. This arena wasn't meant for his path. After delivering the warning, he turned and left silently. Jin Daim teammate looked confused by their exchange. Jin Daim explained the connection. He once trained at a gym owned by the boy's father long ago. A flashback began. A younger version of Jin Daim was caught watching from outside the boxing gym entrance. The gym owner questioned him, assuming the boy lacked money but still wanted to learn boxing techniques. Jin Daim admitted the truth. He desperately wanted strength, unable to stand by while his mother suffered helplessly. He begged with tears. In his frustration, he knocked over a cleaning rack near the gym door. The older boy gave Jin Daim a chance, offering to talk to the coach the next morning. Back in the present, Jin Daim recalled that moment gratefully. Jin Daim had supported him without hesitation. Jin Daim explained how Jin Daim eventually became a professional MMA fighter with a successful competitive track record. A teammate recognized him. Jin Daim had made waves as a rising star with multiple victories in MMA. Everyone wondered why such a skilled fighter would appear here in this underground place, away from glory. Jin Daim entered the arena with others, noting how organized and clean the black market facility actually appeared. The host grinned, proud of the operations presentation. He reminded them it wasn't just random chaos. Jin Daim scoffed at the claim. To him, this underground ring still lacked professional structure and respect. The host acknowledged Jin Daim's reputation and physique, challenging him to demonstrate real skill before the audience today. A man laid out the stakes per tradition. The winning side could take a fighter from the losers. The host confirmed the rules, though varied. The condition of claiming opposing fighters was definitely allowed here. Satisfied with the answer, the challenger finalized the bet. Their fighters would be the match's ultimate prize. The host raised his hand. With no restrictions or limitations, the battle was set to begin. Jin Daim team urged him to go all out. They aimed to reclaim every stolen fighter tonight. With eyes blazing, Jin Daim promised total destruction. No one standing against him would leave unpunished today. Jin Daim charged in, but his attack was instantly countered. He crashed into the ground with force. Shock rippled through the crowd at the swift reversal. As he staggered up, confusion filled his face. His opponent's strength and durability exceeded normal expectations. Ji Hyunwoo, a brutal underground fighter, stood unfazed. His special ability enhanced resilience beyond human limits. Spectators watched in disbelief. Jin Daim, a pro athlete, was being overpowered by a street-level gambling den brawler. Jin Daim team watched in disbelief. A professional was being dominated without resistance. None expected this outcome. They struggled to understand the gap. How could an elite fighter fall so far behind underground talent? The host explained experience and titles meant nothing without mastery over wild beast style in this environment. Ji Hyunwoo launched a flurry of devastating blows. Jin Daim couldn't recover, completely overwhelmed by raw force. The coach panicked. He called for surrender, but the fight continued, brutal and unrelenting beyond fairness. The coach threw in a towel, desperate to stop the match before permanent damage was done. But the referee ignored him. In this arena, only the fighter could officially surrender and yield. Hyunwoo tightened his grip on Jin Daim, demanding the pro announce his own surrender with clear words. Beaten and gasping, Jin Daim struggled to speak. Blood and pain made the word nearly impossible to say. Mocking him, Hyunwoo twisted the moment into cruelty, pretending to mishear before launching a fresh round of blows. The coach lost control, shouting furiously as he rushed toward the ring to stop the fight. Jin Daim had already moved. His foot hit the floor as he launched himself without hesitation. He couldn't stand by those running the match refused to stop, ignoring surrender for their own spectacle. With precise timing, Jin Daim soared over the ropes and delivered a powerful kick to Ji Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo was knocked back hard, skidding across the mat as Jin Daim landed in a protective stance. The coach froze in shock. Jin Daim's sudden intervention had disrupted the match in full public view. The host stepped forward, warning them any interference during an official fight came with harsh consequences. An underdog. Ji Hyunwoo stood, sneering at Jin Daim. He demanded to know who dared to interrupt his fight. Jin Daim stepped forward, calm but firm. He declared he wasn't taking a beating on anyone's behalf. A wild aura erupted around him. His beast trait awakened speed and instinct radiated like a cheetah's presence. Jin Daim launched forward without hesitation, his body twisting midair as his opponent crashed against the wall. The tattooed man staggered upright, fury burning through his muscles. He glared at Jin Daim, recognizing neither fear nor hesitation, only silent defiance radiating from the boy's unshaken eyes. As Jin Daim stepped forward, his foot echoed loudly, firm and deliberate, carrying the weight of unspoken vengeance and strength. A cheetah's spirit surged behind him, fierce and unstoppable, symbolizing Jin Daim's transformation into a true predator. Jin Daim entered the cage, eyes scanning the three men. The tension was immediate and palpable. One fighter sneered, assuming Jin Daim was part of a rival faction. Misjudgment dripped from his stiff posture. Hyunwoo mocked Jin Daim, confident the rule against infighting protected him. Muscles tightened with arrogant readiness to strike. Jin Daim ignored protocol, bearing his intent. He came not for rules but to stop injustice by force. Outside the ring, concern grew. Jin Daim's technique was incomplete, yet his resolve left no room for retreat. Two observers questioned the legality of the match, unsure if ranking rules would halt the rising tension. One replied calmly, confident that Du Juwan's authority meant no interruption would come. Rules meant little here. Du Juwan watched from above, intrigued by Jin Daim's defiance. Amusement flickered beneath his still, composed expression. Beside him, an ally asked for orders. Their attention stayed fixed on the match below. Juwan grinned. Jin Daim was no ordinary intruder, he'd be the perfect test against Ryu Hwan's elite strength. Hyunwoo glanced toward the gate, spotting his superior. Permission granted, he grinned. Violence was now justified. His smirk widened as he turned toward Jin Daim, eager to unleash brutal strength without restrictions. He lunged first, wild and fast, aiming to end the fight with one overwhelming. Jin Daim reacted swiftly, body shifting sideways with precision, evading the charge like water dodging blunt force. Landing firmly, Jin Daim braced for a counterattack, his stance stable, prepared to take control of the fight. Jin Daim dodged relentlessly, weaving past each blow with calm precision as Hyunwoo's fury grew louder. Hyunwoo taunted mid-charge, frustrated by Jin Daim's evasive approach, misunderstanding it as cowardice rather than calculated restraint. Jin Daim remained silent, analyzing patterns. Every step, breath, and movement sharpened his awareness of Hyunwoo's technique. Earlier, Jin Daim recalled his instructor's promise training would be personalized, built around each fighter's innate animal strength. He answered plainly, cheetah, fast and agile but incomplete. His power surged, yet something still held him back. The trainer raised an eyebrow at Jin Daim's vague warning, urging him to demonstrate the problem directly. Jin Daim stepped toward the hanging bag, body relaxed, preparing himself to showcase the flaw holding him back. His first strike landed solid, the bag jerking violently, raw strength clearly present behind each calculated movement. A flurry of strikes followed fast, controlled, but his expression tightened as something felt off mid-combination. His feet suddenly staggered out of rhythm, the precision faltered. Jin Daim unleashed a rapid series of punches, each strike faster than the LAS. He shifted into a spinning kick, momentum building too quickly, form threatening to break under unchecked acceleration. His foot dragged mid-turn, unable to handle the growing force. Momentum overtook control. Jin Daim crashed to the floor, legs twisting violently. He explained calmly the more he attacked, the faster he moved, but speed distorted his body's coordination. The trainer acknowledged Jin Daim's raw potential, noting the cheetah's gift matched him if tamed correctly over time. He explained the issue: uncontrolled acceleration distorted movement. Mastery would require control before unleashing full power. Jin Daim listened carefully as he was told to begin his training from the foundation: his footwork. Starting slow, He practiced gradual movement, training his body to scale power step by step without losing form. Each stride became steadier, muscles adapting. The wild cheetah spirit calmed, taught to build speed, not burst blindly. With trained footwork now refined, Jin Daim accelerated smoothly, his legs in sync with each calculated burst of motion. The moment his body fully synchronized with the cheetah's gift, his speed became sharp, focused, unstoppable. He landed several strikes on Hyunwoo, fast and precise, but they lacked impact. Hyunwoo scoffed, unimpressed by the flurry. The punches felt light, more annoyance than threat to his endurance. Jin Daim remained calm, fists flashing faster. He wasn't finished. The assault had just begun to escalate. Hyunwoo's body finally reacted, face contorted as a clean blow struck hard across his jawline with force. More punches followed. His guard cracked. Jin Daim's fists blurred, no longer hesitant, each strike sharper, heavier, perfectly aimed. With refined movement and control, Jin Daim advanced fearlessly. This was no test. It was total domination. The cheetah's spirit flared behind him. Speed became his language. His momentum echoed, unstoppable, confident, precise. Observers watched in awe. Jin Daim, once unstable, now mastered his rhythm, speed and balance unified as one. Jin Daim launched a decisive aerial strike, crashing into Hyunwoo with full momentum. Hyunwoo's body bounced on impact, skidding across the arena, his dominance shattered in a single devastating moment. Spectators erupted in surprise and celebration, stunned by the knockdown. Jin Daim had truly turned the tide. Jin Daim approached silently, unmoved by cheers. This wasn't finished. Hyunwoo stirred, defiance still flickering in his battered body. Wiping blood from his mouth, Hyunwoo smirked. Underdog, he repeated. To him, it wasn't an insult. Hyunwoo stood, oddly reflective. The word underdog stirred something personal. Rage, pride, maybe both, clouded his mind. Without warning, he lunged at Jin Daim with a roar, claiming he never surrenders once he strikes. Jin Daim's eyes widened. Hyunwoo's speed had increased. The gap they'd opened was suddenly narrowing once again. Even so, Jin Daim remained composed. His opponent was fast, but Jin Daim's cheetah instinct still held the edge. A rapid exchange followed. Jin Daim dodged and countered, unleashing faster, sharper strikes that overwhelmed Hyunwoo's brute momentum. Hyunwoo snarled mid-swing, mocking Jin Daim's movement as nothing more than dodging agility mistaken for cowardice. But Jin Daim's footwork was deliberate. Every step narrowed the distance, setting up the perfect angle of attack. Hyunwoo barked again, ridiculing Jin Daim's speed. Confidence flared as he attempted a counter, muscles tightening with brute force. But Jin Daim struck first, sharp and direct. His blow cut through the moment, collapsing Hyunwoo's momentum instantly. The impact sent Hyunwoo flying, his body bouncing against the cage floor. Hyunwoo knelt again, shoulders twitching. Despite repeated knockdowns, his body still refused to completely give out. The audience burst into cheers, mistaking his collapse as final. Their excitement masked the tension unfolding quietly. Du Juan remained silent, eyes unreadable. He wasn't smiling for the crowd, but for what came next. Hyunwoo rose, trembling with effort. Pain coursed through him, but something deeper was anchoring his defiance. Jin Daim stared, heart quickening. That stance, he recognized it. Something dangerous was about to surface from Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo's muscles pulsed with power. The pain faded, replaced by raw strength awakened from repeated beatings. His awakened state activated fully tenacious mastiff. The more he suffered, the more powerful his body became. Jin Daim analyzed quickly. Hyunwoo's abilities scaled with damage taken. Now in awakened form, he'd become truly dangerous. Hyunwoo lunged forward, grin wide, fists cocked. His speed had sharply increased. Jin Daim barely dodged, countering fast. His strike landed clean, but Hyunwoo barely flinched, as if inviting more. Jin Daim block barely held. Hyunwoo's speed spiked, each strike now arriving quicker than Jin Daim could react. But it wasn't just acceleration. Hyunwoo's strength had grown heavier, his every movement carried shocking physical force. Jin Daim braced as the pressure built. His opponent wasn't just faster, he felt like a different fighter. A warning shot across the arena. Jin Daim ally recognized the danger. This was Hyunwoo's true awakened state. Hyunwoo lunged again, fierce and unstoppable. The awakened form of tenacious mastiff had now fully taken hold. Jin Daim darted through the arena. Every muscle strained, his speed nearing its upper threshold. Still not enough. Even dodging cost him strength. Hyunwoo's aura grew thicker, his strikes pressing Jin Daim harder each second. Hyunwoo mocked from behind, misjudging Jin Daim maneuvering as fear instead of a desperate tactic to survive.